Okay, hello everybody, welcome. I'm David Forgacs. I'm one of the organisers of this conference with Kate Crehan, who is somewhere. Kate? And we're going to say some proper introductory remarks in a minute. I'm just already introducing the three people who are going to do welcome speeches, just the people from outside the conference. Two of them are on video, and one is here in person, so I'll just say who they are. The first person who's going to speak is Stefano Albertini, who is the director of the Casa Italiana zerilli-marimò, which is where you are now. That's not the same as the Department of Italian Studies, which is organising the conference, but we work in partnership with them, and they do a lot of public-facing events, many events, sometimes 5 a week in this space. And the second person speaking will be Giorgina Dopico, who is the provost of NYU, who's going to welcome you, give you the institutional welcome. And the third speaker, also on video, will be Claudio Pagliara, who's the director of the Italian Cultural Institute in New York. And I just wanted to say, in case some of you don't know this, that the Italian Institute is working in tandem with us on these Gramsci events. There is an exhibition called Gramsci in America, the Prison Notebooks, which is opened on Wednesday at the Italian Cultural Institute, and it's running for 1 month, running for 4 weeks. So do go and see it. It's a wonderful exhibition. There are 5 of the original prison notebooks in a glass case on display, and there's also all the notebooks on a screen which you can skim through in digital copy, as well as a video, half-an-hour video about Gramsci's life and work. So do go up there. It's 686 Park Avenue. It's very easy to get to. You just have to get on the subway. This is the number 6 line from Union Square, which is very near, and get off at 68th Street at Hunter College, and you walk a block, and you're there. So please go and see the exhibition while it's on. Okay, so I think now we're just going to start with the welcome speeches, and we're going to have first Stefano Albertini.
Signore e signori, buongiorno, benvenuti alla Casa Italiana zerilli-marimò della New York University. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you, especially those who travel from afar to join us for this occasion. I'd like to greet the Consul General of Italy, Minister Fabrizio Di Michele. Quiero saludar muy cálidamente la Provost de NYU, Giorgina Dopico, y agradecerle por su soporte en todas nuestras iniciativas. Anne Morning, our Dean of Social Sciences, and of course David Forgacs and Kate Crehan, the organizer of this conference. As you know, it's part of a larger series of events that includes a fundamental and moving exhibit at the Italian Cultural Institute, and I would like to thank Claudio Pagliara, the director, for collaborating with us on this first initiative that we present jointly. Great emotion to have the quaderni, the real thing, in New York, and be able to observe them, see them, and enter in a dialogue with them. A conference on Gramsci in this time and age is not only an academic event, it's a political statement, and we are very aware of that. We are very aware of the state of danger in which academic institutions and academic freedom is right now in the United States, and not only. And our decision as CASA and Department of Italian Studies has been to continue to work on our subject as always, and even more. Just to give you an example, you just can see on the ground floor of the Casa an exhibit dedicated to Pablo Echauren and the counterculture of Italy in the 70s. Following that, we're going to have a series of events on Pierpaolo Pasolini, one of the great intellectuals of the 20th century, definitely an example of resistance and counterculture in its own right, definitely in a constant dialogue also with Gramsci. This is what I believe we are doing today. So again, the importance, the political importance, the political relevance of what you are all doing, talking about Gramsci in America and American Gramsci today, is the thing that will remain and in which we believe and for which we will continue to fight. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gigi Dopico, Provost of NYU, and it's my pleasure to welcome you again, to this really momentous occasion. It's the first ever conference dedicated entirely to Antonio Gramsci's writings on the United States and on Americanism, and to the reception of his work here in the U.S. As the second of three welcomes, prefacing two more introductions, I think about Gramsci's own skepticism about introductions. So with that in mind, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief, just to really let the fascinating work that lies ahead begin. I want to extend my deepest gratitude not only to Casa and Stefano, but especially to my NYU colleague, David Forgacs, and to Kate Crehan from CUNY, for organizing this really impressive program, and thanks to all of you for being here for it. The interdisciplinary and international scope of what lies ahead is entirely appropriate, obviously, for a scholar whose interests were so far-reaching. Gramsci, who studied Romance philology, whose prison notebooks contain writings on linguistics, popular culture, Dante, 4 full notebooks of his own translation, was goes without saying, an extraordinary intellect. This conference mirrors that breadth, bringing together 21 presenters from 5 countries, Italy, the US, Canada, UK, and France, and includes not only academic papers, but discussions ranging from Gramsci's monument, art installation, to his influence on film. The mix of US and international scholars also rightly highlights the global journey of Gramsci's thought. As a specialist in early modern Spanish history and literature, I'm compelled to mention his influence in Spain, where movements like Podemos and 15M have cited him. And of course, his resonance in Latin America, from Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and well beyond, is profound, where activists and dissidents, often encountering his work while imprisoned or in exile, find a powerful affinity with this prisoner of Italian fascism. The enduring questions that Gramsci's writings raise about power, how it's contested, how consent is won, whether through cultural institutions, through political organization, through resistance, remain as urgent today as when Gramsci wrote them. So it makes me especially proud that we are hosting this conference here at NYU in this moment. I wish you all a productive and enjoyable conference, a vibrant and fruitful exchange of ideas, and hope you'll also get to enjoy and explore Casa Italiana, NYU, and our West Village neighborhood. Welcome. Thank you.
Tutti, I'm Claudio Pagliara, Director of Italian Cultural Institute of New York. I'm speaking to you from Macerata, where the Stati Generali of Italian diplomacy is taking place with the Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani. I'm very sorry not to be with you. I want to thank Stefano Albertini, Director of Casa Italiana zerilli-marimò, e Presidente della Fondazione Gramsci, Professor Pons. Thanks to the cooperation of these 2 institutions, one private, Casa Zerilli-Marimò, and one public, Istituto Italiano di Cultura, we are able to showcase for the first time in the history 4 prison notebooks of this communist, Marxist, intellectual Antonio Gramsci that was in prisons during the Fascism in Italy. His vision is very important and even interesting today. He was able to understand the dramatic transformation that were taking place in the 30s in the United States through the mass production, so-called Fordism from Henry Ford, and to understand what that really means. Of course, his vision, the Marxist vision, didn't reveal at the end true, but it's important to try to reflect to the ability of a communist intellectual in prison to understand what was going in a place like United States that Gramsci never chance to visit. So I wish you with 2 days of talk, great success, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, even from far away. Arrivederci.
Right. We were going to have a fourth welcome from the Consul General, Fabrizio Di Michele, but he sent me a message this morning saying he's not well and he's sorry he can't be here. So you've got me instead, and Kate Crehan. We're just going to say a few words of introduction to the conference. I think the main thing I wanted to say, since this is the moment when you thank everybody, is to thank all the people who've been involved in getting this organised. Particularly want to thank Nicole Grimaldi, who is not here. Nicole has been doing this entire thing from Toronto. She's an NYU PhD candidate, and she is in Canada, but she's done the hotel bookings. She's made all sorts of arrangements with for the publicity. She has been liaising with you over travel. So big thanks to Nicole. She really has been the sort of mainstay of this organisation. I also want to thank the staff of the Casa Italiana and the Italian department, particularly Julie Canziani, Usame Gunesh, who's been helping in the last few days get this ready. I want to thank the other conference assistants, particularly Sarah Carlina, who has been our kind of on-the-ground person here. Sarah's been a fantastic help. And then also two other graduate students from this department who are helping with the conference, which is Adriana Marenda and Stefano Scandella. So all these people I think are important because we couldn't have done this without them. I don't want to say very much about it. I just want to explain the genesis of this conference. We started, I think, probably in 2022 when Silvio Pons said, would you like to bring the prison notebooks to New York? And I said, yeah, of course, let's do that. As you probably know, some of you anyway, the prison notebooks have been touring the world since, I think, 2015, is that right? I can't remember when it started. Was it 2017 for the 2017, which would, of course, have been the 80th anniversary of Gramsci's death. He died on April 27th, 1937. So there's going to be, hopefully, a big series of Gramsci events in 2027 and 2 years from now, which is going to be the 90th anniversary of his death. While I'm on the matter of dates, I think I would mention that it's now 2025, which means that for me it's exactly 50 years since I started encountering Gramsci. I first read Gramsci in 1975 when I was starting graduate studies at the University of Oxford. I had the good fortune to leave Oxford and not finish my doctorate there and go to Pisa and do it at the Scuola Normale instead, which was a very good move. In all sorts of ways. But I read Gramsci, actually I read the book that was then in print called Letteratura Vita Nazionale, and I had this false impression that Gramsci simply wrote a series of books. And I was given this one because I was starting off doing a thing on comparative literature, and somebody said, read Gramsci. And I did, and I already knew Italian, or some Italian then. And then I decided to kind of devote a large part of my doctoral thesis in Pisa to Gramsci. After that, I got, I think a couple of years later, a phone call from Geoffrey Noel Smith, who said, Perry Anderson gave me your name. He said that you know about Gramsci. Would you like to co-edit this selection of his cultural writings? And I said initially, I don't think Gramsci had cultural writings, because by that time, another anniversary, of course, this year is exactly 50 years since Valentino Geratana made the critical edition, 1975, which, of course, superseded this one that was divided into different thematic notebooks and actually reproduced the notebooks pretty much as they were written. And so I said, look, we should do something more with the Geratana edition. He said, well, no, because we've got this translation, and this guy in America has done a translation, perhaps we can edit it and change it a little bit. So we did that. And then after that, I got very involved in it. It was, I think that came out in 1985. 1987 was the 50th anniversary of Gramsci's death. There was a whole lot of events, including one which I'll mention tomorrow, the Gramsci 87 event in London, organised by Marxism Today, where Stuart Hall gave the keynote speech called Gramsci and Us. And I've decided in my paper I'll make a little pun on that. I call mine Gramsci and US, as a kind of homage to our friend and now dead, late friend, Stuart Hall. And so, from 87 onwards, there was a whole series of Gramsci events. Of course, what's interesting is between the anniversary of Gramsci's death in 1987 and the 50th anniversary, the 100th anniversary of his birth, which was 1991, everything changed in the world. the Berlin Wall fell, the Italian Communist Party dissolved itself. Suddenly there was a kind of deep kind of confusion about what it meant to study Gramsci in 1991. So I kind of lived that transition, and it was very, very interesting, I think. There was a kind of momentary collapse of interest in Gramsci, and then a kind of relaunching, probably sometime around 2000, internationally. So that's something that I just thought I would reflect on as we meet today. So I've been with Gramsci a long time. I haven't been with him continuously for 50 years. I had a long kind of Gramsci break after I'd done all this editing and things and did the Gramsci Reader, which came out, I think, originally in the 1990s somewhere. I didn't do anything on Gramsci. I actually came back to Gramsci in 2015. There's all these things are anniversaries. When I was asked to write a piece about Gramsci for a special issue of Modern Italy on iconic images, and I thought I'm going to take that classic photograph of Gramsci that appears on every cover of his book, this young Gramsci looking very kind of young and beautiful and healthy, and saying it's a kind of massive misrepresentation of what Gramsci really looked like, particularly when he wrote the prison notebooks. You know, he was very sick, he had a disability, he had impairment, physical impairment, you know, this kind of cutting out the head and shoulders was a way of misrepresenting him as this kind of healthy young man. So we deliberately on the poster and on the program for this conference chosen an image that actually reflects what he looked like when he wrote the prison notebooks, which is the one shot in Formia, probably in the beginning of 1935, when he was out of prison and in a clinic. So the conference started, as I was saying, with Sylvia Pond saying, let's bring Gramsci to America, and as an exhibition, and thanks to the Italian Cultural Institute, and I'd like to thank also, although Claudia Pagliara can't be here, we have Alessandra Botta and Silvia Mongardo from the Institute here. So I'd like to thank all of them for having put that exhibition together. I know it was quite a lot of work to do that. And we said, okay, if we're going to have the exhibition, let's do a conference as well. And let's do a conference on the theme of Gramsci in America and America in Gramsci. And that's really the conception. So the 2 days are organized in this way. Today it's America in Gramsci, so Gramsci's writings about the United States, about Americanism and Fordism, and other kinds of traces of Gramsci, connections with American political thought and American scholarship. And then tomorrow it's about Gramsci in America, which is different ways of looking at the diffusion of Gramsci's thought and reception by the left and by the right in the USA since the 1940s. I'm going to start my narrative actually in the 1930s tomorrow. I also want to thank my co-organizer, Kate Crehan, who is here, and I'm perhaps invite Kate just to say a few words of welcome too. I just wanted to say just a couple of things about the practical organization. There will be a coffee break sometime. You'll see it on the program. I hope you all picked up a program. And there will also be a lunch, but the lunch, I'm afraid, is just for speakers. And that will be upstairs in the library at, sorry, I should be looking at the program. You can probably see it. Is it 12:30 or 1? 12:40. Okay, it's 12:40. Thank you. And then we'll resume. I would like to ask everybody who's speaking, and I know I keep saying this to try and keep to time. It's just important when we have so many papers that people, you know, and this is a good Gramscian term, have discipline, self-discipline about being punctual. I'm going to ask the chairs of the panels just to make sure that people do keep to time and pass them these little slips of paper saying, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever. So please, can we all do that just simply for reasons of equity, just to make sure everybody has an equal amount of time to speak and that we have enough time at the end of the panel for a discussion. So I think with that, a couple of other things to mention. We have one absence today, Benedetto Fontana, who was speaking, I think, in the last panel before the coffee break. Is that right? Is not well and can't come. And I think that's the only absence, as far as I know. I did think already mention Fabrizio Di Michele, who is the general consul who was supposed to be speaking now, is not well either, so he's also not here. We have just the other thing about the order of events. We have a film panel at 5:30. These aren't actually films about Gramsci or related to Gramscian themes, but they are films about Fordism, factory production. We've got some films from the Ford archive from the 1920s. About the production line. And also, as you may know, and I'm sure Luca Peretti, who's introducing us, will explain this, the Ford educational project, the educational film, was this massive operation of essentially propaganda, sort of linking Ford production to notions of American democracy and freedom and liberal education. And it was, a big operation of trying to sort of expand, exactly as Gramsci analysed, the Ford production model beyond the factory into a whole series of kind of ideological and cultural operations. So these films are extremely interesting. The first one is silent. We haven't put any music on it. And then we've also got in parallel some films from the Fiat archive, which is now held at the Archivio Nazionale di Cinema Impresa in Ivrea. And these are, Fiat also started making films in the 1920s, promoting its own products, and we put these together. And then we're going to show at the end of this, we're going to insert some other clips of films which are critical of mass production. There's a little clip from Rossellini's Europa 51, where the protagonist tries to work in a factory and finds this very oppressive. We have a clip from Cecilia Mangini's wonderful film, Essere Donne, which is about women workers being supervised by a tempista, a timekeeper. And then we have a piece of a film by... sorry, the name escaped me. The last film is Karl Marzani, who was, as well as having done the first edition of Gramsci's writings, a very small edition in America, was also a film producer. He made left-wing documentaries in the 1940s. So we're going to show one of his films as well. So this is the film program. After the film program, there's going to be a buffet supper for everybody, not just the speakers upstairs. It's going to be a nice catered meal with some wine. So if you can make it to the end of the day, you're going to get fed and given something to drink. So I'd like to ask Kate to come up and say something, and I hope you enjoy the conference. I'm looking forward to hearing all these papers today. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll keep my remarks very brief. And let me just first say, I have retreated behind these dark glasses because a couple of days ago, I managed to fall. I have reached the falling age. And I didn't do any serious damage, but I gave myself a very spectacular black eye. So when I read my paper, I'll have to take the glasses off. But otherwise, I thought I'd spare you the technicolor eye that I now have. So I was very happy when David approached me about being involved in this panel. And I like the fact that David mentioned Stuart Hall's wonderful article, Gramsci and Us, and makes fun of Gramsci in the US, because I think Gramsci, despite having died more than 80 years ago, is a real living presence. And I feel in these really appalling times in which we live, Gramsci just has so much that he can give us, that can help us understand the times in which we live. And I came to Gramsci through anthropology, which is my discipline. And what I became very interested in, and David mentioned that he sort of had some hesitation when asked to edit Gramsci's writings on culture, saying, well, Gramsci didn't exactly write on culture. And it's very interesting because anthropologists, in the Anglophone world, when the selections from the prison writings became available in, I think, 1971, that sort of great volume that introduced Gramsci really in the Anglophone world in a big way, when that came out, many anthropologists seized on it because here, it seems, was a Marxist, but a Marxist who took culture seriously. However, the problem was that what Gramsci understood by culture is rather different than the concept of culture in mainstream anthropology, or mainstream anthropology as it was then. And so I think that, well, I've made argued for many years that Gramsci has a lot to offer anthropologists and those who want to understand exactly how, as it were, inequality classes lived. But he does it through a real rootedness in history and in sort of the way societies change and develop, not through any sort of fixed notion of a culture. Anyway, so for me, Gramsci has been really a kind of guiding light in understanding, as I say, the way that class and inequality is lived. And I feel that sort of even more today, really. So let me leave it at that. And I am really looking forward to hearing these papers over the next 2 days. So thank you all for coming.
One other thing I forgot to mention, there is a program change. So Benedetto Fontana, who would have been the third speaker on this panel now, is not here. He's sent me a message saying he's not well. He has flu and he's worried about not just his own health, but infecting everybody else. So he's not going to be here. So there will be 2 papers in this first panel. The first one is a remote paper. Peter Ives is in Canada. He's going to be here on Zoom. He'll be connecting now. And then the second speaker will be Sylvia Pons. So I think, Julian, we could probably start the first paper now. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much to Kate Crehan and David Forgacs for the invitation, and for everybody involved in organizing this fabulous and very important conference. As David already mentioned, Nicole Grimaldi, and the technical support of Julian Sachs that brings me here via Zoom, as well as the Casa Italiana, who made this all possible. I was very disappointed to hear that Benedetto Fontana cannot be here with us today, as I actually draw on his work in my paper. But I am very honored to be on the panel with Professor Sylvia Pons, and very delighted to be here. Free speech in America has undergone significant development in the last century, but it has changed dramatically since I proposed this paper less than a year ago. The current government crackdown on free speech makes it even more pressing, I think, to ask whether there are resources in Gramsci's writings to help us understand understand and react in our current conjuncture, including my own decision not to cross the border to be with you in person. This was a decision I did not take lightly, as I really wished that I could be there with you in the fine city of New York. However, boundaries that are historically used as a bludgeon against freedom, have become a central weapon in the Trump administration and their deprivation of expression, especially for those who support Palestine and are appalled by Israel's genocide. But it seems even more clear to me that the case of Palestine for the Trump administration is a test balloon. It is a test balloon to see how much suppression it can have on everyone's speech. So as a dual citizen, a US citizen and a Canadian citizen, it is with a degree of poignancy that I deliver this paper, and sadness that I cannot be with you, to reconnect with old friends and colleagues and to establish new ones. But rather, I'm delivering this paper from Treaty 1 territory in Winnipeg in Canada. Of course, turning to Gramsci's writings in times of crises is a common refrain. However, Gramsci rarely mentions free expression in his prison notebooks, nor does he address free speech as we have come to understand it today, especially the US variants associated with the First Amendment. Indeed, there are only 3 articles to my knowledge, and it's great to be presenting at this conference because I'm sure there are scholars here who will correct me where I'm wrong and lead me to the things that I've missed, and especially in the letters. But there are certainly 3 articles, important articles, that Gramsci wrote all in 1917 that discuss free expression, obviously prior to his illegal incarceration in the fascist prisons. In the prison notebooks, he also makes only 2 explicit references to free expression. one in a very important note in Notebook 10, Part 2 on Benedetto Croce, and that's Note 44, which many of you will be familiar with and is discussed widely. I certainly have discussed almost all of the rest of the note, except for this one, sort of the central section about free expression, where he mentions it. And then in another note, also central to his work, Note 12 of Notebook 11. So while Notebook 22, of course, examines Americanism, which obviously, as we'll hear through lots of the fascinating papers in this conference, that it's, Gramsci's not just focused on production processes and technology, but a host of other social and cultural questions that surround them. To my knowledge, he never connects Americanism to the events that were going on in the US concerning free speech around the time. Nevertheless, so despite these seemingly scant references to free expression in Gramsci's work, the paper argues that an account of these references, especially taking into consideration their location within the notebooks, together with his other influential concepts, especially civil society and the state, as well as a host of other concepts, and especially hegemony, can hopefully provide some insights. So this paper actually is the product of reflections from a book that I published, that was published last year, called Rethinking Free Speech. And in that book, I do not mention Gramsci. And for me, this is quite astounding, really, given that much of my scholarly research has been focused on Gramsci's interest in politics and language. So it was no easy feat not to invoke Gramsci and his insights on power relationships inherent in communication and his attention to civil society and how it is structured. Particularly relevant is Gramsci's understanding of the imbrications of state and civil society. As the late Joe Buttigieg insisted so articulately in his 2005 article in Boundary 2, one of Gramsci's important contributions is that civil society is not separate from the state as is often understood in liberal and mainstream scholarship. But Gramsci saw the complex interrelationships between the two. Nevertheless, I understood that for my book, Rethinking Free Speech, if I started to draw on Gramsci's writings, it would change the entire project. And to some extent, looking back on it now, I see that project as very much an examination of what Gramsci would call common sense notions of free expression. So in that book, I do recount how after the January 6th insurrections in 2021, Donald Trump had his Twitter, Facebook, and Google accounts suspended, and he filed lawsuits against these private social media companies based upon his supposedly First Amendment right to free speech. These cases were, of course, thrown out of court for the obvious reasons that the First Amendment applies to Congress or the government of the United States, and these private social media companies are not pertinent. At the time, media commentators and legal experts speculated that this was just a publicity stunt and it was used for fundraising. Now, looking back on it, it seems much more obvious that this confusion and perhaps strategic conflation of what the First Amendment means is at the heart of the contradiction between Trump's declaration that he is a strong proponent of free speech, even the free speech president, while he and his administration use the machinery of government from the FCC and the Department of Justice to ICE and the deprivation of research funding for universities to precisely abridge free speech for anyone who is critical of him and his vision of the United States. So turning to Gramsci's writings, but also the historical sort of root of how the American tradition of free speech was formulated, we can look at the three articles from 2017 and the right to free expression, where he bemoans the lack in Italy of, quote, the love of free discussion in the Italian people. I don't have time in this presentation to tease out the very interesting sort of nuggets of those early embryonic ideas, and I do that in a longer paper that hopefully will be out before too long in an edited collection called Gramsci in Motion. But key here is a consistent theme that free expression is the product of political struggle and is not some sort of natural right or quality inherent in human communication in the vein of other scholars such as Jürgen Habermas and various other positions. So some of his concerns in these early pre-prison writings are clearly embryonic, and in the longer paper, I discuss how he develops and especially transforms these early ideas. But of course, 1917 is an important date, just prior to a whole series of U.S. Supreme Court cases that, according to most free speech scholars, obviously there's huge amounts of disagreement on the details, but the general accepted opinion is that these court cases, especially associated with Justices Oliver Wendell Holmes and Louis Brandeis, form a key part of what we now understand as First Amendment free speech in the U.S. Whether they know the source or not, many Americans are familiar with the famous lines from the 1919 Schenck versus U.S. case that, quote, falsely yelling fire in a crowded theater, end quote, is not speech that is protected by the First Amendment. In that case, Justice Holmes also presents the clear and present danger test that determines when the government is allowed to abridge free speech. In this way, Holmes sets up the important judicial framework whereby some actions, wearing black armbands to protest the Vietnam War or burning crosses, and these are obviously historical cases much later in the trajectory of the jurisprudence, but these are deemed speech, even though they're clearly actions, and they are protected by the First Amendment, whereas Charles Schenck, his distribution of leaflets against the draft during World War I are deemed not speech and not protected, their actions. So this solidifies a quite different framework for adjudicating the boundaries of free speech from the legal traditions of, say, Canada or Europe or much of the rest of the world, where it's not so reliant on this distinction between speech and action. Perhaps more significant is Holmes's dissenting opinion just a few months later in the Abrams versus the United States. Here, Holmes qualifies the clear and present danger test, but perhaps most importantly, he uses the analogy of free speech with the marketplace of ideas. And actually, he never uses that phrase in the decision. What he actually wrote was, the ultimate good desired is better reached by free trade in ideas and the competition of the market. Obviously, this gets rendered as the marketplace of ideas. And certainly in the book and in the longer version of the paper, I discuss how this concept has been so prevalent in what Gramsci would call the common sense understandings of free speech. And I guess I'll say here also that one of the key themes is the way in which the jurisprudence around First Amendment notions that free speech is something that prevents the government from infringing upon citizens or residents, which is different from all these discussions we have of cancel culture and even what Trump was worried about, which was access to realms of the public sphere that's private and controlled by private corporations, and even what a good discussion looks like and the polarization of American society around kitchen tables and social media and all those questions. The question is that's sort of a distinction between the legal principle of free speech. But the thing about the marketplace of ideas is that it's a very intriguing analogy precisely because ideas do not circulate like commodities on a market. If I convince you of an idea, I still retain that idea. When I sell you an apple, I can't eat the apple. That's the whole point of a market. Moreover, markets often produce cheap, less quality goods, and that's what people want. And if you've been to the dollar store recently, it's very abundantly clear, whereas the idea of free speech, even in Holmes's decision, is to produce quality ideas. So especially in the age of social media, I think we need to ask how this market analogy dramatically obscures our understanding of how ideas spread and become accepted. Contributing to what I call the singular conception of free speech was the 1927 Whitney versus California decision, written by Justice Brandeis, with Holmes concurring. What has become known as the counter-speech doctrine, that is, quote, the remedy applied to avert the evil of certain speech is more speech, not enforced silence, has again become incredibly prevalent in American, and I would say worldwide, understandings of free speech. And you hear that refrain, more speech, not enforced silence, applied in many different circumstances. Most recently, and perhaps importantly, Mark Zuckerberg used exactly that argument in arguing why it was that Meta was shifting away its decade-old project of content moderation and moving towards a community notes model and crowdsourcing and sort of this more speech idea. So again, we have the blurring between lines of the question between what we can dubiously label discussions of cancel culture and the constitutional principle of limiting government power. So my analysis draws particularly on Benedetto Fontana's argument that for Gramsci, quote, in the modern age, the age beginning with the English, American, and French revolutions, the defining characteristic of civil society was and is the prevalence of freedom of speech, of thought, of press, and association. Civil society cannot exist without such liberty. And to support this, Fontana quotes this note in Notebook 10, Part 2, Note 44. And he connects that to his broader theme about the democratic philosopher in Gramsci's thought. And I was hoping we would hear those connections with John Dewey in the paper that he was going to deliver at the end of this panel. But I trust that we'll be able to read it in some form before too long. My contribution is to show that Gramsci holds a complex and nuanced understanding of what this free and open form of reasoning and argumentation that we call free speech entails. More specifically, I show that Gramsci does not present a simple linear continuum between individual freedom on one side and social control on the other, unlike the classic arguments that Holmes relies on, where truth emerges through the clash of ideas, of diverse ideas waged by individuals with the triumph of commodities that get bought on the markets. And these ideas are clearly have their roots in the work of John Stuart Mill and his famous chapter 2 of On Liberty, and a longer tradition going back to Milton that my book Rethinking Free Speech goes into, but I will not belabor it here. Gramsci provides a much more nuanced and realistic, I argue, assessment to answer the question, and he poses it in Notebook 11, Note 12. How and why do new conceptions of the world spread and become popular, he asks. Gramsci argues that the, quote, rational and logically coherent form, end quote, of ideas offered in civil society, quote, is important, but far from decisive. It can be decisive only in a subordinate way when an individual is already in a state of intellectual crisis, wavering between the old and the new, having lost faith in the old, but not having yet opted for the new. This, of course, mirrors Gramsci's passage, which has gotten a lot of attention recently, or since the first Trump presidency, in Notebook 3, Note 34, about the crisis in which the old is dying and the new is yet to be born. And of course, the internet meme version of it has this terrible mistranslation. Now is the time of monsters, as opposed to the actual, the actual meaning of it, which is now is the time that where morbid phenomena occur. The key point here is that Gramsci's investigation into intellectual crises, there are many, many factors more than the aggregation of individual judgments, such as the metaphor of the marketplace of ideas suggests. Rather, for Gramsci, his analysis requires conceptual tools, including this complex and dialectical understanding of the imbrications between state and civil society. But also his approach that sees individual speech and expression as always connected to questions of language and power relationships, as well as ideology and common sense. In the longer version of the paper, I provide a deeper textual analysis of this context. But crucial here is that he does, in a certain sense, offer an individualistic notion of free speech. So to quote again from Notebook 11, Note 12, it seems better to leave the task of searching for new truths and better, more coherent, clearer formulations of the truths themselves to the free initiative of individual scholars and scientists. even if they continually put back into question the very same principles that seem most essential. And this is sort of a fascinating passage that, again, I read this note over and over again and had never really lingered on it. The framing there would lead me to argue that this description of individual scholars and scientists might describe not so much free expression, but what we would call today academic freedom. And certainly I do follow the work of and the argument, the analysis of Joan Walsh Scott, Michael Berube, and many others about the notion that free speech and academic freedom might be related concepts, but they are distinct and distinguishable concepts. But the point is that Gramsci advocates individual free expression, but does so in a framework that does not view language as a mere instrument that individuals use to express ideas, but rather an inherently a set of social relations. In other words, free expression must be considered within an understanding of language related to conceptions of the world, common sense, philosophy, politics, that cannot be divorced from questions of power and material interest. As I've argued elsewhere, especially in my now very old book from 2004, Language and Hegemony in Gramsci, in his final notebook, notebook 29, he develops the terminology of spontaneous grammar and normative grammar, and these I argue as well as others. Alessandro Carlucci, actually Franco Lopipero made that argument first, that this is a model for hegemony and how it operates. So by way of conclusion, in these times of in these times it is understandable for us to be cynical about free speech. Scholars and activists like P.E. Moscovich have shown how free speech is indeed obviously used over and over again to shield misogyny, transphobia, white supremacy, and hateful speech. But I think this is not sufficient. Worse still is what I see as a fairly common trend, and I see it in the pages of Jacobin magazine and The Nation, whereby the left is presented as having once embraced properly free speech, say in the 1960s, and then that we sort of lost our way throughout the 90s, and then especially during cancel culture times, and that then finally with the crackdown on Palestinian encampments, and then especially with the affair, the Jimmy Kimmel situation, that we finally re-embraced free speech, and that, in a sense, this is an advocation of this model of free speech that I think we need to take more seriously and be more critical of. So rather, I take it that our job is to do the hard work of engaging of the different meanings of free speech in all its complexity and the changing potentials that we can have on common sense to move it towards good sense and resist encroaching authoritarianism. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Peter. I should also thank in the booth back there is Julian Sachs, who's been liaising with lots of you about technical things. He's really doing all the work in technically supporting this conference. So the next speaker is here in person, Silvio Pons, who is the president of the Fondazione Gramsci in Rome, and really the key person who's helped bringing the exhibition to New York. Silvio's paper is about, the title is Gramsci on Wilson and Lenin, 1917 to 1920. So please welcome Silvio Pons.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me say thank you to David Forgacs and Kate Crehan for the organization of this conference, which I think is a very significant event in itself, and even more so in connection with the exhibition, which is now held at the Italian Institute of Culture. So thank you, really. My paper is about what Gramsci had to say on Wilson and Lenin and the interaction he established between the two personalities in the immediate, in the last year of a Great War and the immediate post-war, he was not unique in identifying Lenin and Wilson as the genuine protagonists of a post-war era, but he had something, some original argument, and I think that particularly the interaction that he established between Wilson and Lenin it is quite interesting, original, also in the perspective of Gramsci's subsequent development in his thinking. The interaction between the two personalities became evident, as we all know, in the aftermath of Wilson's 14 points that provided answers to questions raised by Lenin, such as national self-determination and the rejection of secret diplomacy. But the issue encompassed the entire political and social outlook of the post-war era. Viewing the two leaders as key players of a rupture with the past led to establishing an interaction, as I said, a reciprocal influence and a close competition between these two phenomena, Wilsonianism and Bolshevism, seen as true international vectors of a post-war. Gramsci thus became an interpreter of cross-cutting sentiments and thoughts within the European political and intellectual landscape, which were summarized in the perception of a dualism between opposing visions of a post-war order, an alternative between peace through socialist revolution and peace through liberal democracy. Gramsci's understanding of Wilson quite soon interacted with his endorsement of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. His famous article on the La rivoluzione contro il capitale di Marx, written in December 1917, was not yet an internationalist manifesto, but in a few months he developed the vision of international dichotomy. As early as March 1918, he wrote, I quote, "In the ideal uprising caused by the war, two new forces have revealed themselves. President Wilson and the Russian maximalists." By this term he meant the Bolsheviks, of course. They both represent the extreme logical link of a bourgeois and proletarian ideologies, unquote. He saw the American president as the victor of peace, it's a quotation, but also believed that the historical usefulness of the Russian maximalists would be recognized because, I quote, "history reserves for them a place of the highest order, higher than that of the French Jacobins, in the same way that socialism is superior to bourgeois ideologies," unquote. Then in July 1918, he laid out a horizon of meaning for the new leading characters on the world stage who represented a clear break. I quote, "Lenin and Wilson are the two political geniuses that have been brought to the forefront by the war, and the attention of the best part of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie of the world, respectively, is focused on them and their work," unquote. It was this vision that led him to develop an interplay between Wilsonianism and Bolshevism. In doing so, Gramsci acted as an interpreter of transversal feelings and beliefs. However, he also reflected on the sudden appearance of international stage of political forces that were destined to change the world order in an irreversible manner. He was certainly not the only one to observe this transition, but in many aspects his analysis was somewhat unique. Indeed, he viewed Wilsonianism not only as a religion of humanity, in continuity with Mazzini's thought, but also as a phenomenon revealing a fundamental shift in the center of world power from Europe towards the United States. The project of a League of Nations seemed to him to be the clearest political expression of a dynamic power held by liberal capitalism thanks to American influence. Consequently, Gramsci denounced how deeply the European socialists were influenced by Wilson's myth. The risk inherent in the attraction exerted by Wilson, according to him, lay in the loss of strategic autonomy for the socialist movement, a danger he found evident in its reformist components. Unlike the more radical factions of Italian and European socialism, however, he did not dismiss the Wilsonian project as mere deceit. Rather, he called for an understanding of the real terms of a challenge. The new international dimension created by the war generated unprecedented and irreconcilable global projects. In his opinion, the socialist response could only come from an internationalist perspective. It was essential that socialists view the League of Nations as, I quote, subordinate to the proletarian international because, unquote, its establishment would bring about an intensification of the class struggle. Such an urgency led him to see Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution as the only credible international opposition, even more so after the outbreak of the Russian Civil War and Western intervention to support counter-revolutionary forces. What could challenge Wilson's design, in fact, were not just proletarian internationalist ideals, but the existence of revolutionary Russia and its influence in Europe and in the colonial world. Gramsci stressed how the Soviet state could not be integrated into the liberal capitalist world order and embodied a new internationalist project. By the time of Wilson's triumphal visit to Europe at the end of 1918, Gramsci further clarified his own vision. He maintained that, I quote, the Wilsonian ideology of the League of Nations is the proper ideology of modern capitalism. It seeks to liberate the individual from all collective authoritarian shackles dependent on pre-capitalist economic structures in order to establish the bourgeois cosmopolis, unquote. He also believed that Wilsonianism, as a vehicle for global transformation, was accelerating the crisis of legitimacy of established powers in Europe. The Wilsonian ideology, he remarked, I quote, is anti-Catholic and anti-hierarchical. It is the demonic capitalist revolution that the Pope has always exercised without being able to defend the traditional economic and political patrimony of a feudal Catholicism against it, unquote. The implications of such remarking of a world order could be extended to the European nation-state itself. As the Paris conference started, Gramsci noticed the conflict between two different ideals of peace backed by the two social forces of world bourgeoisie. I quote, Wilson, the politician, finds the opposition of Foch, the general, unquote. But he maintained that the Wilsonian project still heralded, I quote, the supreme revolution of modern society, the genesis of a capitalist unification of the world, unquote. The British-American decision to push for a punitive peace with Germany, which had begun to take form at Versailles during April 1919, represented not just a counter-revolutionary front, but the genesis of what he termed as the hegemony of the Anglo-Saxon bloc in the world. For the first time, Gramsci employed here the idea of world hegemony, which he identified as a form of supremacy that was not solely military in nature, but also based on the expansive force of capitalism. Under the Anglo-American supremacy, he argued, national capitalism was reduced to a subordinate role. I quote, the nation state is dead, having become a sphere of influence, a monopoly in the hands of foreigners, unquote. As such, a world hierarchy that authoritatively disciplines and controls the whole world had been created, a unification of a world that was in many regards artificial, but succeeded in emptying the political sphere of a nation state of any meaning. In such context, the birth of a Third International in March 1919 represented the obvious confirmation of a crucial dichotomy identified in the last year of the war. Gramsci's ideas of a Third International was closely tied to his vision of mass consciousness and of a Soviet state's international role. The news that had spread about the new international created by the Bolshevik along with a small group of European followers was at the time both scant and vague, but its symbolic impact proved significant, and Gramsci reshaped it in his own manner. He warned that the Communist International was not a bureaucratic headquarters of leaders, but rather, quote, a mass historical consciousness and a network of proletarian institutions which themselves give birth to a complex and well-articulated hierarchy, unquote. Only such a consciousness could allow for the new international to oppose the Entente powers, which were effectively the instrument of Anglo-Saxon world hegemony. It's a quotation. Now that the Social Democratic Reich had been incorporated, I quote, into the global economic political system controlled by Anglo-Saxon capitalism, unquote. The failure of the revolutionary endeavors in Bavaria and Hungary dealt a massive blow to the hopes of the Bolsheviks and their supporters. Gramsci's main argument remained, however, that the Bolshevik social and political order could only be defended through the use of force. This conviction can be seen clearly in his remarks on the contradictions apparent in the Treaty of Versailles. Those contradictions emerged not only from the punitive peace against Germany, but also from the effort to isolate Russia. In late 1919, he pointed out to the extreme geopolitical uncertainty of Central and Eastern Europe. Quote, "There lies the cause of the greatest upheaval. There lies the punctum pruriens of the entire organism. It is from there that in the present hour the enigmatic spectre rises on the bloody horizon of our civilization. To claim to bring about peace and order to Europe without ensuring peace in the vast tract of eastern lands that embraces more than half of the entire continent, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, from the Urals to the Vistula and the Carpathians, is more than just an illusion. It is a brazen lie," unquote. In his view, Russia remained central to the destiny of Europe as it had been for 2 centuries. And once the armed conflict was over, quote, "the Russian Revolution took the place of a war, so to speak, as the most dominant and pressing topic currently facing Europe," unquote. The decline of the Wilsonian project was thus a fundamental component of such a vision. The failure of Wilsonianism could well appear as the consequence of an unsustainable world order project, while the defeats of revolutionaries in Europe did not constitute a refutation of a new order envisioned by Lenin. We may even say that the end of what historians call the Wilsonian moment was crucial to Gramsci's definitive understanding of revolutionary Russia as a world power, as he said, as he wrote, which in his perspective meant potentially a new form of statehood and a new hegemonic project. Thank you.
Julian, can we get Peter back on the screen so we can have a bit of discussion? Ti do questo?
Sì.
Non si accende. Ecco, capisco come si fa. No, non è. Si accende. Speaker so large, perhaps you
No, si deve attivare la...
mi sa.
Ah, ok.
Sì, sì, devi spingere quello.
Sì.
Right. So we have more time because, as I said, Benedetto Fontana is not here, so we don't have to go on for an hour of debate. I think what we can do is get a longer coffee break, which might be nice. Okay, good. So, there are two very different papers. Obviously, Peter, you're connecting very much with what's happening today, I think. I mean, there was a historical dimension in the Oliver Wendell Holmes going back to the beginnings of the free speech legislation in the United States, but a lot of it was talking about the contemporary situation. And Silvio's speech was very much a historical take. So I think we could perhaps just take questions from anybody, just address it to whichever speaker you want to. But I would like to open up a discussion about it. So do please come in with some questions and comments. Yes, hello. Somebody's going to pass you a mic. Yeah.
Hi, Joe Francese. A question for the first speaker. Very interesting paper. I'm wondering if you would agree that Gramsci doesn't speak of freedom of expression so much because the freedom in the broader sense is paramount. Reading through the scritti in the Edizione Nazionale through 1918, he speaks of freedom in terms of economic equality and inequality. And economic, I think, I forget his first name, a senior moment. Sometimes you feel when you read things that we're rediscovering boiling water because you've already read it in Gramsci. But he speaks of economic inequality as a limitation of personal freedom. A poor person doesn't have choice the way a wealthy person does. So I'm wondering if you would care to please expand on that, yeah, freedom of expression is important, but it's a subheading under the much broader question of freedom. And you know, to bring it into today, with what is it? What was the Supreme Court decision that made corporations human beings with a right to free speech, so that the wealthier you are, you know, because this country was founded on the principle of one person, one vote, and it's not. It's $1 is one vote, and if you have $1 million, you have which again, they didn't have corporations in 1776. Everything here was a mom and pop. So if you care to go explain that a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. There. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. No. Thanks a lot for the question. And it's a great question. I totally agree with you. I would say that certainly for Gramsci at the time, freedom and his critique of liberal ideas of freedom are crucial and paramount. And you know, I agree with you that there's not a lot to be gained, I think, in asking why he doesn't talk about free expression, because obviously it was not the conversation that we have today. So you know, as David was sort of pointing out, the paper is about bringing Americanism and Gramsci's ideas together, but is a bit of an outlier in that sense. But to me, that actually makes it even much more important, partially because of our discourses today about freedom. And the same, Gramsci's critique still holds, and many of us make it, that sort of liberal conceptions of freedom are inadequate, and one could even say are central to explaining how the frustration over the liberal global capitalist order, capitalist cosmopolitanism, was created such a resentment and frustration that Trump and other populists, right-wing populists around the world have been able to capitalize on it. So I would totally agree with you that we have to think about free expression as a subset of freedom generally, which is also how John Stuart Mill presented it, as well as, I would say, quite often free speech absolutists today will say free speech is so important because it's the first freedom that allows every other freedom, right? So, there's a question of the broader discussion of what freedom means, and I think there's a lot to be said about that. But it's precisely in sort of these contradictions, and even that the sort of Gramsci's attention to economic inequality, which you can say is the broad socialist, response to liberal conceptions of freedom, is centrally important. I guess part of my concern, and I don't go too much of it into in this paper, but I do elsewhere, and I'm sort of just developing it. But I do think a lot of the left, or the progressive left, especially in the U.S., are really adopting a conception of free speech that we get from the institutions like FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, which does, they do defend some important academic freedom and free speech of progressive professors, but they also have a free speech absolutist line and are funded by the Koch brothers, and sort of, so the free speech terrain in politics, especially in the US, but it bleeds over into Canada, puts free expression right in these questions of freedom that you're bringing up. So thanks for the question. I'm not sure if that's clarified it enough, but that's exactly the direction I'm going in.
Thank you. Peter, actually, I have a question for you, and I will have a question for Silvio, but can we just take some more questions also from the audience first? Could you pass the microphone, please? Thank you.
Yeah, following up, Jay Arena, a former colleague of Professor Crehan at College Staten Island. Following up on your earlier question in response to that, how do you see, you were mentioning Jacobin and the Nation and their response to the repression of the Gaza Solidarity Movement and critique of the cancel culture. How does this, what is your critique of their defense of free speech, and what would be the correct Gramscian response to that? I wonder if you could develop that a little bit further.
Yeah, great question. And I don't, there's tons of great work and analysis, especially of the suppression of the encampments and advocations for Gaza in the pages of The Nation and Jacobin. But there's two articles that I can send you, the sort of longer version of the paper with the more textual analysis. But there's sort of this pattern where they totally correctly lay out the infringements of the Trump administration on free speech and sort of point out the hypocrisy, right? So we're on the same page there. But then quite often then there's this equivalency to also the Biden administration did the same, right? And I'm not trying to defend the Democrats or the Biden administration, but most of the implications or the examples, and sometimes they're vague, but are about the social media questions and the Biden administration trying to clamp down on the dumpster fire that is now social media. And to me, this is sort of a symptom of this larger thing. And you do see this sort of sense that, the left was too extreme with this cancel culture, and it's good that we're back to the principles of free expression, right? And so I do think a Gramscian, even the origins of the term cancel culture, for example, Gramsci is always interested in where these ideas, how they circulate, and how this phrase from a 79 or 80 La Chic song that was a love song, "Our love is canceled," becomes this huge social phenomena of cancel culture. And it's sort of fascinating if you think about that a love song where anybody should be able to say, yeah, I don't want to be with you anymore, becomes sort of ironically the catchphrase for forcing people to allow any speech, anything goes, right? Abusive speech. We have Charlie Kirk, who's applauded for being such a great, by people like Ezra Klein for practicing politics as they should be practiced, because he will talk to everybody, even though his talk is abusive and totally one-sided and is not aimed at reaching any sort of productive conclusion. So in there, I would say that, I guess there's a whole bunch of complex issues there, but I think there's this sentiment that, and it sort of comes out of Stanley Fish's pragmatist argument that free speech is just a label, and it's so important that you need to get it on your side. So whatever you're saying is free speech, and whatever the other people are is censorship. And there's lots of evidence where that happens. Even if you go back to the Neil Young and Spotify debate, or all of these controversies sort of bring up these themes, and quite often the question of what free speech is actually referring to is very unclear. So I think that it is this, I guess there's another answer to your question is the what might be a tangential notion that some people on the left argue that the question about social media should be, again, deregulation. And I would say Gramsci would tell us that, yes, you can say that these social media is in the sphere of civil society, but social media would not exist today without the key piece of state legislation from 1996, Section 230, that is in the news all the time. But that exception, which makes social media companies to be not like publishers, not like newspapers or book publishers or TV stations, and not liable for what they edit and gets presented on their platforms, is what enables social media to be what it is, right? And so there, the state is right there. And I do think these criticisms of the Biden administration for trying to regulate social media fall into that trap.
Peter, can I come in with a question for you? Can you hear
Yeah.
me? Can you hear me? Yeah. It's interesting that you point out that Gramsci writes very little or mentions very little free speech. But I wanted to just reflect on the fact that in many ways his whole kind of career as a political activist is marked by repression of free speech. In 1917, he's writing articles in Il Grido del Popolo that get censored. You can actually find in the archive in Torino these censored articles, the original pages. Whole bits are blacked out. And then, of course, when Mussolini comes to power, between 1922 and 1926, you get this gradual curtailing of freedom of expression. Ultimately, the takeover of all the major newspapers by fascist editors. And then when he's in jail, he's constantly having to sort of write through the sort of mesh of censorship. His letters, he has to be very careful how he writes letters. He can only write to family members. He has to communicate with Piero Slafra and Togliatti through this complicated thing of writing to his sister-in-law, who then copies the letters and sends them out. And of course the notebook's a little bit less surveyed, but he has to be very careful about how he writes and has to codify certain names. So in a way, his whole experience as an activist, from when he joins the Socialist Party to his death, is marked by this kind of curtailing of his freedom to write freely. His right to write what he wants. And I wonder if you could just reflect on that. It's not so much what he says about free speech, but the way he lives that restraint on free speech that is in some ways, the Gramsci contribution to our understanding of free speech.
No, I think that's a great point. And it does, I guess it is one of those anachronistic things, because free speech has become something different today than it was then. And obviously those of you who work in the more historical context would say, and I think the answer is that Gramsci's not alone in not talking about free speech. It just wasn't a topic of huge political import. But as you point out, he was such a target of censorship, not only well before he was imprisoned. And so the fact that he then doesn't, and it's sort of interesting, and I don't think it's. I find it fascinating that the free speech absolutists in the U.S. more than once will bring up the young Karl Marx and his critique of censorship as sort of an argument that even Marx was in favor of free speech. And that, obviously Marx also has on the Jewish question, not too many years later, where he critiques the whole idea of liberal individual rights. And so, yes, he's critical of censorship, but that's different from being an advocate of liberal free speech in that more confined way, right? So, I mean, I think there is, and actually it's a point that I think I would incorporate into later versions of this work to talk about what is unsaid as much as what is said, because obviously he is against the type of censorship that he himself was under, but his solution to that was not some type of, let's just have openness, right? Let's just define free speech is the ability to say what you want, right? And I mean, to some extent, I always say that my book on rethinking free speech was not one I chose to write, because my work on language, and whether it's global English or Gramsci's writing on language, language is a social phenomenon. It's a social institution. Quite often, language standardization takes the work of the state. Certainly in the Italian case, certainly my argument is that global English is actually spread by state policy. And so, free speech is sort of a weird concept, because speech is never free. In order to speak, we need to have these larger language constructions, and that's where power lies. And so I thought there was nothing to say, but it was precisely because of all the public controversy over it that I think there's a Gramsci intervention that's needed.
Thank you. I do have one more. I'm going to shut up after this, but I have one more comment because I'm trying to link this also to Silvio's paper. But one thing that we know about Gramsci and internationalism is that he, after obviously the founding of the Communist International in 1919, after Lenin's death in 1924, he's very concerned about the way the leadership of the Soviet Communist Party is handling disagreement. He writes this letter in 1926 to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, expressing concern about the way that they're handling Trotsky and Zinoviev, right? And Togliatti refuses to pass on this letter. So this is a good case, I think, of an early form of censorship. Gramsci wants to freely express his concern about this, and it's not passed on. And of course, as we know, during his imprisonment, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union becomes increasingly repressive, and the International becomes repressive towards various forms of dissent and disagreement. Gramsci doesn't agree with the expulsion of these three members of the Italian Communist Party in 1930 after they don't agree with the so-called the turn, class against class policy. So I think, as we now know, we know better than we did 25 or even 30 years ago. Gramsci is gradually dissociating himself from the line of the Comintern in prison. And so, in a way, this kind of puts into crisis, in some ways, that model of communist internationalism, because instead of being this proletarian alternative to the Wilsonian model of the League of Nations and, if you like, the bourgeois internationalism, it's somehow becoming a sort of solidified into a very doctrinaire model. And I just wondered if you could talk about that kind of decline of the of internationalism and that Gramsci clearly was living in from his prison cell.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's a great question, of course. There are lines of continuity between the young Gramsci joining the internationalist project of Bolshevism and the prison notebooks. But of course, there are also interruptions and fractures. And so my idea is that Gramsci was very much, in a way, after the war, a representative of his own generation, not only a unique personality, as is often studied. The radicalization of young political activists and intellectuals when joining communism. In this sense, and at that times there was a plurality of perceptions and understanding of what was the impact and the horizon of sense of a Russian Revolution in Europe and even outside Europe. And to some extent, I think Gramsci maintained that he was never entirely Bolshevizzato, how you say, Bolshevized. So it's a complex question. For sure, internationalism became, particularly after the death of Lenin, became more and more identified with loyalty to the Soviet state. That was Stalin. I mean, it was already quite clear in 1926 when Gramsci writes his famous letter. So it is not that Gramsci did not dissociate himself from the idea of defending the Soviet Union or, believing to some extent in the construction of socialism. He has this kind. He also participated very actively in the construction of a mythology of a Russian Revolution. But here the point is that he also, and here is the uniqueness of his personality, he also wanted to check what the original meanings would become over time. And that's the profound sense of his clear dissent in the letter of October 26. And he on one side, he agrees with the political condemnation, so to say, of Trotskyism. He doesn't agree with Trotskyism in many ways, but on the other hand, he also denounces what Stalin and Bukharin are doing. He says he uses the word stravince, overreact, overwhelm, which hints also at the use of police method and repressions against the opposition. So in this sense, his idea of internationalism is more connected to the origins, and it wouldn't change in the same way as it happens for all the other communists, including the Italian communists, in the following years. So in this sense, the letter of 1926, the denouncement of not only of Trotsky but also of Stalin and Bukharin, and is losing their own perspective, their own international perspective, it's connected to following this agreement of Gramsci in prison against the famous turn of class against class and social fascism in the Comintern. We know quite well that he was isolated from the party, even in prison, because of this dissent. I would add to this that in the prison notebooks, there are authors who convincingly argue that it is not only Gramsci's dilemmas are not only about the Comintern. They are much about what happens in the Soviet Union. And of course he had poor information, but he had something. He knew something. And this is a very crucial question, even about the prison notebooks.
Thank you. Okay, more questions? Thank you, Sylvia.
Can I speak? Yeah. Hi, I'm Timothy Brennan. I wanted to direct my question to Silvio. It's intriguing, but also shocking in a way that Gramsci would have considered Wilson and Lenin equally to be world historical figures, albeit for the other side. So I'm really just trying to understand the thrust of your argument. Are you suggesting that Gramsci adopted some of the same overestimation of Wilson's effect on world politics as the socialists of his day? Because Wilson, in some ways, represented positive attributes like defense of national self-determination and an end to secret diplomacy? In other words, are you suggesting that, like other interwar Marxists, he overestimated the potential of the United States? An overestimation that's very clear, I think, in historical retrospect, but at the time perhaps was confusing. Is that the gist of what you're trying to argue?
Well, thank you for the question. It's difficult to say. I think that Gramsci had, his main preoccupation was about the popularity, the influence of Wilson in the Socialist Party, because he considered that the attraction of Wilson Smith among the socialists as a way to lose their own political autonomy. So that's I think that's the main point. And besides that, yes, there is. He underlined very strongly, and I presented some quotation, but there are so many writings of Gramsci in 1918, 1919 about the change in world capitalism because of Wilson. So Wilson as an epiphany, as a personality, an epiphany of what is changing in global capitalism. So in this sense, I don't know if it's was it an overestimation. I think he may have overestimated Lenin and the Bolsheviks in many ways because, not only because of Wilson, but also in this dualist perspective, of twofold perspective of post-war developments. That's what I can say.
Yeah, hi. I also have a question for Silvio Pons. Thank you. And I'm thinking about Wilsonianism relative to Trumpism. And my question is, there's a debate about whether we should see Trump as a big rupture with what's come before, or whether he's a continuation of what's come before. And I don't want to take everybody's time, right, but there's different reasons for seeing both of these. So he has a thuggish, militarized assault on everything that has to do with progressive, everything that has to do with rule of law, and anything that stands in his way. And then at the same time, if we're looking in terms of his policies, right before him, Barack Obama was the porter-in-chief. Biden was happy to repress pro-Palestinian protests, and so forth, and so forth. And he's very much a product of capitalism and of Americanism, like Wilson. So do you see Trump and Trumpism as an extension of Wilsonianism, a kind of either reconfiguration or a late Wilsonianism? Or do you see him as something quite different?
Well, thank you for the question, but that should be asked to an expert of American history and politics. In connection with Gramsci, what I may say is that I perceive Trump as an ending, not the only one, but as an ending to the legacy of American hegemony, whatever you mean by hegemony. But certainly, in Gramscian terms, you don't see any longer an idea of hegemony. You see in Trump an idea of supremacy by force, and a very narrow interpretation of national interest, to my mind. So that would be my take on the question.
Thank you. Good morning. The idea of hegemony in Gramsci is the idea of elite or not, in your opinion? And my impression is also in Italy that idea, cultural hegemony, is trying to use by right party. Is correct? This is my impression or not? What do you think about? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we ask David Forgacs what he thinks about. No, I mean, yes, there is. If you mean that there are attempts of appropriation by the right in Italy, not only in Italy but also in Europe and even in the United States, of Gramsci as in terms of understanding of using instrumentally his idea of hegemony and probably with a very poor understanding of what was hegemony for Gramsci. Yes, there are those attempts. There is some, and there are different interpretations. I think in the right intellectuals of the right. But there is also an idea of Gramsci as a purely national intellectual, which is a very old-fashioned understanding of Gramsci. And there is the idea that the hegemony may be a subversive project originated by Gramsci or inspired by Gramsci to current progressive forces. So there are many different views.
I mean, I could just add to that. I mean, we're going to hear tomorrow, there's a paper discussing the appropriation of Gramsci by the right. But I mean, I think most people who've actually read Gramsci would say that this is a kind of radical reduction of his concept of hegemony. It simply gets turned into a notion of cultural influence, which is not what it means in Gramsci. For Gramsci, I think it's a project of class alliances between social groups. So you have a kind of group which uses its influence to get the consent of other groups and build a movement. And what they've done is taken it and said it's simply a question of kind of infiltrating institutions like universities in particular, publishing houses, the media, and putting out your ideas. So this whole kind of Trumpian campaign against woke liberalism says, what they have done, what the left has done, is occupy spaces like the universities. Right? J.D. Vance was already attacking the universities in 2015, saying our enemy is the university. So what they've done is they've said, okay, well, Gramsci's got this kind of rather interesting idea that winning power is all about winning cultural influence, so getting into these institutions. They simply take that and say, okay, we have got to do something from the right, and we've got to do it better. We've got to repossess these institutions. We've got to start, stopping young people from being influenced by these anti-Christian, patriotic ideas, and we've got to kind of somehow instill the other set of ideas and do it from the right. They've had relative success, I think, in pushing that argument. And of course, they've got very powerful institutions behind them now to do that. This links a little bit with what Peter was saying, because obviously those who are not living in the US who've come from outside may not know about this case. You mentioned of Jimmy Kimmel having his show taken off the air on ABC after the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a right-wing activist who had a lot of hate speech, and when he was shot on September 10th, I think, just over a month ago, there was a kind of national mourning by, a friend of Trump, friend of J.D. Vance, by the right. There was a kind of, objection to anybody who said anything that might have suggested something about his killer or, his ideas. So, this kind of sanctification of this right-wing ideologue, was, I think, a good example of how they say, you know, our hegemonic project is being threatened. You know, we have to defend it. So if anybody dares to speak out against it, we can take them off the air and actually cancel their show. Jimmy Kimmel was actually brought back again, but, you know, it's certainly a tendency that this hegemonic project, as they would call it, which is really a very reduced kind of hegemony, it's just sort of, you know, limited cultural persuasion going into certain institutions. They will defend that if that's attacked. So their free speech is sacrosanct, and our free speech is not. So I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, I mean, that is not a Gramscian concept of hegemony, it's somebody else appropriating it. More questions? If not, we can end, I think, early. I think we're probably something like 40 minutes before. We can have we'll think how to rethink this, but you can go upstairs now, have some coffee, some more pastries, I think, that should be left, and we'll rethink the schedule. Okay, thank you very much to both speakers. Thank you so much, people. Okay, we're going to start again a little bit earlier than schedule, and I'm going to just suggest we change the schedule a bit. So I don't know if people want to edit that on their programs. Because Benedetto Fontana wasn't able to come, we finished that last panel early. And I think what I'm suggesting we do is we move things up a bit so we can have a lunch a bit earlier and then start the afternoon panel earlier. So let me just tell you how we're going to do this. It's now nearly 11:30, but I'm suggesting we go probably from now till 12:20 or 12:30, depending on how long that takes. Let's say 12:20, because I was thinking of taking 20 minutes off. So if we start now, this panel will end at 12:20 or 12:25. Then we'll have lunch from 12:25, 12:30 to 1:20. So the main thing is this panel starting now means we'll start the lunch a little bit earlier, okay, probably 12:20 or 12:30. The main thing is there are going to be changes to the first part of the afternoon. So the panel on Americanism, Fordism and Socialism, panel 3, will now start at 1:20, and it will end at 2:50. Okay, 1:20 to 2:50. The coffee break, and I hope there'll be enough coffee next time, sorry about that, will be 2:50 to 3:10. 2:50 to 3:10. And then the round table with Yasmil, Raymond, Ara Merjan, and Thomas Hirschhorn coming in by video message will be at 3:10, okay? And it will end at 4:15 or 4:10, okay? Hope that's okay with you, Yasmil, right. Obviously, I've told Julian that we'll have to start that one earlier. Then I think we'll probably then just go back to the, we can then go back to the panel more or less. We'll start the panel either at 4:15 or 4:30. It doesn't really matter, but it's those early changes after lunch I wanted you to note. So please be back from lunch by 1:20 rather than 1:40. Otherwise, you're going to miss that first panel after lunch, okay? 1:20, panel 3. Thank you. So this next panel is on race and translatability of concepts. I don't know if you want to speak with a chair with a hand mic or from the podium. It's entirely up to you. From the podium, okay. So let me just grab the bio. Can I just grab this list of bios? So we have two speakers on this panel. Kate Crehan, my co-organizer, is Professor of Anthropology Emerita at the CUNY, City University of New York. She has published, I would say, extensively on Gramsci. I mean, I've never written a book on Gramsci. She's written 3, I think, is that right now, which have Gramsci in the title, or at least 2. Gramsci Culture and Anthropology, which came out in 2002. Gramsci's Common Sense, Inequality in Its Narratives, which came out in 2016. Sorry, it's only 2, but then your first, the book you did based on your fieldwork in Zambia, which you did in the 80s, which came out in 1997, mentions Gramsci quite extensively, the fractured community, landscapes of power and gender in rural Zambia. So Kate is an anthropologist and a Gramsciologist, and she's going to speak about race and, sorry, what's the title? Let's give it here. So I can't read the title now. Gramsci and the Chimera of Race. And the second speaker, I won't do separate announcements, I'll just ask him to come up after this, is Brendan Hogan. Brendan Hogan is a colleague at NYU. I haven't got his bio here, actually, have I, Brendan? I don't think I included you in the list of bios, so I'm really sorry about that. But Brendan teaches in liberal studies at NYU. He's also got a long-standing interest in Gramsci. I'm sorry not to put you into the list of bios. I think we'll edit that, and there's actually another person we didn't include, so we're going to redo the list of bios for tomorrow. Brendan's paper is called From Frankfurt to New York to Torino and Back. So please welcome first Kate Crehan.
Okay. The obligatory thanks to everybody for having this opportunity. As David said, so my paper is called Gramsci and the Chimera of Race. And I do actually have an epigraph, and the epigraph is from Ta-Nehisi Coates's Between the World and Me, and but race is the child of racism, not its father. Okay. In his essay on Gramsci's relevance for the study of race and ethnicity, Stuart Hall, both one of the 20th century's most perceptive theories of race in the Anglophone world, and one of its most perceptive readers of Gramsci, is clear. Quote, Gramsci did not write about race, ethnicity, or racism in their contemporary meanings or manifestations, unquote. But while there may not be much about race in its contemporary meanings or manifestations in the prison notebooks, a series of letters between Gramsci and his sister-in-law, Tatiana Schucht, offers some interesting evidence of his denial of race as an ontological category and his insistence on the dangers of racial thinking. These letters are the focus of my contribution to this conference. I want to begin, however, with his rejection of the idea of a transhistorical human nature, a rejection that runs through all his writings, from the early journalism to the final prison notebooks. A passage in one of the late notebooks sums up this position. Quote, the basic innovation introduced by the philosophy of praxis, i.e. Marxism, into the science of politics and history is the demonstration that there is no abstract human nature, fixed and immutable, but that human nature is the totality of historically determined social relations. In line with this, he rejects any notion of biologically based racial determination. Having grown up in Sardinia, he had witnessed firsthand the pernicious effects of northern Italian racism that saw the impoverished South as dragging down the more prosperous North because of the biological inferiority of its inhabitants. Gramsci dismisses this racist explanation. The poverty of the South, he argues in a long note on the emergence of the modern state in Italy, had nothing to do with any inherent Southern characteristics. It was the result of a specific political and economic history. The popular masses in the North, he writes, quote, did not understand that unity had not taken place on a basis of equality, unquote. They did not see that the reality of the North, quote, was an octopus which enriched itself at the expense of the South, and that its economic industrial increment was in direct proportion to the impoverishment of the economy and the agriculture of the South, unquote. Failing to understand this, Northerners believed Southern poverty to be the result of, quote, the organic incapacity of the inhabitants, their barbarity, their biological inferiority, unquote. When reading Gramsci's writings on race, I can't help thinking of Rilke's poem on the unicorn, which begins, quote, "This is the creature that has never been, a creature fed not with corn, but only with the possibility of being," unquote. Race for Gramsci was a similarly imaginary being, which had come into being because certain people insisted that it must exist. He would surely have agreed with the historian Barbara Fields when she writes that race in the US, quote, is not an idea, but an ideology. It came into existence at a discernible historical moment for rationally understandable historical reasons and is subject to change for similar reasons, unquote. For Gramsci, as for Fields, the relevant question is what precise historical possibilities of being, in what precise context, have led to this imaginary creature acquiring such apparent reality? And how might it be exposed for what it is, a mythical chimera? Answering this question is important because while race may not exist, racism, which depends on the belief that race is real, certainly does. As Malcolm X quipped, racism is like a Cadillac. They bring out a new model every year. This seems particularly important in our current moment here in the US, where the ongoing full-scale assault on any actions aimed at addressing the effects of structural racism is underpinned by an implicit, sometimes explicit, assumption of the reality of inherent biological racial difference. It informs, for instance, the late Charlie Kirk's insistence that Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, Michelle Obama, and other successful black women were affirmative action picks. This is a quote from Charlie Kirk. You, that is these black women, do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go and steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously, unquote. All black people, simply by virtue of belonging to the racial category black, were for Kirk, it seems, inherently deficient in brain processing power. The very thought of a black airline pilot filled him with dread. Quote, "If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified," unquote. Gramsci's Gramsci's rejection of the very category race, which he insists is not only imaginary but dangerous, is made clear in a series of letters between him and Tatiana in 1931. Tatiana was the sister of Gramsci's wife, Julia Schucht. During his long imprisonment, she provided Gramsci with crucial support. After his conviction by the fascist regime's military tribunal, he could only correspond with family members. Cut off as he was from the outside world, the letters he and Tatiana exchanged were a vital lifeline. On September the 9th, 1931, she wrote to Gramsci, telling him about a German film she had seen called Two Worlds. Frank Rosengarten's edition of the prison letters provides a brief synopsis of the film. Quote, Two Worlds was produced by a German director, Ewald Andreas, DuPont and was shown in Italy in 1931. It is the story of a young Jewish woman who saves the life of an Austrian army officer. They have an idyllic love affair, but it is a love without a future. Unquote. Rosengarten also includes relevant passages from Tatiana's letters. The message she took from the film, as she wrote to Gramsci, was that, quote, their union was impossible because they belonged to two different worlds. What do you think about it? I really think, however, that the world of each, i.e. of the characters, is different from that of the other. They are two different races. Isn't that so? What do you think? Unquote. Gramsci was horrified, and his response in his next letter makes clear that his horror is not limited to the idea that the Jewish woman and the Austrian man belong to two different races, but extends to the category of race itself. He writes, quote, some of your remarks astounded me. How can you possibly believe that these two worlds really exist? This way of thinking is worthy of the Black Hundreds or the American Ku Klux Klan or the German swastikas. This film must certainly be of Austrian origin, a product of post-war anti-Semitism, unquote. In a letter to Tatiana a couple of weeks later, clearly still disturbed by her apparent racial thinking, he returns to the topic, quote, I'm sorry you still haven't written to me about your point of view on the Jews and the two worlds, and I am sorry that you still have this bee in your bonnet. In what way does an Italian Jew, save for a small minority of rabbis and old bearded traditionalists, differ from another Italian of the same class? He is much more different from a Polish or Galatian Jew of the same class. Unquote. Tatiana, however, sticks to her guns, insisting on the reality of races in her response. Quote, I promised you that I would return to the issue of the two worlds. I think that a gulf between the races actually exists. Certain characteristics are truly typical of each of them. For example, it can be absolutely excluded that the Semitic race has any bent or the least tendency towards the domination of other people, that it has the will to subject, to destroy, massacre, while such traits are typical of their fiercest enemies, unquote. Later in the same letter, she even doubles down on her racial thinking. Quote, just as there exist differences between the social classes, which are deep and unquestionable, so in the same way it is certain that a Japanese or a Chinese differs essentially from the Europeans, and that Semites belong to a world different from that of Westerners. That doesn't mean the latter have the privilege of some kind of perfection all their own, or that we can't build a world in concert with also with the Tatars, Kingesi, Japanese, and others. But who can deny their characteristics and have any doubt about the difficulties of common close existence, of mutual understanding? Unquote. Responding to Tatiana's racial essentialism, Gramsci points out in his next letter that what explains the Jews' supposedly racial characteristics is rather their history in Europe. Quote, the Jews were freed from the ghetto only after 1848 and had remained in the ghetto, or in any event segregated from European society, for almost 2,000 years, and not of their own accord, but due to outside imposition. It should be noted that many characteristics that are supposedly determined by race are instead due to the ghetto life imposed in different forms in the various countries, so that an English Jew has almost nothing in common with a Jew from Galatia. For 2,000 years, the Jews have not had a territorial state and unity of language, culture, and economic life. How could one possibly find in them aggressiveness, etc., unquote. This exchange, of course, took place before the creation of the State of Israel. Gramsci, one feels, would not have been surprised at that state's subsequent belligerence once the Jews obtained their own territorial state with its unity of language, culture, and economic life. As he stresses, it is history, not race, that shapes so-called national characteristics. Earlier in the same letter, he expands on the danger posed by the racial thinking underlying the ideology of two worlds. Quote, "The mitigating remarks that you have made with regard to the problem of the so-called two worlds does not change the fundamental error of your point of view and does not diminish in any way the value of my affirmation that we have here an ideology that belongs, even though marginally, to that of the Black Hundreds, etc. I understand very well that you would not participate in a pogrom, yet for a pogrom to take place, it is necessary that the ideology of two worlds that are impenetrable, of different races, etc., be widespread. This forms the imponderable atmosphere that the Black Hundreds exploit by arranging the discovery of a child bled to death and accusing the Jews of having murdered it for ritual sacrifice. The outbreak of the World War, that's World War I, has shown us how the ruling classes and groups know how to exploit these apparently innocuous ideologies in order to set in motion waves of public opinion. Apparently, while still writing this letter, Gramsci received a further letter from Tatiana. Just now, he writes, I received your letter of October the 2nd, and I realized that it was a mistake to continue this discussion, which could only be carried on in conversation, where the tone of voice and the possibility of correcting and clarifying immediately what has been said prevents misunderstandings and bitterness, unquote. Despairing of convincing his sister-in-law through reasoned argument and anxious not to exacerbate what risked becoming a serious rift, in his next letter, Gramsci sought to lower the temperature. Quote, "Certainly I made a mistake to start an argument. It would have been better to joke about it and pass in review for you the theory of British phlegm, French ardor, German fidelity, Spanish grandeur, and finally Slavic charm. All things that come in handy when writing serial novels or popular film. Or I could have posed the question of how to determine who is the true Jew or the Jew in general, and even man in general, who I do not think can be found in any anthropological or sociological museum," unquote. In other words, the realm in which the category race exists for Gramsci is that of common sense, senso comune, and that incoherent hodgepodge of received wisdom that those living in a particular time and place accept unthinkingly as reality. That is, as Gramsci writes, a, quote, conception of the world acritically absorbed from the various social environments in which the moral individuality of the average person is developed, unquote. He then draws a line under their exchange, writing, quote, "As far as I am concerned, I have exhausted the question, nor will I allow myself to be drawn into such discussions again," unquote. So to conclude, it's undeniable that in responding to Tatiana, Gramsci underestimated the rise in anti-Semitism in Italy. But we should remember that the exchange of letters took place in 1931 and that he had been somewhat isolated from the outside world since his arrest in 1926. More importantly, the fact that he downplays the reality of Italian anti-Semitism is not relevant to the question of whether Jews in Italy or elsewhere, whether discriminated against or not, constitute a distinct race. It is not that he saw such issues as the woman question, the Jewish question, the race question, to use the terminology of his time, as secondary issues that distracted from the real struggle to overthrow capitalism, after which all these secondary issues questions would be resolved. The point is rather that we need to start with history and the specific context in which inequality in all its myriad forms manifests itself. Gramsci's thinking was firmly grounded in Marxism, but his Marxism was never dogmatic. We need to search for the patterns underlying the unruly chaos of human life, while at the same time resisting the temptation to wrest that unruliness into predetermined theoretical boxes. The theoretician's task, he writes, is, quote, to translate the elements of historical life into theoretical language, but not vice versa, making reality conform to an abstract scheme. Reality will never conform to an abstract scheme, unquote. Broad theoretical concepts such as class, the state, civil society are crucial starting points, but their precise meaning can only be determined in the context of particular times and places. His responses to Tatiana's insistence on the reality of separate racial or ethnic worlds make it clear that he did not consider race to be a useful theoretical starting point. Just as one could never get to the root of the poverty of the South by starting from the assumption of some imagined biological racial inferiority of its inhabitants, understanding the anti-Semitism of Mussolini's Italy could not start from the assumption that the Jews constitute a separate race, even if race here is understood as cultural rather than biological. The category race for Gramsci belongs in the realm of common sense. His insistence that despite its apparent reality within this domain, it is nonetheless a chimera, continues to be a useful starting point for any serious analysis of the many racisms that continue to proliferate here in the US and across the world. We should never forget, particularly in the midst of our politically chaotic moment, that, as Ta-Nehisi Coates reminds us, these racisms are the progenitors, not the offspring, of this mythical but dangerous beast race. Thank you.
Sorry, before giving the podium to Brendan, I just apologise again, Brendan. I didn't include your bio. We will try and correct that. But Brendan Hogan, just to check now, is a colleague. He's a clinical professor in liberal studies at NYU. His research is focused largely on pragmatism, on Dewey and Putnam. His publications have been in this area. The one essay by yours, which I have read recently, is Pushing Social Philosophy to Its Democratic Limits, which came out in Contemporary Pragmatism in 2021. So please welcome Brendan Hogan.
Thanks, David, and thanks to you and Kate for organizing and all the work and workers that have gone into making this conference possible. This paper finds its origin in the United States geographically, and in particular, the historical reception of Marxism, and in the even narrower context of philosophy and political theory in its instantiation in higher education and its theoretical production. My main touchstone is what I judge to be an outsized influence of one particular stream of Marxism, considering the various options available, and in particular, in light of the popularity of Gramsci from the early 70s onwards in various other disciplines. Various historical contingencies help to explain the presence and influence of Frankfurt School critical theory in the United States, including the exile of the Institute for Social Research and the university in exile at the New School for Social Research, as well as the influence of Hegel via German emigres, most famously in civil society with the establishment of the St. Louis Hegelians, and the exchange of scholars with Germany who would be present at the founding of doctoral education in philosophy at Johns Hopkins. The additional weight and presence of German thought through Kant and Hegel in the philosophical tradition no doubt bears some responsibility as well. However, the trajectory of Frankfurt School critical thought has taken some interesting turns as of late, away from the philosophical and sociological work of one of its most famous practitioners, Jürgen Habermas, who interestingly proclaimed himself in the early 90s as the last Marxist in that tradition. His earliest work on the structural transformation of the public sphere up until the early 1970s in Legitimation Crisis reflected Habermas's self-identification. However, his sociologically and linguistically inspired conclusions exhibited in the theory of communicative action took a decidedly anti-historical materialist turn in favor of systems analyses and meta-theoretical foundations of communications of a transcendental or Kantian sort. The turn to a more universalistic moral communication theory that he rooted in the development of normative structures vis-a-vis the material historical processes of social reproduction unmoored Frankfurt School critical theory from its traditional Marxist roots. Specifically, aside even from the establishment of ahistorical criteria grounded in communicative action, Habermas shifted attention away from the political and economic class struggle of a subjugated proletariat. Rather, he set forth a notion of society so functionally differentiated as to diffuse the whole program of worker-led emancipatory struggles that would aim at the site of labor and material reproduction as the locus of an overall transformation of society. Nevertheless, it must be noted that some remnants of the original aims of Horkheimer and Adorno to develop a critical theory composed of the twin pillars of a theory of social reality and normative utopian vision remain in this shift. Habermas concluded that the dominance of instrumental reasons steering society through money and power had led to a colonization of the life world by this system. Communicative freedom in a public sphere, then, to articulate popular will based upon a wider notion of reason that included criteria such as ethical and moral considerations, alongside the dignity of human individuals to author their own lives, increasingly became the vantage point of critique with respect to fostering a democracy not instrumentalized by the calculative rationality of economics, nor domination in the forms of subjugating others for one's self-interest. As Habermas then turned to first developing the moral theory that follows from the theory of communicative action in discourse ethics, and following upon this a full-blown theory of law based upon the sociological picture of a functionally differentiated society in capitalism, the movement away from the explanatory Marxist architecture that funded the original Frankfurt variant seemed to many to be complete. Recent work in the third generation of Frankfurt School critical theory has in fact drawn upon various sources to reintegrate the critique of capitalism as central to continuing that tradition via a corrective to the Kantian meta-theory of communicative action, in Hegelian insights, in a more historicized notion of rationality and recognition as reconstructed by Axel Honneth as providing an entry for more Gramscian reflections upon the interplay of social structures, intellectuals, and hegemony. In Rahel Yegi's work as well, there is a departure from the bifurcation of moral universalism and ethical life produced and defended by Habermas. The question of critique is returned to its imminent location by Yegi vis-a-vis the practices and language that gives rise to and define a form of life. In this, the dislocation of morality and justice from the specificities of different cultures in favor of the norms Habermas articulates is repaired in Yegi's formulation with a reliance on a theory of practices that takes MacIntyre, Dewey, and Hegel as touchstones. I rehearse these details in this broad sketch that may be familiar to many of you to introduce the main protagonist in my discussion, Nancy Fraser. If Frankfurt made its way to New York, it is here that I would argue that she leads a path to Torino and to Gramsci and back and beyond. If Hanath and Yegi return critique in this particular tradition to its eminent historicist locus and away from the Kantian transcendental turn introduced by Habermas, without continuing in any robust sense its Marxist inflection, it is Fraser who actually advances a critical theory in conversation with the theoretical advances or reminders of the diagnosis of the present with Gramscian vocabulary and analysis that aim to fulfill the original goals of Marxist critical theory in its Frankfurtian guise. In the next sections, I will proceed by highlighting some of the ways in which this is present, both overtly and in various theoretical moves that she makes, including the question of grammar and translation and her increasing privileging of the concept of hegemony, and close referring to her most recent work with respect to developing a common sense through the concept of labor. In receiving the invitation for this event, I was in the middle of writing a paper about Nancy Fraser's work. In returning to her earlier work, I was encountering her arguments for the first time since I had undertaken any serious reading of Gramsci, and was struck again and again by the resonance of her arguments with respect to hegemony and common sense, and the role and importance of language and translation that they play in forming, using her language, a Zeitdiagnose with the attendant prescriptive. In addition, and perhaps most importantly, as Kate just reminded us, and at the Italian Cultural Institute the other night, of Gramsci's articulation of the insight that reality outruns our conceptual formulations, our ready-made schemata for organizing reality, and thus we must reconstruct our theoretical apparatus in accordance. Fraser has been engaged in ongoing reformulation and reconstruction of the lessons of Marx in ways that track novel formulations of social reproduction, political economy, and the legitimation of the capitalist world system. Of course, Fraser occupies a not too distant space on the critical map from Gramsci in offering her analyses of global systems of social and economic reproduction, but she introduces additional axes in the reconstructive spirit of Gramsci's comment on schemata by which to unpack the present, both theoretically and empirically. Specifically, her long engagement, along with others, in addressing a perceived lacune in Marx's work regarding the role of women's labor in social reproduction, and indeed in her earlier work, What's Critical About Critical Theory, the Case of Habermas and Gender, collected in Unruly Practices from 1989, she had already created some distance from the Frankfurt tradition by taking Habermas to task for the ways in which his sociological theses regarding the split between system and life world rested upon uncritical acceptance of various gender archetypes that remained unthematized and that nonetheless permeate the function of both systemic and life world reproduction, highlighting the way that Habermas's famous distinction operated to the occlusion of the interimbrication of these two spheres opened up the space for a different critical theory. Her work extended this critique in Habermas's enlistment of a public sphere of discursive will formation for the ends of democracy under such conditions. Habermas's ideal type of communication, reconstructed in his Habilitationsschrift, The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere, is enlisted as a central feature of his theory of democracy up through a recent restatement a few years ago after the initial work which Adorno begged off from directing. First, in Rethinking the Public Sphere, which was published soon after the English translation of Habermas appeared, Fraser offered a critique of the liberal assumptions packed into the text, quote, rebutting the liberal view that it was possible for interlocutors in a public sphere to bracket status and class differentials, and instead claimed, quote, that the proliferation of subaltern counterpublics could enhance the participation of subordinate strata in stratified societies. Secondly, 2 decades after this critique published, she revisited and revised her earlier critique as too beholden to the, quote, national territorial understanding of the Westphalian frame. In Transnationalizing the Public Sphere, as Peter Ives has noted, Fraser directly addresses the issue of translation for the first time in one of its multiple senses, that of translation between different languages. Her recognition, however, is one that results in further questions for Ives and that highlights the political and highly differentiated conception of language, translation, and its relation to power in Gramsci's work, additionally highlighted by Franco Lopiparo and others. While Ives appreciates Fraser's recognition that, quoting Fraser, insofar as public spheres are monolingual, how can they constitute an inclusive communication community of all those affected? Conversely, insofar as public spheres correspond to linguistic communities that straddle political boundaries and do not correspond to any citizenry, how can they mobilize public opinion as a political force? Likewise, insofar as transnational political communities such as the European Union are transnational and multilinguistic, how can they constitute public spheres that can encompass the entire demos? Finally, insofar as transnational publics conduct their communications in English, which favors global elites and Anglophone post-colonials at the expense of others, how can the opinion they generate be viewed as legitimate? Close quote. Ives responds, quoting, her call for the creation of new transnational public powers and their accountability to new transnational public spheres does not address in which languages they are to operate except for a vague reference to translation. But she does not reinsert the specific language back in and ask, as Gramsci does, who requires a common language and why, and how are they going to speak? That is to say, what will their language look like and how will it be formed? I think this last question of how is a fair critique and one that requires an answer. There is no doubt that the work of Ives, Derek Boothman, Rocco Laporte, Franco Lopiparo, and many others would help fill out the roles in which translation from a Gramscian perspective would help in answering this question. They make the case and marshal textual evidence that for understanding Gramsci, there is a kind of interpretive key in the concept of translation, and that there is something fundamental to the agency or philosophical anthropology of human beings that makes translation and its various senses a kind of expansive and ontological characterization of our species. In Fraser's work since writing Transnationalizing the Public Sphere, and even in earlier work, I do think that she offers the analysis she offers include a normative basis of a counter-hegemonic theory of global justice, responding to Ives' question of who requires a common language and why. But the question of how remains, even if there is a sense in which her most recent work can be cast as an effort in this direction once the concept of translation is widened. Grammar is also a key aspect of Fraser's work. In the book from which the above quote was taken, Scales of Justice, she undertakes a reconstruction of the concept of justice in political and moral philosophy, as well as international relations, taking specific aim at the grammar in which the concept of global justice is framed. In her attempt to address this, she takes aim at what she refers to as the grammar of justice, as it is established via the North Atlantic hegemony of the world system. In her critique of the frame and grammar of justice, it is true that she does not enter into the depth exhibited in Gramsci's notebooks as to the characteristics of language, the varieties of grammar, or the attendant complexities with respect to how the will of the people can be formed in common, detailed in the works of the aforementioned authors. However, I do think that from Fraser's perspective, the kind of combination of description of the frame in which international justice claims are set and the current state of global capitalism contributes to dismantling any remnants of that what was dominant in terms of how justice functions and with respect to who, as a reflection of hegemony, and can be thought of as an expansion of Gramsci's original sense of a normative grammar binding the Westphalian Keynesian system. Under the current conditions of financial capitalism and the attendant border transcending capital and power flows, she writes, quote, "Our familiar theories of justice offer little guidance. Formulated for context of normal justice, they focus largely on first-order questions. What constitutes a just distribution of wealth and resources? What counts as reciprocal recognition and equal respect? What constitutes fair terms of political representation and equal voice? Premised upon a shared grammar, these theories do not tell us how to proceed when we encounter conflicting assumptions concerning moral standing, social cleavage, and agency of redress. Thus, they fail to provide the conceptual resources for dealing with problems of abnormal justice, so characteristic of our present era. Here, a distinction between abnormal and normal justice, taken from Kuhn via Rorty, put against the backdrop of changes in the regime of accumulation, throws into relief does the work of highlighting her understanding of the specific relationship between grammar and power. However, it does seem only to raise again the question of the role of translation in this transnational context. An additional, more general question arises, however. Is the reconstruction of the grammar of justice endogenous or a propedeutic for translation? Or is critique a kind of translation itself from a Gramscian perspective of the existing dominant patterns of language habituated into common sense laid bare in all its several instantiations across peoples? Is it a precondition for establishing a new common sense, or better, is it one of the ways through which common sense is formed? I ask these questions as Gramsci's investigations into translation and translatability give it a much wider purview than even those passages where Fraser refers to the efficacy of the will of the people to determine political outcomes as a translation in her work. This extended sense ties it to the larger significance of translation referenced above. This significance is perhaps most relevantly explored for a discussion of Fraser in Translation and Marxism by Rocco Laporte. Laporte answers the questions above in the affirmative, specifically with respect to the permanent dialectical construction of a new collective will through the translation and translatability of different global contexts and languages, out of which, quote, a worldly unified international political force, close quote, could emerge. The activity of establishing this amid such varied national struggles composed of identical and different elements, Laporte concludes, sets translatability at the heart of creating a new hegemony, establishing, in Gramsci's words, quote, an organic unity between theory and practice, intellectuals, classes, and popular masses, rulers, and ruled, close quote. Laporte concludes that this is, quote, organically attainable only by intellectual politicians theorizing and practicing translatability through thoroughgoing translation, close quote. If Fraser exhibits a Gramscian recognition of the connection between grammar and common sense at the level of the global system of social and economic reproduction, recent work can be seen as a direct reconstruction of political theory in the same direction. The analysis she provides in Cannibal Capitalism and an unpublished manuscript delivered in several venues recently directly takes up the connection between grammar, common sense, and counter-hegemony on the way to establishing a new hegemony under the common rubric of labor. While the question of how a transnational public sphere exists without spelling out the particular common language remains to be addressed, one can see Fraser's work since the critique of the national public sphere as an attempt to articulate the groundwork for the common language that Gramsci calls for, at least at the grammatical level. In an unpublished paper, Three Faces of Labor, she specifically addresses what might be seen as the retro character of reintroducing labor as the common and undergirding arch category most fundamental to explaining the contemporary system, and yet not excluding other normative claims of categorical-based oppression. Rather, in what may be called an attempt at assembling a counter-hegemonic reminder out of counterpublics, she dispenses with the baggage of what may be seen as an outworn productivist notion, situating gender and race within the systemic frame of cannibalistic capitalism. In a sense, she is trying to unify the differences of the normative claims of each to the fundamental identity out of which they grow and are sustained in our current context in Laporte's sense above. How translation works in her call to maintain but radicalize a notion of institutionalized communication that lends a pathway to justice for those marginalized remains to be articulated from this perspective of translatability. The role in which she articulates the role of hegemony in diagnosing the present, with increasing reference to Gramsci in her works, points towards a possible response. Specifically, her attempt to unify disparate elements of critique from several counterpublics and social movements under the category of labor as mentioned above. Hegemony has been a key concept for Fraser since her earliest work, and I turn now in closing to just highlight that it is accompanying her theorizing since her earliest essay invoking Gramsci, Structuralism or Pragmatics, which was a critique of deconstructive political theory in the 1980s. Hegemony, and just to give you a sense of Fraser's notion of hegemony, hegemony is the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci's term for the discursive use of power. It is the power to establish the common sense or doxa of a society, the fund of self-evident descriptions of social reality that normally go without saying. This includes the power to establish authoritative definitions of social situations and social needs, the power to define the universe of legitimate disagreement, and the power to shape the political agenda. Hegemony then expresses the advantaged position of dominant social groups with respect to discourse. It is a concept that allows us to recast the issues of social identity and social groups in the light of social inequality. She goes on that the notion of hegemony points to the intersection of power, inequality, and discourse. However, it does not entail that the ensemble of descriptions that circulate in society constitute a monolithic and seamless web, nor that dominant groups exercise an absolute control of meaning. On the contrary, hegemony designates a process wherein cultural authority is negotiated and contested. It presupposes that societies contain a plurality of discourses and discursive sites, a plurality of positions and perspectives from which to speak. Close quote. Up until her most recent work, Fraser reiterates this particular understanding in a text I only recently became aware of after following the above-mentioned resonance. In an essay entitled "The Old is Dying and the New Cannot Be Born" from 2019, she enlists her understanding of the concept of hegemony as indispensable means to analyze the current crisis of hegemony in, on the one hand, the reactionary neoliberal hegemony in the figure of Donald Trump, who she refers to as the poster child for this crisis, versus the progressive neoliberal hegemony crystallized in Barack Obama's presidency. But the question of how remains, how to translate the translatable among differences, seemingly foisting us back upon Gramsci's colleagues' ever-present question with respect to these philosophical reflections, what is to be done? However, if the battle for a new hegemony eviscerated of all the forms of domination that Fraser addresses, specifically race, class, and gender, is to ascend, then her reframing of a normative grammar of such a new hegemony at least recognizes several indispensable elements given the current conjuncture. The institutionalized inclusion of a subaltern that speaks, recognized in its particular difference, but nonetheless tied into a we through labor, and a grammatical reframing of dominant systems and their discourses in order to establish a common sense, in transforming the transnational flow of power and its immiserating effects. I do not intend this paper as a defense of Fraser's positions, though I find much that is compelling, but as a representation of the potential fruitfulness of continuing the reconstruction of our collective Gramsci inheritance with the aim of addressing our normative grammar, translation in its multiple senses, and what an even deeper dialogue between traditions with a common root, reminding one of its systems critique and class struggle character with the help of a reconstructed Gramscian lens. Thanks.
And
yeah, sorry. No, it doesn't matter. Just go. Do you see the on-off switch is on the top? Yes. Okay. I'm not going to chair every session. I don't want to be the factotum for this conference. In fact, after this one, I'm going to just take a back seat till I give my paper tomorrow morning. But I just wanted to thank both speakers. I want to maybe open up a discussion on all this. I mean, if I maybe start with Kate and have a question to you and then a question to Brendan. As you say, clearly Gramsci resists the notion of biological races and racist essentialism. He historicizes the category. One thing I would just add to that, which you didn't mention, but I know you know about, is that this is actually a kind of three-way correspondence with Piero Sraffa. For those who don't know this, and I know a lot of you do, when Gramsci writes his letters in prison, he's only permitted by the prison authorities to write to family members. So he can write to his wife, and he can write to his sister-in-law, and he can write to his family in Sardinia. But he can't write to Togliatti in Moscow. He can't write to Piero Sraffa, who's a Communist Party sympathizer in Cambridge in the UK, an economist and a friend of Gramsci since he was in Torino. So what he does is he writes letters to Sraffa, or directed also to Togliatti and to Tatiana, and it's clear from some of the content of the letters this is meant to be passed on to Sraffa. So she copies out the letters and posts them to Cambridge in the UK, and then he writes back to Tatiana, who's obviously outside the jail, and receives the letters, and then she copies Sraffa's writing and sends them to Gramsci. So it's actually a three-way correspondence. And Sraffa engages in this debate that Kate was reconstructing, saying to Gramsci, well, you're right that these, I broadly agree that there's no such thing as biological race, obviously. But look at what's happening in Europe, right? This is, 1931, he writes these letters. January 33, Hitler's coming to power. 1938 in Italy, a year after Gramsci dies, the fascist government introduces racial legislation, directed principally at Italy's Jews. So, things really take a policy turn and a racist turn in Italy after Gramsci dies. I think you correctly said that this was happening, but it doesn't change Gramsci's critique of the biological racist concept. But as I say, if you bring Sraffa into the picture, he's kind of saying to Gramsci, well, look, Tatiana is onto something here. There is something going on in Europe that, that you need to know about. So I don't know if you want to say something about that. I mean, one of the critiques of Gramsci on race has been that he kind of comes out of that Marxist universalist tradition, which is also Marx on the Jewish question, of course, which is saying, that really, race is simply, it's kind of 19th century racial biology, 19th century construction. We've got to supersede that, and obviously it doesn't exist in classes. People will form class alliances which have no basis in any kind of racial category. And I wondered if, you might comment on that, because one of the things that some commentators have said on this, Francesca Izzo, who wrote an important essay in this correspondence, says, that Gramsci also has his limitations, really. I mean, he's so wedded to this universalistic model of, transcending any kind of, conflict that is not class. He misses some of the points that you're actually touching on, that, race may not exist as a biological entity, but it certainly exists as a category in discourse and in policy. And of course, then people internalize it and claim they belong to races. So, it's slightly more complicated than the picture that he gives in his universalizing account. And I wondered if you want to comment on that first.
Sure. I think that I just feel this really basic. I mean, going back to the Tanisi quotes, that race is the child of racism, not, the other way round, is absolutely crucial. And I think that I feel actually this sort of criticism of Gramsci as falling into that kind of, there's only the class struggle and everything else will be sorted out when that's sorted out, I think is wrong. I think he is really interested in how these complicated ways that like gender and racial ideas actually operate in society. But I think what I think is useful and important in what he's saying is this absolute insistence on denying that there is this kind of, as I say, ontological category of race, that there is something that means that, the Supreme Court Justice Jackson Brown is black and therefore has certain characteristics. This is so the actual sort of power of these ideas exists within common sense. And that is what sort of, that's the domain where they have to be critiqued and attacked. And it's certainly true that Gramsci was, to some extent, was not aware, but certainly didn't appreciate the development of anti-Semitism in Italy and elsewhere. But I think that his way, or I think were he to have known more about this, were he to have written more about this, I think his analysis would have been more about the way these ideas are generated, rather than sort of taking them as any kind of reality. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there'll be some, I can see some colleagues and friends here who might want to intervene in this discussion, so thank you for that. For Brendan, thank you, I really appreciated that. I think brilliant kind of critique of Habermas and rethinking of things through Fraser. I just wanted to pick up this thing about hegemony and discourse, because you did quote this or refer to this book by Franco Lopiparo, I never know if it's Lopiparo or Lopiparo. What does he call himself? Lopiparo. Piparo. Okay, Lopiparo. Thank you. Could be either. It's one of these.
I said it both ways.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, Gramsci says, you know, one of the things he says about the people is they don't know how to stress Italian words because they speak a dialect. So, you know, anyway, I don't have this excuse. But in relation to this, so Franco Lopiparo wrote a book that came out with, I think, La Terza in 1979. It's called Lingua Intellettuali e Egemonia in Gramsci, Language, Intellectuals and Hegemony in Gramsci. And he uses the fact that Gramsci's professor of linguistics, Matteo Giulio Bartoli, had an idea of kind of diffusion of languages, which he says, you know, Gramsci very much develops his model of hegemony on the basis of how languages get disseminated. You know, you have a prestigious language, which would be a national language, and ultimately through its control of state power, you know, it becomes the dominant language, and therefore it diffuses its prestige to those who don't use it. Now, you need to remember that Gramsci was in jail between 1926 and 1934, and then, you know, in clinics. Most Italians didn't speak Italian as their primary language; they spoke a local dialect. And Gramsci, of course, you know, grows up speaking sardo, but goes to school and learns Italian and so on. So, you know, this linguistic situation is important because he's constantly saying in the notebooks, you know, it's very important to valorize dialects because they're part of people's identity and they, you know, much richer in people's kind of personal formation to use a dialect, but they also need to know the national language. They don't use the national language. They're cut off from access. You know, they're geographically limited. They're limited to the purview of their own little area. So, you know, if you want to acquire some kind of cultural and political power, you have to learn the national language. And sorry, I'm going a long way round, but just to say, for those of you who don't know that, that's basically the Lopiparo argument. Now, one of the questions I have about this then is, you know, how do you create a sort of international community when you have, you know, this fracturing into different languages, you know, and of course you mentioned the European Union, you mentioned, you know, you could mention the UN, which of course has its official languages are those of ones, you know, essentially ones which are either the former colonial powers like, you know, England and France, or were a, you know, large geographical area where there's a shared language like Arabic. You know, obviously an Italian is not one of the UN languages. So I think my question about this is really to say, you know, how would you create this kind of community, which is a genuine kind of, you know, community, not in the kind of Habermasian limited sense, with the linguistic reality that, you know, we operate with now? If you can try and address that.
I think there might be some clue with respect to what you say was sort of Gramsci's instruction or teaching about people's local dialects, nonetheless needing to learn the national language as a, you know, political power issue. You know, I wouldn't go so far as to suggest that, you know, Gramsci would be for the sort of a lingua franca of English, but given the conjuncture we're at, English is sort of the way to a kind of power that people who can't speak it feel very excluded from and don't have access to. You ask how can we do that? It seems to be both systemically and kind of organically happening with respect to the power of English and the spread of English. You know, whether or not that you judge that to be a good or a bad thing, it certainly seems to be an empirical fact. So then the question would be, do we emphasize that as a path to political power or not? You know, I feel very mixed feelings about this. My partner's a translator, and I can hear her saying, "Of course not," right? She's very much in favor of multilingualism, but it does mean that in the current conjuncture, you are excluded. So it's happening, and increasingly, translation and translators are addressing this through taking up different ideals of translation, like militant translation, activist translation, political translation, and this has been going on for a couple decades now, but it's really gained a foothold. I think it's one way in which you don't just accede to the sort of power of English as a global language, but it does recognize that as part of the movement of resistance against sort of capitalist hegemony, you situate yourself, for those who are bi or multilingual, in the space between, these dominant systems of power and their expansion, and groups that don't speak English, to facilitate that translation. It still doesn't bring the people who don't speak English into the conversation in the same way, but that's just one sort of empirical example I think of in terms of a social movement that's trying to address this.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, so there are some microphones around, so please do pass them around. Yes, there's a question at the back.
I'm Christina Heatherton. Thank you very much for this panel. I wanted to thank Kate, first of all, for drawing on the letters as a really important source of evidence for thinking about Gramsci's thinking on race and racism. I think this is an important addition to the incredible work that Marcus Green has done, in addition to Joseph Buttigieg, on translating Gramsci's thinking on subaltern social groups. I think that there is a lag in critical theory that really draws from where you started, Stuart Hall's idea that Gramsci didn't write about race and racism, and therefore we have to project onto Gramsci's writings rather than think through him. So in that respect, I was actually quite surprised, Brendan, that you drew on Nancy Fraser for this conversation. Fraser, of course, has thought about racism and capitalism by making exploitation and expropriation distinct and discrete processes, with racialization belonging to the former and not to the latter. A thinking that is both at odds, I would say, with Gramsci's writings, as well as Marx's, as well as Du Bois', as well as Frederick Douglass's. And this is something that I have published openly as a critique of Fraser's work. So my question to the panel is, how do you both think that new translations of Gramsci on issues of race and racism are shifting debates in critical theory, and what work do you think remains to be done?
Okay. Well, this is a sort of area I'm not terribly familiar with in a way, but I think that what is necessary, what would be really useful, and this is me because I'm an anthropologist, so I tend always to think ethnographically, I think is really just exploring what this means in actual sort of lived reality, actually looking at how people are using concepts, what concepts they're using. I mean, going back to the Malcolm X quip, what kind of racisms do we have, and how actually are they being lived by different people. So that would just be one way, I think, that Gramsci's approach and Gramsci's perspective could be very, very productive in just looking at all the incredibly varied and shifting ways that these different concepts get used.
Yeah, just quickly, in terms of introducing Gramsci into the discussion in a more robust sense, I think that one of the things I mentioned in the opening is that philosophy departments, higher education, don't teach Gramsci as, say, a philosopher of language or a philosopher of translation. There aren't courses on Gramsci in 99% of graduate programs in the United States. So there's no institutional space for this being part of what you study. Some people come across Amartya Sen's article, which talks about Sraffa and Gramsci and Wittgenstein, but that hasn't quite taken hold yet. I do think that in Rahel Yegi's work, when she moves critique into the question of forms of life, very close to Wittgenstein, I think there are openings there to sort of bring in these, Gramsci, but it remains to happen. That at an institutional level of what kind of discourses are acceptable with respect to critical theory. I think Gramsci is sort of sidelined as a bit political because not really understood and frankly not read in the majority of philosophy departments.
Yeah, this is a fascinating panel. My question is to Kate, and your application of Gramsci to analyze race, that it operates within this realm of common sense. But racism is real, and we have to place it in historical context, geographic context, to understand how it operates. And then conversely, there's an anti-racist politics that we have to take seriously, that it's not this, apart from capitalism, it's central to the anti-capitalist fight. But then we have, you mentioned Barbara Fields, Cedric Johnson, Adolph Reed, that also have a real critique, operating from a Marxist Gramscian tradition, of how contemporary anti-racist politics, kind of promoted like people like Ta-Nehisi Coates, often really operate as a class agenda to promote the interests of more privileged layers among the oppressed group. And you have people like Coates, who is sympathetic to Zionism at one point. To his credit, he's kind of shifted. So my question is, what would be a Gramscian, from your perspective, a Gramscian a critique of contemporary anti-racist politics?
I'm not sure at all. I think that what I appreciate about Gramsci is the extraordinarily rich and nuanced and multifarious understanding he has of class. So I think that it's not, the fact that for Gramsci we don't have these kind of like separate strands of kind of class, race, gender, which we then knit together, but we have one reality in which those strands are already entangled, and the task is to see how they are operating. And I think that he certainly, I really appreciate Ta-Nehisi Coates, and I think it's true that when he didn't know nearly so much about Israel, he was made some unfortunate, what was quite pro-Zionist, or not pro-Zionist, but he was sympathetic to Israel in a way that he's rethought. Now, I think that he simply knows more. So I think that, absolutely central to Gramsci's take on race, I think, is that we have to pay attention to history and class, and actually how that's sort of working out in particular times and places.
Yeah, just building on that terrific question, and specifically thinking about Ta-Nehisi Coates' criticism by Cornel West, precisely in that vein, that in a sense race was being used in ways to eclipse questions of class. I loved your talk and very much appreciated it. I wonder, it made me think a lot of the sort of expanded category of race as it's been addressed in Gramsci's work, specifically by Frank Wilderson, who is one of the authors and originators of Afro-pessimism, and he has an essay called Gramsci's Black Marks, which basically takes to task Gramsci's theory for essentially failing to address the question of race, but the race specifically with regard to African and diasporic identity. The problem that I have with Wilderson, despite finding many of his points very seductive and compelling, is that he in turn does completely ontologize race in ways that at least I find problematic. But I think in all of this, one thing that's perhaps interesting to think about is the way in which I don't think we can call him a follower of Gramsci, but certainly in some ways a kind of intellectual scion, Pasolini came in some ways to conflate categories of race and class in Italy precisely in ways that need, I think, still to be kind of unpacked. The way that he wanted to ontologize, in a sense, the subproletariat, right, as this kind of timeless thing that that precisely by being inducted into class consciousness would be essentially eliminated as an entire class, essentially. So I know this is sort of relatively jumbled, but I wonder if the question of race in Gramsci doesn't always, in a sense, need to be complicated beyond the scope of, say, Jewishness, and you know, this is something we can talk about in another instance. But the Wilderson essay really does kind of throw a further wrench into the question in terms of how Gramscian theory, and you know, the comment before I think is absolutely right, that we, you know, all of the things that Gramsci didn't address, we always want to sort of project back onto him and have his opinion on things that he didn't necessarily have time or awareness or capacity to address, and blackness is perhaps one of them. But it does further kind of complicate this discourse about Gramscian race in ways that your really terrific talk has already raised.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to probably cut the debate short soon if we don't want to kind of keep to this changed timetable. We're going to maybe just take two more questions, and Marcus, and there was and Tim. And I think we'll have to end there. Sorry, but they have their hands up before you.
So, okay, out of order. Anyway, I wanted really to ask Brendan about the use of the word grammar. I mean, because Gramsci, of course, is interested in grammar in a technical sense, a linguistic sense, right? The diatribe against the neo-Laylists, for example, or his comment at one point that Bartoli said that if he had stayed on and gotten his degree in linguistics, that he would be the knight errant that would defeat them once and for all. And I think he's referring to Saussurian linguistics, structuralism, what became structuralism. This is what I believe that he's referring to. Anyway, so there's this whole discourse on grammar in that technical sense. But I'm wondering whether that's really the way in which you're using it. It seems to me that we can talk in a metaphorical way about grammar referring to a style of presentation, a certain kind of diction, the invocation of certain kinds of terminologies that are going to have significance in one way and not another when it comes to political discourse. Because you've talked a lot about common language, and you talked about a grammar, a normative grammar that would produce a common language. And when you bring up common language, I'm surprised that the whole issue of Esperanto didn't come up, which is something that he's constantly railing against as an artificial concept of language that can't possibly function. Kind of a wrong way to create an internationalism or a universalism. So there's all this technical, obsession, really, in Gramsci's work with language as such and grammar as such. But it didn't seem to me that that's the way you were using it. So it's not a critique. I'm just wondering what's the import of the term grammar in your discussion, and how does it fit with the idea of a common language?
So thanks for that. The use in particular of the term normative grammar I got from an essay from the edition on Gramsci Language and Translation, edited by Peter Ives. But I use that because it was invoked as in contradistinction to spontaneous grammar. Now, you're absolutely right that, and normative grammar was introduced there as something that creates a unity out of multiplicity in general terms, a community. But Fraser does not use the term normative grammar. She uses the term grammar. And I think that you're absolutely right. And I tried to make clear that Gramsci, as a philologist and linguist, has a much more sort of detailed and differentiated understanding in that tradition, as opposed to Fraser, who is more in the tradition of the philosophy of language, you might say, in how it's practiced and what it's concerned with. But I think that she's using that term, and I'm invoking her as something that sort of shapes the discourse, but also has sort of social ramifications, right? So that the grammar of justice has a wider and perhaps less distinct and differentiated sense than Gramsci. But that it is a kind of way of structuring claims and carving out who counts and who doesn't count and what are the issues. I think, at least I find that somewhat helpful because it sort of engages in a critique of the frame in which claims of justice are cashed out. But you're absolutely right that there's a gulf in a certain way there, but I do think normative grammar has, in the way I was reading it and in the literature, has some connection to the sort of social outcome with respect to grammar, language.
Okay. I think I'm going to cut it off. Sorry, Marcus, but perhaps we can continue that over lunch. But I'm going to use my authority or my hegemonic position to secure your consent that we now have a break and that we come back at 1:30. That still gives you 40 minutes. And as I say, the panelists are invited to come upstairs. Everybody else, I'm afraid you can just grab a sandwich or whatever. But we're going to start here again at 1:30, please. 1:30 for the next panel.
O quelli giù o quelli a destra, ha lo stesso effetto.
Ok, quindi se vado di lato passo di là.
Sì, tu vedi anche il prossimo.
Sì, sì, perfetto.
Ok.
Benissimo.
Ok.
So I'm actually not going to chair this panel, like I said. Matt Myers, who is here, will sort of do the chair of the discussion afterwards. You have the speaker bios, I think, in the pack. So it kind of saves a bit of time if you can just read the bio, and we don't announce all these people's publications, but we say they're all illustrious colleagues, and you can get some more information by looking at the bio. So this panel is going to be, the first speaker is Paolo Capuzzo from the University of Bologna. The second, if you remind me, Bruno Settis.
Bruno.
Yep.
And
then Alessandro.
The third one is Roberto Dainotto.
Roberto Dainotto, which che non vedo, che però era qui. Ciao Roberto. Okay, good. Thank you.
Do I start? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very intense conference, to all organizers. Let me start with a methodological remark. In recent readings of Gramsci, the historical, intellectual, and political context in which he worked is often overlooked. While it is entirely legitimate to abstract concepts from Gramsci's writing for theoretical purposes, I will follow a different path in this paper. I will seek to situate Gramsci's reflections on Americanism within the wider debate on the transition to socialism and on the relationship between socialism and modernity that unfolded in post-revolutionary Russia. It's not easy to determine the extent to which Gramsci was aware of that debate. Some references, such as Trotsky's Problems of Everyday Life, are explicit. Others are more elusive, given the absence of direct quotations of citation. Nevertheless, during Gramsci's longest stay in the Soviet Union, from June 22 to December 23, these discussions were particularly intense, accompanying the profound social transformation that marked the passage from war communism to the new economic policy. With the end of the Civil War, the Soviet state faced the complex task of constructing a transition to socialism, which entailed deep changes in productive systems, daily life, values, and social relations. How could a society devastated and impoverished by years of war be transformed into the beacon of socialist modernity. Terms such as Americanism, Taylorism, Fordism circulated widely in Soviet debates throughout the 1920s. The United States was viewed as the most advanced manifestation of global capitalism, the only one still capable of generating wealth and relative stability, in contrast to a Europe trapped in economic and moral decline. The extraordinarily high level of labor productivity achieved through new technical methods was regarded as the cornerstone of the American success. Already in 1918, Lenin had placed the importation of Taylorist principles among the programmatic priorities of the new Russia, envisioning a socialist application of the scientific organization of labor. Reinserting Gramsci within that intellectual horizon, even on philologically uncertain grounds, is not merely an exercise in contextual reconstruction, but a way to illuminate the intellectual and political tensions that shaped his thinking. Comparative reading can, in this sense, function as a heuristic tool. By tracing parallels and divergences with the Soviet debates, we can better grasp how Gramsci's reflections on Americanism served as a critical model for understanding the promises and contradictions of Soviet and, more broadly, socialist modernity. The inquiry developed in Notebook 22 addresses the profound social and moral crisis that shook European society after the war. The wartime mobilization had imposed a regime which interpreted the post-war libertinism as a spontaneous reaction to the prolonged compression of the instinctual drives during the war. This understandable natural reaction, he added, assumed particularly violent forms because it occurred in a historical conjuncture marked by the crisis of hegemony of the old classes and the collapse of traditional social order. In this vacuum of authority, instinct found ample space to assert itself. Between these masses, moving, I quote, in a chaotic and undirected manner, and the new productive system that demanded pervasive discipline in both labor and everyday life, a field of tension inevitably emerged. The opposition between the animal element of humanity and the demands of social regulation imposed by productive systems, Gramsci notes, as accompanying every stage of human history, beginning with the passage from nomadism to sedentary agricultural organization. This opposition intensified with the advent of industrialism, which required a more advanced form of psychophysical discipline. The introduction of Taylorist methods, however, represented a qualitative leap. It demanded a level of repetition, precision, attention, and intensification far greater than that of traditional industrial labor. Americanism and Fordism thus becomes an inquiry into this complex anthropological transformation of modernity, which manifests itself most clearly where the productive forces are most developed and the weight of parasitic classes minimal. The rational demographic composition of the United States, in Gramsci's view, provided particularly fertile social ground for the introduction of such productive innovations. Fordism requires profound anthropological changes because it entails a comprehensive control over the worker's life. In return for increased intensification of work tempo and the pervasive surveillance of everyday life, workers received high wages. Yet, this also imposed an additional demand for discipline, so that the rise in consumption would not have adverse repercussions on labor. The other domain in which control is essential is that of sexual life. Abuse, I quote, and irregularity of sexual function are, after alcoholism, the most dangerous enemies of nervous energies. and it is common observation that the obsessive work causes alcoholic and sexual depravity. Gramsci is not merely illustrating a corporate philosophy. He makes explicit reference to the role of the state as an apparatus of power that will give organic form to these new modes of social discipline. Discipline, for Gramsci, is not a neutral term. It acquires meaning from context and from the purpose for which it is exercised. This is notebook 14. Come deve essere intesa la disciplina se si intende con questa parola un rapporto continuato e permanente tra governanti e governati che realizza una volontà collettiva, non certo come passivo e supino accoglimento di ordini, come meccanica esecuzione di una consegna, ma come una consapevole e lucida assimilazione della direttiva da realizzare. La disciplina pertanto non annulla la personalità in senso organico, ma solo limita l'arbitrio e l'impulsibilità irresponsabile. This model of discipline applies when authority is an expression of a collective will, namely in the transition to socialism. In contrast, the nature of discipline is different in a capitalist society where it expresses the will of a dominant class. That is the case of Americanism. There is full consonance between these Gramscian reflections and the Soviet discourse. A high Bolshevik leader, Yevgeny Preobrazhensky, in his 23 texts on morals and class norms, posited the alternative between capitalist and socialist discipline in economic terms. In the capitalist society, the worker resists labor discipline because it is an instrument of the process of expropriation of value that he produces. Yet the bourgeoisie does not exercise this discipline only by physical coercion, but also by constructing moral norms whose aim is the internalization of social subordination as if it were a natural condition. In the socialist revolution, the meaning of labor discipline is completely inverted. It becomes the source of collective prosperity. Strikes lose their meaning in this new context. Whereas in a capitalist society, abstention from labor aimed to obtain a greater share of the product, now it merely harms the interest of the worker and the community. To get more, one must simply work more, according to Preobrazhensky. And for him as well, the adoption of modern production system entails a comprehensive reorganization of society, starting with the family. To valorize women's work, the state must establish a welfare system freeing women from domestic labor. Likewise, roles in childcare and education must be equalized between genders. On the sexual question, however, he thought that it was not clear yet what forms of sexual and affective relations would be appropriate in a socialist society. This might include stable unions, polyamorous ones, a plurality of affective and relational arrangements that Gramsci probably wouldn't have shared. But he might have agreed with the method, the necessity of a coercive phase in imposing new moral norms to dismantle the legacy of bourgeois hegemony. Such coercion would later be overcome by the voluntary acceptance of new ethical principles rooted in a society liberated from class exploitation. The Soviet leadership faced a formidable task, mobilizing subaltern classes exhausted by war, classes entirely reluctant to submit to the discipline that the new state sought to impose, and toward which they often felt a hidden distrust. Alcoholism, moral and material poverty, domestic violence, sexual debauchery were scourges not only among declining old classes, but also within the working class itself. What truly existed was a working class that was often reluctant and difficult to discipline. A problem that Gramsci, who harbored no idealized view of the subaltern classes and was acutely aware of their weaknesses and contradictions, could readily understand. It was not the necessity of discipline itself that was in question, but rather the forms and methods through which it should be exercised. Even for Alexandra Kollontai, prohibition and restriction in sexual life, including those concerning prostitution, were ultimately ineffective. What was needed instead was the eradication of the social causes of prostitution, as well as of the domestic sexual exploitation codified within the bourgeois family. In other words, it was revolutionary social change itself that provided the only possible foundation for a new morality. Trotsky, likewise, believed that the repressive apparatus of the state would gradually diminish its role as the sources of discipline shifted from external to internal, as you can see. Gramsci, while recognizing Trotsky's merit in having understood that the relationship between transformations in labor and everyday life represented a central issue in the construction of socialist society, nonetheless believed that Trotsky had endorsed a military model of transition that would hinder the development of a new hegemony. For Gramsci, it was necessary to act on a different level, to shape the new human type according to the demands of the new system of production. In this respect, his position converged with that of Alexei Gastiev, the leading Soviet theorist of the rationalization of human movement in labor and daily life. Drawing upon sports and military handbooks, Gastiev sought to codify socialist biomechanics. He regarded training as a practice essential not only for enhancing performance, but above all, for eliminating coercion. The ability to acquire the automatisms of modern life thus became a means of liberation. Gramsci's reflection on Taylor's trained gorilla pointed in the same direction. Quando il processo di adattamento è avvenuto, si verifica in realtà che il cervello dell'operaio, invece di mummificarsi, ha raggiunto uno stato di completa libertà. Si è completamente meccanizzato solo il gesto fisico, la memoria del mestiere, ridotto a gesti semplici ripetuti con un ritmo intenso, si è annidata nei fasci muscolari e nervosi che ha lasciato il cervello libero e sgombro per altre occupazioni. The discipline of the body then, that enables the worker to conform to the demands of the machine and of the engineering plan of the labor does not imply annihilation of will. Rather, it opens the mind to a potentially revolutionary reflexivity. This somewhat incautious optimism extended even to the sphere of sexuality, where Gramsci believed that the remnants of romanticism, the idle libertinism typical of the old European classes, would eventually dissolve. He wrote, "The new industrialism wants monogamy. It wants the working man not to waste his nervous energy in the disorderly and exciting search for occasional sexual satisfaction." This, he noted, appeared more natural in America, where industrialism permeated society across all classes and sexuality lacked the romantic trappings of European petit bourgeois bohemianism. It was a more stable and physical, less theatrical sexuality. Yet Gramsci also perceived countervailing tendencies. Among the wealthy classes, and particularly among women, idleness and luxury revived the theatricality of seduction and sensuality that the working classes had erased from their lives. He interpreted this as the crystallization of two conflicting ethical systems, one belonging to the industrious classes and the other to the idle. Despite his valuable insights into mass culture, Gramsci did not seem to consider the possibility that such display of luxury, leisure, and romanticism might in fact capture the imagination of the working classes. Even as he appreciated the progressive potential of these American developments and their possible role in a socialist society freed from class domination, Gramsci was attentive to the pathological consequences produced by the intensification of social change. He interpreted the psychological suffering of his wife within this framework. Writing to Tanya, 15 February 1932, he observed that Julia had turned to psychoanalysis because she was overwhelmed by a fantastic sense of inadequacy rooted in her inability to adapt serenely to the social transformation of the modern world. For simple spirit, he added, adaptation was easier because they were not disturbed by romantic fantasies. Yet deeper doubts and anxieties emerged in Gramsci's thought about the possible outcomes of Americanism, and especially of its adoption within Soviet modernity. His pedagogical reflections are emblematic in this regard, both in his desperate efforts from prison to influence the education of his children and in his critical reconsideration of the pedagogical principle of a socialist society. In a letter to Julia, 14 January 29, he expressed skepticism about the educational value of the Meccano set. While it seemed to embody a modern Americanist culture, he feared it might stifle child's imagination and inventiveness. Similarly, commenting on the Soviet educational system, he wondered whether excessive professionalization might impoverish an educational process meant to cultivate all of a child's talents and expressive capacities. His cautious appreciation of psychoanalysis, likewise, attests to his recognition of the morbid repercussions of modernity, disquietudes that he suspected might be harder to overcome than they appeared. But to conclude, I would say, above all, Gramsci was concerned about the potential outcomes of emancipation from coercion in a classless society. In Americanism, adaptation to the demands of modernity occurs within a living dialectic, allowing the worker to recognize his own social subordination. In class-divided society, ruling classes construct moral norms that serve their own interests, norms they impose upon but do not themselves observe. But once the dialectic has been extinguished by a revolution, however, and no class remains to impose its values upon another, the failure to move from discipline to self-discipline may yield paradoxical effects. A generalized social hypocrisy in which values are professed but not inwardly believed or practiced. This could result in the moral bankruptcy of the entire society, undermining its material emancipation. To avert such a risk, Gramsci turned to the party, which, in order to promote self-discipline, i.e. the expression of a collective will, must sustain a lively internal dialectic. A unitary party, but one that tolerated dissent, as he had written to Togliatti in 26, and Silvio recalled this morning, when he discerned a fatal shift in political method amid the internal struggles of the Bolshevik leadership. That dialectic would gradually wither within the Russian party, leaving, as Gramsci foresaw, a tacit social hypocrisy suspended between the violent extremity of external coercion on one side and inner disgregation on the other. A prophetic image indeed. Thank you.
Let's go straight into the paper by Bruno Settis and then third paper, and then we'll have some discussion.
Thanks. Can I? Yes, I'll close the computer. Okay, so first of all, thank you to all the organizers, to Professor Forgacs and Professor Crehan in the first place, but to all those that contributed to organizing this conference, and really thanks for having me here. The recent discovery of 3 essays that Antonio Gramsci wrote as a student at the Liceo de' Tori in Cagliari in 1910-1911 can serve, I'll try at least, as a very early starting point for examining the evolution of Gramsci thought on America, or more specifically, on the relationship between America and Europe. One of those essays was a discussion of art and beauty and their accessibility to different social strata. Gramsci writes that between 1866 and 1880, in Italy, there emerged a separation between beauty and everyday life. On one side, the cult of beauty pursued by the initiated among the upper classes, on the other, the practical life of ordinary people, which allowed for the ordinary people to become barbarian, si imbarbarisse in una ributtante volgarità, in a disgusting vulgarity, and that slowly we grew the conviction that as modern people, practical and without prejudices, we need to despise everything that is not in our immediate interest. What happened, if this we can say, is the Americanarsi della vecchia Europa, the becoming Americanized of old Europe, end of quote. This passage testifies at the same time to the fact that Gramsci had been reflecting on the relationship between Europe and America since his early youth, but also, on the other hand, to the deep discontinuities in the categories and perspective through which he later approached that subject. It is easy to see that precisely as he criticizes the separation between high and popular culture, as we have just seen, but Gramsci relies on a well-established cultural trope, namely the contrast between American quasi-barbarian utilitarianism and Europe's civilized sense of history, high culture, and spiritual life. By the time of the prison notebooks, however, this perspective will have been almost completely reversed. There, Gramsci denounces Italian provincialism, beginning with the famous note on Americanismo in notebook number 1, devoted to Mino Maccari's Strapaese, according to which, I quote, val più un rutto del tuo pievano che l'America e la sua boria. I'm quoting from Maccari, obviously saying that a burp of any Italian peasant is more valuable than all America with its arrogance, end of quote. This view, according to Gramsci, was not only hypocritical, since Maccari himself worked for La Stampa in Turin, Italy's most advanced industrial center, but that view was also subaltern to Italy's backwardness, the tail end of fascist passive revolution and fascist inability of gaining American standards of productivity, of consumption, and so on and so forth. This Gramscian perspective would eventually lead to the famous sentence, anti-Americanism is not only stupid, it's also comical. So we see on precisely the cultural basis which we are now describing, connected to the economic ones, as we shall see. The stereotype of American utilitarianism, however, in Gramsci's 1910 essay, was likely the most relevant cultural tool available to a young Sardinian trying to understand processes of international integration at the time. There is another influence we can imagine, though it is difficult to measure and to find in the sources, but not impossible. Between the late 1870s, the period to which Gramsci was referring then, and the years when he was writing, before World War I, emigration from Italy and from Sardinia specifically had exploded. The hopes and dreams of poor, often illiterate Sardinians who viewed the US as a land of opportunity, and perhaps as a land free from the deep injustices of backward Sardinia, was a common topic of conversation. This likely left a deep impression on Gramsci, which we can see in some passages, such as an article in 1918, when he criticized, this will be familiar for those who have listened to Silvio Ponce's paper this morning. In 1918, Gramsci criticized Italian and French socialists for having fallen under the spell of Woodrow Wilson, describing Gramsci described Wilson as the center of a social charm which had expanded to all socialists and to everybody the messianic hope that was that belonged to the migrant. Okay, that messianic hope in America. Indeed, the idea of the U.S. as a land of opportunity, owing this to its lack of feudal past, an idea that might at first seem simply naive, but it actually shares certain features with theories based on stages of history that envision the US as a modern country precisely insofar as it had no feudal residues. In this perspective, too, we can see the influence of Gramsci's encounter with the workers' movement and its intellectual framework when he came to Turin. Across the European socialist and Marxist movement, the US was viewed, let me cut very long things very short, was viewed as the most advanced capitalist country, and thus the one with the harshest capitalism sometimes. Yet there was also a fascination with its labor movement and the intensity of American class struggles, particularly, but not exclusively, the industrial workers of the world, as well as other forms of non-craft labor organization, especially those that were able to include migrants and migrants from Italy. It suffices to recall figures as diverse as Giacinto Menotti Serrati, later a leader of the Italian Socialist Party, or Edmondo Rossoni, later a protagonist of revolutionary and then fascist trade unionism, both of which spent periods in the United States. But also the role of Carlo Tresca and the campaigns for his release, on which Gramsci himself wrote a few articles. Many of these elements can already be discerned in the years marking the arrival of scientific management of Taylorism at the Fiat factory. In the years when Giovanni Agnelli, the founder of Fiat, had already become the main proponent of importing American production methods into Italy, an ambition that was more actually in project than in actual practice at that stage. Between immediately before and immediately after World War I. Actually, the years of the building and transferring productions to the modern Fordist-style factory of Lingotto will come a bit later, at the beginning of the 1920s, and will be precisely those of the harshest conflict and eventual defeat of the labor movement. In this context, I would like to focus on one article in particular from February 1919, whose title was Un Soviet Locale, a local Soviet, written by Gramsci in the newspaper L'Avanti. Those who, from this title, can expect a discussion of new forms of workers' organization and representation would be disappointed. This Soviet from Turin actually referred to the power structure within Fiat itself. In that article, Gramsci mocked the Wilsonian pioneers, and especially the demiurge Giovanni Agnelli, both idealist and a man of action, who was turning Fiat into a, I quote, North American colony, the first Italian social nucleus of the League of Nations. In the book he had published the previous year, European Federation or League of Nations, Giovanni Agnelli and the economist Attilio Cabiati had laid out a vision of national and commercial freedom inspired by President Wilson. The sudden rise of US influence in Europe, Wilson's leading role in designing the post-war international order, etc., and the Wilsonian fashion that we just mentioned, were all central themes in Gramsci's reflections between the war and its aftermath, in close dialogue with the global reverberation of the Russian Revolution, as we have already seen. But for Gramsci, in that article, the real premise of Agnelli's adherence to Wilsonian ideals of national and commercial freedom actually lay in his autocratic management of Fiat. I quote, if nations are to be free, individuals must first be disciplined to national freedom. End of quote. Workers, therefore, had to be subjected to rigorous control and disinfection and prevented from any action that might hinder the realization of the Wilsonian idea, according to Agnelli, obviously. Fiat thus presented itself as a founding member of the League of Nations in its own right, as a sovereign state with, I quote, its monarch, its executive ministry, and its organs of ordinary state administration, vulgarly known as police. End of quote. The idealism of Wilsonianism thus served to legitimize factory authoritarianism. You can easily see that while the main aim of the Wilson-Agnelli comparison was to satirize the Fiat founders' carefully crafted public image, The article also describes a vision of mutual dependency. Agnelli's hypocrisy was not in contradiction with his Wilsonian rhetoric of freedom and free trade. It was, in fact, its very condition. His authoritarianism in the factory provided the basis for Fiat's role as the most advanced industrial enterprise in northern Italy, and the one most invested in the opening of European and international markets and in negotiating, finding its own place within them. This reflection that we are examining also formed the foundation of a specific vision of workers' control, one which is inseparable and conceptually, I would say, indistinguishable from the collective elaboration of the group of intellectuals, workers, and militants around l'Ordine Nuovo. The factory councils were to be elected by all workers, not just union members. The factory council would serve as a vehicle for grassroots organization, initially challenging the lower hierarchies of the factory by opposing supervisors with section delegates on matters of discipline, labor organization, peers work rates, etc., etc. In this sense, the Factory Council founded at Fiat Brevetti, one of the sections of Fiat, in September 1919, appeared to Gramsci the first concrete realization of the thesis of l'Ordine Nuovo. It should be emphasized that the tasks of the Factory Council, as defined in this and other articles, included everyday functions, such as ensuring compliance with workplace agreements, preventing acts of arbitrary violence by bosses, etc., etc. Examining these specific aims and functions, I argue, is crucial as it allows us to situate them both within the broader wave of post-World War I demands for workers' control, an international wave partly inspired by the political counterpower of the Soviets in the Russian Revolution, but also to highlight that each experiment in workers' control possessed its own distinctive feature, determined by local social and technical conditions. Among these specificities, one key specificity stands out. The Ordine Nuovo insisted that in order to exercise genuine power within the factory, not merely resistance, but active power, workers needed the full collaboration of the technical staff. This was an original feature, not only when compared with the Russian Soviets, but also with other experiments in workers' control, such as the British shop stewards movement. This role of technicians is linked to l'Ordine Nuovo's interest in scientific management and Taylorism. This was sometimes openly declared, even in workers' assemblies, such as Umberto Terracini did once, for example. The council movement prided itself on not merely accepting technical improvements linked to mass production, but actively encouraging them, demonstrating that such innovations were not only compatible with the 8-hour day and workers' control, but even fostered by them. This brief post-war moment was the context during which Agnelli sought to establish direct contact with the Ordine Nuovo group, hoping to find interlocutors among workers for his project of introducing Taylorism. This is a reference made by Gramsci in the prison notebooks, though one whose meaning we are not able to completely reconstruct. We do not exactly know to what episodes, to what dialogues Gramsci was referring to. In fact, Gramsci's reflection on Americanism in the prison notebooks synthesized ideas and experiences he had been developing for many years and that cut across different contexts. The experiences in Turin that we have briefly seen, and then there's the problem that has already been addressed by Professor Forgacs in the presentation, of the sources on the United States, on American Fordism, Ford's Fordism, own Fordism. Gramsci was quite well aware of the limited character of the sources that were available to him, starting from Ford's own autobiography, for example, which he had in prison. For example, he wrote to Tanya in 1927 that he was reading Ford's autobiographies together with economy texts by Marshall, Einaudi, and others. And Gramsci wrote, I'm finding it quite amusing since Ford is a great industrial, but is quite comical as a theorist. End of quote. This also meant that some of the information that this relationship with that kind of sources, with the autobiographies, etc., also meant that some of the information that he based his analysis on had already been overtaken by events. The system of high wages, the sociological department, had already been shut down at the beginning of, in the very early 1920s. Okay, Gramsci is still talking about them as if they are still in place, but they had been shut down between 1920 and 1921, precisely within the same cycle of harsh class struggle that Charles Mayer called the global thermidor of the 1920s, within which we can place the rise of fascism in Italy in an international perspective. Third context in which we'd like to place Gramsci's reflection on Fordism is a vast debate among the labor movement. Not only communists, and not even only Marxists, okay? Also reformist socialists, right-wing socialists were among his sources, among the sources that he is basing his analysis from. An obvious name here might be Belgian Henri de Man, okay? But I'd like to highlight also the name of Hyacinthe Dubreuil, a lesser-known French worker, the author of a Rockefeller-funded book, Standards, Le travail américain vu par un français, which was also translated in Italian, okay, which is not quoted in Notebook 22, but in other important places in the prison notebooks, and whose importance, we may want to think about. For example, Dubreuil was among, Dubreuil may be, I think, among the sources for one of Gramsci's reflections that we have just seen in Paolo Capuzzo's slides on the memories of work being embodied in muscles. There are explicit pages about this in Dubreuil's text. Third point, the Soviet experiment, on which I am not going to spend any words since time is running out and Paolo Capuzzo has already talked about it, and so will the next paper. Among this framework of four contexts around this text, we have to add that it was Franco De Felice who first proposed to read Notes on Americanism and Fordism as an interpretation of Italy rather than of the US. Okay, so the comparative perspective helps us, the transnational, the interconnected perspective helps us to get to the comparative one. Here we can see two major perspectives. First one, continuity in the longer term. Gramsci writes explicitly that Fordism is proceeding along the same road of cooperation and the evolution of machinery that had been conceptualized in Book 1 of Capital. That is, he's quite explicit on that, and that it's that Fordism can appear as a attempt doomed to fail, but still an attempt to overcome the law of the tendency of the fall of the rate of profit. So, quite well placed within the Marxist jargon. But while we have this continuity that stretches from the very early beginnings of the Industrial Revolution, we also have to focus on a major break. Obviously, the Great Depression. Stefan Link's recent book on global Fordism, focusing on Germany and Russia, has encouraged us to look at Fordism as a movement towards national development through autarchical entrenchment in the 1930s, as much as a process of international US-led integration in the 1920s. It would be interesting to include Italy in this comparative analysis, even if, let us be reminded, that it was one of the last countries to ride the tiger of tariffs in the 1930s. In a famous passage from 1933 in the prison notebooks, Gramsci described the fundamental contradiction between economic life, which has internationalism, or better still, cosmopolitanism as a necessary premise, on the one hand, and on the other, state life, which has developed even more in the direction of nationalism, self-sufficiency, and so on. This contradiction, according to Gramsci, pervaded all contemporary society and capitalism. A marker of the crisis now underway was the exasperation of the nationalistic element in the economy, with quotas, clearing agreements, exchange control, balanced trade between just two states, and so on. We have to note that these tools and measures had been widely used over the previous decade in various countries, but especially in the last few years, by European countries except fascist Italy. Okay? In 1933, fascist Italy had not yet started using those tools of economic policy as much as Great Britain had been doing, not to mention the United States. Indeed, fascist Italy, in that precise moment, 1933, still had a very ambivalent position towards economic nationalism. It had quickly launched campaigns to limit Italy's dependence on particular sectors in the mid-1920s, but faced with the crisis in the early 1930s, Italy stuck firm to the path of international free trade, as long as it could for a couple of years. So, and only on the following year, 1934, did a real protectionist turn take shape, leading to intensified use of the traditional tools of economic nationalism as cited by Gramsci. So through the lens of cosmopolitanism and nationalism at the same time, the interplay of these two, we see how the systemic crisis of the 1930s reveals deep interdependency. This is not a Gramscian term. It's a term that we can use to understand the way that he's analyzing this dialectic between nationalism and cosmopolitanism. My very last point, the other Gramscian notion we must now turn to is that of economia programmata, rising as a necessity from the systemic crisis. It's better to stick, I think, to the translation programmed economy rather than planned, to keep the difference from planned economy proper. This very label, programmed economy, could help analyze experiences as different as Soviet Union with proper planning, Italy, and the US. But once again, we may ask, what did Gramsci actually know of the New Deal? Or to be precise, of the very early stage, of the very early couple of years of the New Deal when he was writing these pages. A part of this answer is once again to be found in transnational circulations. Okay, in fascist texts, mainly those that were connected to the school of fascist leader Giuseppe Bottai, that often were boasted that Roosevelt had inspired one of Roosevelt's main inspiration for the New Deal experiment was precisely from fascist economic policies. This was one of the main aims. This was a frequent trope, okay, which Gramsci saw in a very detached way. He did not particularly believe this, but still we are not allowed to think of those pages on programmed economy as if Gramsci already knew in what relations fascist Italy and Rooseveltian US were going to be 10 years later. And the very word programmed economy comes actually from these debates. Okay, let us think, for example, on a book taken, which are the proceedings of a conference in 1932, a book that came out in 1933, L'Economia Programmatica, which included texts by Bottai, but also by American economist Lewis Lorwin. So we see that this is a complex web. The second day of this conference will be focused on readings and rereadings of Gramsci. It's not the aim of this paper to provide an overview of the afterlives of Notebook 22. But it's easy to see that we cannot now, in 2025, read it without having in mind the complex stratification of meanings that Fordism acquired between the post-war growth and the crisis of that model, of the Fordist model of growth. Actually, it was precisely during the crisis in the 1970s that it was described as a model and as an accumulation regime, something that Gramsci did not, as we have seen in Prison Notebook 2022. But what I'm arguing for, with just a few examples, is that we cannot separate the life of Gramsci, his biography, his connection, and his context from the afterlives of the text, and we have to see them together in a complex web of references and transnational connections, which we may endlessly try to disentangle. Thanks.
So thank you, everybody. I'm not panicking, but I realized that what I have to present is at best a paraphrasis and the worst a plagiarism of Paolo Capuzzo's presentation. Of course, now it's a little too late to change, so feel free to watch Milan Pisa or whatever you watch on your telephone instead. You won't miss much, because what I wanted to share at any rate was 19 minutes and 56 seconds, since we are in the theme of Taylorism, of an episode of my philological obsession compulsion. Compulsion that hinges around a single word, bit, pardon my Russian, in a note written by Gramsci in May 1930 in the fourth prison notebook. Titled Americanism and Fordism, and later rewritten in Notebook 22, the note is number 52 in the Gerratana and Buttigieg editions and 4 in the Francioni. Now, all these editions tell us that the word bit alludes here to Trotsky's Problems of Everyday Life, which was originally published as Voprosi Bita in Moscow in 1923. And they all tell us that the word...
I'd like you to speak more into the mic.
Okay. As I was saying, they're not missing anything. What all these editions tell us is that the word is the bit is Russian for life or mode of living. For my obsession, of course, this was not enough to make sense of the note, whose second paragraph I read to you from Buttigieg's translation. Leon Davidovich's interest in Americanism. Leon Davidovich is the code name for Trotsky. His interest, his articles, his studies on bit and on literature. These activities were not as disconnected as they might have appeared to be at the time. The new methods of work and the way of life are inseparable. Success in one field are impossible without tangible results in the other. In America, rationalization and prohibition are undoubtedly related. Inquiries by industrialists into the private lives of workers and inspection services created by some industrialists to control the morality of workers are necessities of the new method at work. Gramsci, too, as you may have noticed, is content at this point to render Trotsky's bit as a way of life, modo di vivere. Except that when he's rewriting the note for the special notebook on Americanismo and Fordismo in 1934, he seems to have realized that way of life falls quite short of what Trotsky means by bit, and modo di vivere becomes now un determinato modo di vivere, di pensare, di sentire la vita, a particular way of living, thinking, and experiencing life. So what is this bit, and what has it to do with Americanism and Fordism, with literature and modes of production, and with the thorny question in some of the relation between superstructures and structures? Before getting there, let me try to give some context to Gramsci's note. And here we have to pretend that Capuzzo hasn't done that already. When Gramsci met him in Moscow at the 4th Congress of the Comintern, Leon Trotsky was working on a series of essays to be published in 1923, first on the Pravda, and later in 2 separate volumes, Literature and Revolution and precisely Voprosi Bita. The latter investigation into bit, as Trotsky explains in the preface to the volume, had originated from an emergency meeting on the Scientific Organization of Labor that he himself had convened in January 1921. At issue was the urgent debate over the causes that were hindering the effective Taylorization of the Soviet industrial system. Attempts to introduce Taylorist methods had already begun in 1918. In response to the post-revolutionary production crisis, the Bolshevik attitude towards the so-called American mode of production had become decidedly favorable. An article by Lenin on the Pravda officially launched the process. L'Ordine Nuovo echoed his words, and I quote, "The Russian worker is in general mediocre when compared to the advanced nations. And this is no surprise given the legacy of Tsarism and feudalism. Learning to work, that is the task for the Soviets to present to the Russian people in all of its breadth. The most recent expression of capitalism, the Taylor system, combines the refined cruelty of bourgeois exploitation with a truly scientific method for studying and perfecting the mechanical movements of the worker during labor. The Soviet Republic must adopt all the scientific and technical advancements in this field. We must introduce in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system. So, in August 1920, the People's Commissariat of Railroads put Trotsky in charge of, in charge of a pilot project for Taylorizing Soviet production, cleansing Taylorism of any cruelty of bourgeois exploitation, but preserving from its method the aim of perfecting the mechanical movements of the worker during labor. It was a matter, as Gramsci put it, of appropriating the science of another group without accepting its ideology. Spirito di scissione. Assuming that the human being is fundamentally an animal machine and that even human collectives are ultimately complex machines, the goal was to determine mechanical principles capable of reconciling minimal expenditure of workers' energy with maximum industrial productivity. Centered on the idea of the man-machine, industrial productivity research thus resonated with the new arts developing in the Soviet Union at that time: futurism, constructivism, productivism, and so on and so forth. This might explain Trotsky's coeval interest in industrial and literary problematics at the same time for the new Soviets. It might also explain the appointment of none less than a poet, already mentioned by Capuzzo, Alexei Gastev, as both commissar of the Ukrainian Soviet of Art and as federal director of yet another pilot program of Taylorization for the Central Soviet of Labor. As cultural commissar, Gastiev began promoting cinema, dance, painting, music, poetry, Klebnikov, Mayakovsky, among others, all arts that would celebrate the imminent futurism of the collective man-machine. Gastiev's own factory poems participated in this cultural revolution, offering free verses such as the ones I'm going to read for you. Humanity has learned to manufacture things. It is now time to learn the precise manufacture of human beings. Poetry, literature, and the arts, in sum, seem to have, in the Soviet Union of 1920, a substantial role to play in the economic social renewal of the Federation. The arts, like Gastiev's own verses, were both Auerbachian figures of a futurist Taylor as humankind soon to come, and inspiration for the Soviet worker to start moving, machine-like, as in a choreography of a George Balanchine ballet. Also, by 1921, alas, by 1921, Gastiev's experimental project had already proven a failure. An emergency meeting on the scientific organization of labor, which would soon become the occasion for Trotsky's problems of everyday life, had become necessary. Lenin's poor Russian worker had all too valiantly resisted being Taylorized, jeopardizing both economic recovery and the poetic birth of the new man. And it was in this context that the need arose for new initiatives. This took the official name of Perestroika Beta. In this reconstruction for a new life, intellectuals, writers, poets, artists were now called upon not to sing anymore the new man-machine, but to identify and combat the beat of everyday life. And from April 3 to August 17, 1923, Trotsky himself publishes on the Pravda a series of articles on beat, to which our Gramscian note does refer. So what is this beat? Svetlana Boym, in her History of the Term in Russian Culture, tells us that beat, a derivative noun from the verb to be, is fundamentally untranslatable. Since the 19th century, and especially in the early Soviets, the term, however, carries pejorative connotations, indicating some sort of habitus and common sense. This was written for you, Kate, to put Bourdieu and Gramsci together. indicating some sort of habitus and common sense recalcitrant to anything that would transcend routine existence into a higher meaning and to a higher way of being that could be spiritual, poetic, or revolutionary. In 1923, Roman Jakobson, upon the suicide of his friend Mayakovsky, wrote one of his most poignant essays, A Generation That Squandered Its Poets, precisely on the tragic problem of beat in the Soviet Union. Mayakovsky, and more broadly an entire revolutionary generation, had been defeated for Jakobson, but not by capital, rather by beat. Quoting from several of Mayakovsky's post-revolutionary poems, Jakobson writes that, despite the hopes for the revolution, and I quote, inertia continues to reign. It is the poet's primordial enemy. He never tires of returning to this theme, motionless beat. Everything stands as it has been for ages. Beat is like a horse that can't be spurred and stands still. Slits of beat are filled with fat and coagulate, quite and wide. The swamp of beet is covered over with slime and weeds. All little beet is moldy. The giant beet crawls everywhere through the holes. The translation, by the way, is by Stephen Rudy, who was my professor at NYU. And he doesn't translate the word beet. But even before Mayakovsky's suicide, already by 1923, difficulties arise, writes Trotsky, when the communist organizations enters into the beat of people's lives. When the revolution tries to enter people's lives, all melts into the beat. Nothing really changes. Inertia continues to reign. Examples of this resistance to change abound in problems of everyday life and are recorded in the questionnaire distributed to Soviet workers and appended by Trotsky at the end of the volume, not the English translation. The revolution, here are some examples. The revolution has abolished private property. There is work rights for men and women. The NEP has guaranteed equal pay and equal rights for women in the workplace. The Soviet legislature has allowed divorce upon a woman's request, has legalized abortion, decriminalized homosexuality. But what has changed really in Soviet life? Here is one of Trotsky's mournful answers. The political and economic regime has changed. The factories and workshops have passed into the hands of the workers. Yet, these changes have only indirectly and externally influenced family conditions, without touching the domestic traditions inherited from the past. Which means not only that the male worker wants to find his borscht ready and hot when back from the factory, but that the same worker, now a collective owner, no longer exploited by capital, still continues to work on d'habitude, as if he still were the seller of alienated labor, resistant to any Taylorist regime. Everything has changed, but with a Gattopardo-like twist, everything has remained the same. The revolution has encountered beat. So, concludes Trotsky, and I quote, a critical examination of customs and habits has become necessary today, so that beat, conservative in its millennial traditions, does not fall behind the possibilities of progress now open, even within today's economic resources, and can begin to move towards the future. And continues. After a long preliminary phase of struggle, we succeeded in overthrowing the rule of the exploiters through armed insurrection. However, the same means fail to create a new culture. Trotsky's is, we could notice, a very Gramscian problematic. That of the necessity to begin, to quote, for instance, from Notebook 3, but the quotations here could be numerous, to begin a struggle for a new culture, that is, for a new moral life. Is it 20 minutes? Is that what the pink means? Which cannot but be intimately tied to a new intuition of life until it becomes a new way of feeling and seeing reality. I think we can hear the echo of beat. Gramscian is also Trotsky's assessment of beat as inertia and resistance to change, which Gramsci calls in the notebooks viscosity. This morning I was seeing David walking with the dictionary of, so this is the dictionary of Gramscian terms. And this is my suggestion to have a new entry. That entry should be viscosity. Gramsci talks about the viscous sedimentation of past historical phases, notebook 1. The anachronisms transmitted viscously, and the viscous forces of notebook 14. And of course, in Americanism and Fordism, the viscously parasitic sedimentations left behind by past historical phases. How can we render, asks Gramsci, habitual behavior less viscous? It deserves an entry. So to tailorize Russia, to Americanize its mode of production, it seems superstructures need to be revolutionized as well. Everyday life must be lived and thought differently. But to do that, bit must be confronted because, warns Trotsky, habits in their totality reflect the past more than the present of humanity. Past and present, in other words. Or, as in the opening of Americanism and Fordism, the problem of tradition weighing as a dead corpse, as bit, we could say at this point, on the possibility of a European Americanism. To move now towards some conclusion of sorts, so there is reason to be happy. While my attention to a single word may be indeed a bit obsessive and perhaps not worth a whole academic presentation, I trust that an analysis of bit might allow us to draw a few meaningful inferences. First, when Gramsci is discussing Americanism, he's often discussing the pratfalls and conundrums of the Soviet Revolution, and, along with it, the contradictions of the Italian passive revolution, which Settis has already, so here is another paraphrasis or plagiarism. Let's remember, in fact, that the very first note on Americanism, which I think is note 61 in the first notebook, is concerned with the European attempts to implement Fordist modes of production in a social reality described by Honorable Mussolini himself as being a society of endemic unemployment, parasitic and semi-parasitic ways of life. Anyway, second inference to draw. In his notes on Americanism, Gramsci is neither Bobbio's culturalist forgetting the reality of the world of production, nor as Rosa's productivist aiming at the restructuring of production in and for itself. Gramsci's notes on bit and on viscosity and on Americanism seem to suggest rather the inseparability of structure and superstructure, of economy and culture, industrial production and behavioral habits. Here I have a quotation of De Felice, which is already mentioned, but since I'm panicking now about time, I'll skip it. It's about the idea of Americanism being the superstructural dimension of a phenomenon, for this the mode of production. So third thing that I feel like I want to remark. It is around the question of Americanism and in the wake of the Trotskyist inquiries that a quintessentially Gramscian problematic emerges. Neither economy nor art and politics alone will ever be able to defeat a bit that can squander any revolutionary effort whatsoever. This obstacle consists in nothing less than the ensemble of customs, usages, habits, and common sense that function together as a formidable complex of trenches and fortification. Fourth and last one, as Kate Crehan has already alluded in her introductory remarks, Gramsci's understanding of culture and of its relation to the arts and economy is quite peculiar indeed. And this peculiarity is visible indeed in the notion of bit and viscosity. Is un determinato modo di vivere, di pensare e di sentire la vita something structural or superstructural to life? Is culture a structure or a superstructure of life? To develop this point, needless to say, I would need a little more than the 19 minutes and 55 seconds that this presentation allowed me and that I probably went over. So thank you, and let me know.
Okay, thank you very much for those three excellent presentations. I thought they were all very engaging with the topic of the conference, but also very thoughtful as well. I wondered if we could open up to start with questions. We'll end, I think, on 3 or just before 5 to 3, and then we'll go for coffee. But I think we'll maybe take a round of questions to start. Who would like to go first?
Actually, I have two questions, but one, it would take me more than 19 minutes and 55 seconds to ask. But I think the sections on Fordism are the parts of the notes that give me the most notes that give me the most trouble. He raises, and he makes a good point, Henry Ford's intrusion into private lives. And, you know, Gramsci died a long time ago. He never came to the United States. And so he raises questions that we're grappling with, right? I know in Michigan, where I taught, the state legislature grappled with what constitutes a married couple because of health benefits. And we don't want employers intruding into private lives. At the same time, if you're getting on a plane, you don't want to see the pilot with a marijuana cigarette and a glass of whiskey in their hand. While I was on staff at Michigan State, the university, to its credit, dropped a contract with a company, okay, that went to the other extreme. Because this company paid health benefits, not only did they not allow smoking at the workplace, but the workers had to periodically have blood and urine tests to see if they smoked off the job and to see if they lived with a secondhand, with a smoker, because the secondhand smoke would eventually drive up their insurance premiums. So this is a question that, I don't know if you care to comment, it's an ethical question that he raises, right? But can we look to Gramsci for guidance on this, or do we just, don't have a lot of hair left, do we just scratch what little bit is left, okay? I can leave if you want.
These are fascinating presentations. I'm a professor of management for my failings, and so my question is perhaps from that perspective. Can work lead to political liberation from what the three of you have presented?
That I can answer very quickly. This was the idea, of course, of Gastier's and in parts Trotsky.
Can you switch over to
Gastiev and Trotsky before 1923, that would be, of course, the belief the revolution will come from dalla fabbrica, from the industry, from labor. But what I was suggesting is that by 1923, and definitely by the time Gramsci is writing the notebook, this doesn't seem certain anymore. That something else that is beyond labor is a work. So that would be my very quick answer.
Yes, about Gastiev. Yes, he was pointing at the organization of labor in the factories, but in the same time also to the organization of movement, human movement in daily life, and this was another very important point, which actually is not specific of Soviet Russia in that time. If you think at Weimar Republic, there was a huge debate on the restructuring the domestic sphere and rationalized the work of housewives and how they move within the... So this idea of a discipline of the body was quite widespread. The interesting point is, and therefore I think there is a parallel with the position of Gramsci, and I actually underlined that this was an incautious optimism, was that through training, you not only increase performance, but also you liberate your mind. So this, I think, this is the most important and interesting challenging point, which is the point made by Gramsci with this reading of Taylorism, which is a bit optimistic.
Yeah, it works. Yeah. I absolutely agree with your point on cautious optimism. I would add that this is one of the most abstract points of Notebook 22, okay, since presenting the very possibility that the repetition of operations of work and of movements liberates the mind, okay, does not take into account that part of the very organizational nature of Fordism was to fasten movements, fasten the rhythm of the assembly line. Okay, this is not taken into consideration by Gramsci in that passage, as it's not by Dubreuil. So the French socialists, which I mentioned in my presentation. So we always have to take into consideration not only political theories, but also the realities, technical organizational realities they are referring to as much as possible, at least. I think that in Gramscian terms, the question on how much could work be a vehicle or a road to political liberation could be perhaps taken and rephrased in a completely different way, but I think it's connected to your question concerning, and it would perhaps concern the relationship between technical objectivity and political different aims, okay, which is something quite problematic that we can find in different moments of revolutionary communist political thought. That's obviously a problem, also theoretical and practical problem, also for Lenin, since the very texts from 1918, when Lenin spoke of Leninism, of Taylorism, that were among the first texts by Lenin that Gramsci read, and this is one of the points on which Gramsci returns in the prison notebooks, saying that he believes in the possibility of preserving a degree of technical organization, but separating from the political aims and the social aims that capitalist organization has put it to. So I would bring your question to these pages on Gramsci. Yeah.
I wonder if you could say a little bit more about that. I kind of stole my question, was about Lenin. So how does Gramsci's understanding of Taylorism meet with Lenin's stress, as far as I remember, those passages, about the role of Taylorism as providing free time for democratic participation of workers in the managing of the state? Indeed, the question of democracy seems to be quite important in his understanding of these terms. I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on the political forms you just mentioned.
I wish I could elaborate in a satisfying way, but I'd only like to point out that Lenin's own thought on this topic changes, obviously. His very first articles on the topic of Taylorism are attacks on Taylor in 1912, 1914, while when he is confronted with it from the midst of after the revolution, at the beginning of the Civil War, the perspective is completely different. And in a sense, when Trotsky proposes rationalization in the way that you have described, he was also acting. He had started doing that by acting as Lenin's man in the conflict with Soviet trade unions. So there is a complex stratification of aspects. What I'd like to very briefly mention is that even if in the denigratory articles of 1912, 1914, Lenin still speaks of the traditional conflict between organization and despotism within the factory and anarchy on the marketplace. Okay, still in that classic terms of Capital Book 1. While the idea of a controlled, planned economy could open up the idea of bringing rationality also on the level of overall political economy. But still, we always have to keep in mind, as I said before, that that's on the level of theory and of projects rather than on practices, which is a wholly completely different level. Do you?
I actually.
No, no, bye.
No, because I don't have a question.
No, bye.
If you have an answer.
No.
No, I have actually a question to the three of you or anybody else. This revaluation of Taylorism in Lenin happens roughly at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, when he formulates his first notion, theory of hegemony. The proletariat needs still to have managers from the bourgeois class in order for industries to work. Is that it's roughly the same time, right? Which would really explain a little bit the logic of Americanism and Fordism in a way.
No, bye.
I think we can place this shift around 1918, especially in one of the crucial texts of that moment, the immediate tasks of the Soviet government, which is often remembered for other aspects, but he actually directly addressed the question of Taylorism, which he did. Once again, we are on the level of theory, obviously, but he reevaluated Taylorism as a measure on an emergency measure and in a context of transition to socialism, not as something that could be completely transplanted in its objectivity, transplanted to socialism realized. And so this also explains the dimension of the, which you just recalled, the permanence of managers, of technical staff, okay? So it's a moment in which the role of technical...
Permanence of a bourgeois technology.
Yes, absolutely. It's part of the transition of the and of the emergency.
So okay. Basically, it's a theory of hegemony. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, we could see it.
No, I would just add that it's important also to consider that text 1918. So we are in the middle of the Civil War, and the expectations are of an incredible acceleration of history, which can also be fed by this kind of productive transformation and so on. So in a couple of years, then they realized that it was quite a slower process going on, and maybe Stalin had a more realistic observation of the Russian society than they had. They were actually fundamentally European, located in the most advanced urban areas of Russia and so on. Stalin looked at the vast majority of the rural population and this national frame within they thought the revolution or they resisted to the revolution and so on, and probably is one of the key of his success in the end against Trotsky, which this is one of these things in history that you don't expect. You have Trotsky is a military leader, he's a great intellectual and so on. On the other side you have Stalin, which is middle bureaucrat and so on, but in the end he managed to success.
On that note, we'll open for another round of questions. One here.
Yeah, thank you for your great presentations. So what I'm thinking is, here I hear a lot of the relationships with Gramsci and what was happening, Soviet Union and possible elements he took over and so on. But what I'm thinking, by the early 20s, the propaganda machine here, called public relations, had been put into place already to shape that consumer. And and to shape a consumer class. It was done with the new technologies via Hollywood, how to sell cigarettes and how to use a certain perfume, and psychologically many elements were in place to produce that new consumer society, and it didn't end. We're still in it. I don't expect that Gramsci had reflections along that way, but what about the Communist Party? What about if the, Togliatti and so on, the intellectuals of the party, did they reflect, given that Lukács's History and Class Consciousness was coming out soon? And I just wonder if there were critical reflections about this historical phenomenon that really took over large parts of the world. Thank you.
As far as I know, they didn't actually, and this is one of the problem. And particularly for Gramsci, of course, Gramsci had limited sources to as also Bruno said. In prison, he got what he got. However, I think that it's curious that Gramsci, who was so keen in analyzing mass culture developments in Europe after the First World War and so on, he didn't actually probably understand the powerful symbolic impact of this mass consumer society or mass consumption, and he actually took consumption into this frame of the control. As you control the labor, you control also the daily life and so on, and at some point this will be revolted by the working class and to create something else and so on. But I think this is a very interesting point.
I think we're running out of time. If we have final comments from you,
I agree with what Paolo was saying, because I think Lukács's breakthrough was to realize that capital had been undergoing a revolution in which relative class value was becoming more important than anything else. So the symbolic dimension of the commodity is something that I would say is peculiarly Lukácsian, but I cannot think of any place in Gramsci where you would find a reflection.
But even Marx had already reflected upon how the British working class was moving, parts of it, segments of it, was moving into particular directions.
I will try to answer very, very briefly on the issue of public relations. I agree with what has just been said about the fact that to try to answer it, we must absolutely go beyond Gramsci. In this sense, we would perhaps have to look at the reflections not in the Italian Communist Party, but in the American labor movement vis-à-vis the fact that public relations theory and practices rose as an instrument of class conflict in Standard Oil and in big enterprises in the midst of the harshest conflict. While in Italy, we can start talking, in Italian history, we can start talking of actual public relations methods, or what we would nowadays call public relations methods, from the mid-1920s, so after fascism, after even I would say after the Pact of Palazzo Vidoni, which outlawed non-fascist trade unions. So it's not by chance that they take shape in Italy in a context which is already fully dominated by fascism. Okay, 3 years after the March on Rome. As issue for and one of the part of this is on the issue of consumption, the presence of in Italy, the presence of lots of advertising of mass consumption, even if those consumption were not actually possible. So we hear a full separation between what is advertised and the everyday life that's actually possible, even for middle classes.
Thank you very much, and round of applause for our speakers.
Okay, I'm going to be the timekeeper here. Sorry, this is very Taylorist. So to keep the assembly line of the conference moving smoothly, there is some coffee upstairs, but we'd like you to be back here in 15 minutes so we can start the panel on the Gramsci Monument at 3:20. Okay? So thank you for being punctual.
Hello everybody, my name is Thomas Hirschhorn. I'm an artist. I'm living in Paris, from where I'm sending you this short greeting video. I am the author of the Gramsci Monument. I am one of the authors of the Gramsci Monument. And I'm very happy that Kate and David invited the Gramsci Monument to be part of their conference, of our conference, Gramsci in America, America in Gramsci today. The fact that David, 12 years ago, was part of the Gramsci scholars and who came to the Bronx and gave a lecture is an indication, and also to me a proof, that also a precarious monument for 77 days somewhere in the outskirts of New York can create a memory and can have sustainability. Because I always thought that a monument today must respond to 4 general important questions. Where is it built? To whom it is dedicated? How long it will stay? And also, what will be its output? At the Gramsci Monument, we had a lot of graceful moments. I just wanted to share 3 of them with you. This is Yasmine Raymond. Yasmine Raymond was the curator at Dia Art Foundation who invited me to do the Gramsci Monument, to do a work in public space, which then was the Gramsci Monument. So I was so happy when she decided to be also the ambassador integrated in the Gramsci Monument. She was the ambassador in order to have a response to all questions in life and in art. Here we see her together with the Swiss ambassador who was visiting us at the Gramsci Monument. Another moment of grace with the Gramsci Monument was the encounter with Clyde Thompson. Clyde Thompson was the social worker at Forest Houses in the South Bronx. And the Gramsci Monument took place in the South Bronx because Clyde asked me once when I visited him before to establish the work there, what will be the benefit for our community? And my response was, I'm not working for your community, I'm working for art. And Clyde understood this. Clyde understood that me as an artist, I have first of all to work with my competence. And because this graceful understanding, the Gramsci Monument took place in Forest Houses. Clyde then organized a meeting with Eric Farmer. Eric Farmer is the president of the Tenant Association in Forest Houses. And Eric told me, I will help you. We will help you to do the Gramsci Monument. That was a beautiful moment for me, that somebody wanted to help me. And there was another beautiful moment when 2 years ago, in the beginning of 2023, Eric called me up and he told me, Thomas, we have to celebrate 10 years Gramsci Monument, which we did. So the idea of the celebration didn't came from me. It came from Eric and the neighbors in forest houses. The last thing I wanted to share with you is this beautiful sentence of Simone Weil. A poem, and I replace the word poem with the word artwork. An artwork must mean something, and at the same time, nothing. That nothing which belongs to on high. That is for me what was the Gramsci Monument. I wish you a fruitful and an inspiring conference and interesting discussions with and behind the Gramsci Monument. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back, or welcome, as the case may be. I'm Professor Ara Mergian, and it's my distinct pleasure to welcome to the CASA and to NYU Yasmil Raymond, who you just saw on screen, who was the curator of the Gramsci Monument in 2013, which, as we'll hear, entailed a great deal not only of curatorial but also of practical skill in mounting. I was at NYU and in New York at the time, and so was able to visit the site, which was erected essentially on the grounds of the Forest Hill housing project in the Bronx, which was also in some ways kind of interesting and personally meaningful for me, because my mother grew up in a tenement in the Bronx herself, and went to Roosevelt High, and so it was especially meaningful for me to be able to visit something that was really unbelievably original in so many different ways, particularly to the extent that it featured what we would call a sort of a blue chip artist of great repute, but which had lasting and deeply profound intersections with the local community and with New York at large. And it was, as we'll hear, a place that was anything but art for art's sake. I mean, we just heard Thomas say that his ultimate sort of duty is to aesthetics. But what was so moving and meaningful about the Gramsci Monument was its very plain insistence upon its placement in a particular place and a particular history, and also its relationship to a history that it in some ways couldn't predict, as we'll talk about. While it was up and running, young Trayvon Martin was murdered in Florida. And various other things happen, which of course couldn't have been predicted, the contingencies of which intersected, thank you, Yasmil, with its happening, which entailed everything from a cafe to a newspaper to a radio. And as we'll hear, Thomas had previously done monuments to the philosophers Gilles Deleuze and Baruch Spinoza and Georges Bataille, all three of which are very different in many ways from the theory and philosophy of Gramsci, and we can think about how precisely that played out. I took this shot inside the library, which also had postings about the Gramsci radio, which I believe was run by, at least in part, by residents. And I thought it was interesting that the bottom, probably for the best, that this bottom part is cut out for right now. Another incredibly personal kind of punctum for me was this photocopied picture of Pasolini at Gramsci's grave, which was tacked up on this perspex window here looking out onto the grounds. And also here, and this is a good segue into some stuff that Yasmil is going to talk about, this wall of various individuals involved with the project, including Eric Farmer. And I'm going to let Yasmil tell us a little bit about Eric.
Just a pausa first. I want to thank Kate and David and Nicole and Julian, NYU and CUNY. I mean, this is an honor, and it's a pleasure to be back and to see Marcus Green, who will be speaking tomorrow morning. It feels like a reunion. And thank you to all the scholars. I'm learning quite a lot, I think, more than I ever imagined on Gramsci, even though we did spend 77 days thinking and imagining him here in the Bronx 12 years ago. But one person is missing today, so would have been here with us, Eric Farmer. He was invited to be here, but about a month ago, he was diagnosed with cancer, and he has passed away. Eric was what Thomas described as a key person to this project, and a partner to me and to Thomas. How does this work? This one?
Yep.
Sure.
It should. Yeah.
Maybe you can give it a try. And his role was, he was the tenant association president of Forest Houses for many decades. And so I'll let you read this tribute. As we were preparing for this presentation, this tragic event happened, and Thomas wrote this for you. Oh, sure, I can do it. Tribute to Eric Farmer. Eric Farmer, president of the Forest Houses Tenants Association, who I met in 2012 thanks to Clyde Thompson, told me at the time, I will help you. We will help you do the Gramsci monument here in my neighborhood at Forest Houses, South Bronx, New York City. It was one of the most graceful and decisive moments I have experienced in my life and work as an artist. From this moment on, Eric was the key figure for the Gramsci monument, and he contributed essentially to its positive outcome with his charisma, his street credit, his natural authority, his knowledge, his humor, and with his understanding of art. It is very clear that without the commitment, the presence, and benevolence of Eric, the Gramsci monument could have not have fulfilled its mission, nor achieve its success. During the work's preparation, setup, and duration itself, I can testify for Eric's overwhelming engagement toward the Gramsci monument, our now common artwork. His input into the artwork was truly consistent. He was present every day, at all times. He was entirely part of the Gramsci monument. Eric's implication was total. It went far beyond help. I am sad today, but also I am happy to have known him, to have worked closely with him, and to have become one of his friends. I admit that I was always touched when he called me brother. Therefore, I am very happy we kept contact after the Gramsci monument experience, and would not forget the 2 moving Parisian visits that Eric made after 2013. Another deeply graceful moment was when Eric called me beginning of 2023 with a suggestion and proposal to celebrate on site the 10th years of the Gramsci monument. That me, as artist, could experience such a gesture becoming from Eric. the person grounded in the neighborhood where the Gramsci monument had taken place 10 years before, made me full of hope and happiness. Eric's will to memorize, or I think he meant memorialize, our common experience is a proof in itself in creating a form for the affirmation that a precious monument can create memory forever. Eric will always stay in my heart. Rest in peace, Eric Farmer. Thomas Hirschen, October 9th, 2025. As Ara just mentioned, Thomas Hirschen's a sculptor, an artist, primarily functioning with the method of collage. He's been practicing since the 1980s. And in his practice, he's not only exhibiting in galleries and museums, but also makes a particular effort to exhibit in outdoor spaces, which is a Gramscian act in itself. As many of you may know, friends who are artists or have been involved with artists in some way, to install a work in public space, it requires an enormous amount of energy and determination. Around 1990s, in 1990s, I would say 92, he already starts a series of altars. They're like small monuments to different thinkers. But it's in 1995 that he dedicates his first monument to Spinoza, Baruch Spinoza, and he does that in the red light district of Amsterdam. This is a small project in the scale of projects because he only needed an electrical cord, an electrical access, so someone who would plug in the lights that at night lighted the monument. So his contract with a private person, was just simply to lend him electricity to plug the sculpture. But a few years later, in 2000, he went more ambitious and he dedicates his second monument to Gilles Deleuze. And he does that in Avignon, in a neighborhood of working class people, families, and installed this project there that it involved activities as well. Begins his whole method of presence and production, he calls it. It's a guideline that means that the artist has to appear and has to be involved in the engagement with the people who are coming to see the work. This project in particular, he sort of failed in humanistic terms because the monument was burned. But it taught him a lot. It taught him that weekend he had left the premise. He learned quite many lessons from the Avignon project. And many years later, they celebrated an anniversary, and the people of Avignon call him back. So this project has many layers. We could talk for hours. And then 2 years later, he's invited to an exhibition called Documenta, which is a very important exhibition in the art circles, international exhibition, made shortly after World War II in Kassel to restore Germany's international relationships, and to kind of establish a lingua franca again through art and through the exhibition of art. And I look at the Italians just because the presence of Lucio Fontana in the second Documenta was instrumental. It really opened all the doors to a reconciliation through art. And so he was invited to do one to Georges Bataille. And after that, he took a pause on monuments. Because he had already conceived then that he wanted from the beginning, he had declared his 4 philosophers, and Gramsci was going to be number 4 and last for the monument series. But he wanted to do Gramsci in New York from the beginning, but he couldn't. And he tried. on one occasion to get the project going, and it failed. So it took us many years to meet. We met in Minneapolis at the Walker Arts Center in 2006 with his presentation of a very important work called Caveman Men. And then after that, I worked a number of times with Thomas. And then finally, I moved to New York, and I was a curator at the Dia Art Foundation. And we commissioned this monument. My decision to do Gramsci, says Thomas Hirschhorn, does not come from my understanding of the philosopher Antonio Gramsci. Rather, it comes from my understanding of art and my belief that art can transform. So it feels like I'm the complete outsider in a Gramsci conference because I'm also not an expert in the understanding of Gramsci's thinking, but I do know some things about art history. And Thomas is an artist. So Dia Art Foundation created numerous important commissions, but I'm going to highlight two to give you a context. Again, in Kassel, in Documenta, in 1982, it was Dia Art Foundation that commissioned the 7,000 Oaks project of Joseph Beuys. And Joseph Beuys actually does link to Gramsci, now in hindsight, because he was the one who said everybody is an artist, which is plagiarizing Antonio Gramsci. But we forgive him for that. The last commission that Dia did in New York was in 1979, and that you can visit, or you can visit the ones in Kassel as well if you come to where I live in Germany. But here in New York, just walking from distance from here, you can go on Wooster Street or Broadway, West Broadway, and you can see Walter de Maria's great work, The New York Earth Room and The Broken Kilometer. These two parentheses is just to contextualize an organization that began in 1974 out of the inspiration of three friends, one with immense wealth from the Menil family from Houston, and two who were just big art fans. And they created the Dia Art Foundation. And the idea at the time was that Dia was going to commission extraordinary works that otherwise would not be realized. The artists just didn't have the mechanism to set in motion these kind of commissions on their own, and that they could not depend on museums, because that's not what museums do. Museums are in the legacy building, history, acquisition of power, etc. But that here was about an organization that would navigate means, enormous amount of money, to create extraordinary things. And although the Gramsci Monument was not extraordinarily expensive in hindsight, it did require a different kind of capital. It required the New York City housing authorities. Hirschhorn came to New York when I invited him officially with the director, Philippe Verne, at the time at Dia, and he visited the sites of different housing projects to conduct what he called at the time field work, with a nod to real anthropologists. And it was during those visits that he did over a period of 2 years that he met Clyde and he met Eric, and then he found the site. And he calls it almost like a matchmaking. It was really magical encounter. And that's how we end up in South Bronx. Just to give honor to what deserves honor, 1934, LaGuardia establishes NYCHA, the New York City Housing Authorities, and they have an enormous amount of people living there, almost 500,000. And I want to underline that because that system is being threatened every single day. And they're the largest tenants of New York under one landlord. And it was quite magical how we navigated that acquisition, or let's say the invitation from, or agreement from NYCHA, because we had to go to the NYCHA headquarters downtown with Eric, and it was on Gramsci's birthday, by coincidence, January 22nd, and it was snowing, and we knew we were going to get it. When the director, the president of Niger, asked Eric Farmer, why do you want this to happen in your forest houses? And he said, well, no one comes here ever to offer us anything, and this man has something to offer. And he was just signaling to Thomas. That was the deal. So we didn't get their support in any form other than they didn't stop us. And I can say that it also taught me something essential later on and after, and it stays with me forever, the importance of beginning from the bottom, from the ground up, like a tree. That is the only way. And it's unfortunate that today everything is from the top to the bottom, but this method of Thomas, of spending 2 years visiting different housing projects, meeting different people, and conveying his mission of why Gramsci is important to be read today, only could happen with this method. These were 4 principles that we followed at the monument. So how he said in his video, he wanted to establish a definition of a monument. A monument is a memorial to someone, right? Oftentimes it's commissioned by someone with a lot of power who determines in this piazza we're going to put a monument to X person. In this case, it was the opposite, right? Someone without any power agreeing to put a monument there. A monument is a place where you can have encounters in the most practical way. When you arrive to Paris, you say, let's meet at the Eiffel Tower, right? So that's how it works. It's a place where events happen, can be created. But for me, the most important, and also in the context of today's conference, was to think Gramsci today. And as we have seen throughout the presentations, there's more than one reason to think Gramsci still. We were very lucky that the Museo Casa Gramsci and the Fondazione Istituto Gramsci in Rome both agreed to lend us relics, we call it. There were Gramsci's slippers and his comb and his wallet from prison, a few of his utensils that he used, and these were in vitrines for people to see. And we had photocopies of the quaderni, which I just saw 4 of them yesterday, and it was very touching. We made fake ones, which you can see in the vitrines. We also were blessed with Sandy Cooper. I hope she's still around. Okay. She was so gracious to lend us 500 books from John Cammett's collection on fascism and Italy and Gramsci. And those books were there available for people to read and spend time in the library. And as it was mentioned, Ari mentioned, we had a radio station primarily run by Phil Beder, who knew how to do radio programs, but he taught DJ Gucci, who was a resident in the Bronx, and as you can see, was very popular. We had a journal every day, often including quotes from Gramsci, but also photocopies of letters. The editors were 2 residents from the housing project there, and they were very fascinated with the fact that Gramsci didn't meet one of his kids, and so they always wanted me to find them chapters on his children and his wife, and so we found like fairy tales, his writings on for children, and so this was the kind of desire that often came to us as a request. But obviously, we were also there on the date that, not when Trayvon Martin died the year earlier, but when his murder was acquitted. And this was a very difficult day for us and for the community, obviously, as this person was also mixed, Latino and American, and Zimmerman. And the South Bronx, in particular Forest Houses, has a very special history, that it was the first housing development that desegregated. So a big community, Jewish community, African American, and Puerto Ricans coexisted really early on in Forest Houses. The structure of the monument, as it was creating events, involved having a Gramsci theater, running events, poetry sessions, field trips, art school, seminars on Saturdays, and open mic. This was right at the cusp of Instagram. We didn't have it yet as developed as it is today. So we made a decision, Thomas made a decision, and I had to support, obviously, and make sure that it was implemented, not to announce. So, for example, when David came to speak for his Gramsci seminar, or when Buttigieg came to speak, or Spivak, or Marcus Green, you had to be there on Saturday and be surprised that they were in town. They were put on a bulletin board, old school, the announcement in the morning, Thomas will put it. Of course, we prepared them in advance, but the release of the information did not happen until you were there. And this was very, very important because we didn't want like people traveling there as if they're going to get a haircut or do their nails. So we wanted that you had to spend time and be in the monument and not consume the monument. We had poets. This was very important for Thomas and the scholars. And the condition for the scholars was that they had written a book on Gramsci. And we brought wonderful list of people. Nadia Urbanati, I hope she's still teaching. Yeah, Wilderson was there from Minnesota at the time. He was in Minnesota. I don't know if he's still teaching there. Yeah, so the idea was to do an outdoor monument that was unintimidating. Thomas uses these, what he calls everyday materials like plywood and brown tape and foil, nothing, no metal, nothing like that. Yep, it was built with the residents and was dismantled also with the residents. So this process of building and destruction, like Gramsci said, is destruction is as hard, right? Or requires as much energy as creation. And this was part of the philosophy of the project. And yeah, I think I need to acknowledge that it took a village to pay for this project. Everybody was paid on a good, fair share. And yeah, Thomas Hirschen has continued to make works on public space. There are over 65 projects, and he's still making more. And there's a book, as he showed us. You can please purchase it, still available at Dia bookstore here in Chelsea. And these are the people. For me, it was also important to show that this took a village to make. And yeah, that was the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmina. That's wonderful synthesis. And you know, when we think of a monument, of course, we think of something permanent and oftentimes outsized. And of course, in Thomas's case, particularly as someone influenced by the historical avant-garde and the neo-avant-garde, using something like collage and installation that is not only makeshift, but also impermanent. How do you think that informed the project in terms of this relationship between something that would exist essentially in time rather than, at least in a permanent sense, in space?
Yeah, it had that feeling that you were going on a trip, right? There's a number of days that you're going to be in a location. So it had that element of like camp also, like when you make a decision to retreat somewhere. So that was very important because then it eliminates a bunch of distractions that you may have when you're thinking things long term, right? You have to be really focused and centered on the present. And there's no time for shenanigans because every day counts, right? Every day is as important as the day before. And so, yeah, that completely changes how you think. It's more like dance, right? It's like that experience of art that is immediate, is in the moment. It's like theater, right? These are time-based forms of art, or this lecture, for example. Yeah.
And you've spoken, very candidly about how the experience, precisely because of its wonderful nature, that it's sort of, as you put it to me, kind of ruined you as a curator to the extent that being inside now, being confined to the walls of kind of institutional propriety, both spatially and organizationally, is now difficult in the wake of this experience. Can you talk a little bit about how the monument itself affected your relationship to curating and your relationship to how, how a work of art, particularly one with an expressly political slant, can perhaps be domesticated by the museum in a way that something like this isn't?
Yeah, I had to go back to work in the museum, and I did. I tried for about 10 years after. It opened my mind about the questions of institutions. I know many artists have tried to explain this through our history, from Duchamp, Marcel Duchamp, right, with the ready-made, as an institutional critique. But it took this project to really bring it home, in the sense of when was the last time you were at work and you were laughing and then dancing and playing karaoke with people? It brought up a different dynamic of your work can be joyful, and it has a real dimension impacting people. Maybe those of you who teach have this experience. When you enter the classroom, it's like an event. And I remember that from my experience of professors, and that's kind of like the beauty of pedagogy, right? And it felt like I couldn't go back and sit in a cubicle at the Museum of Modern Art, which later was my next job, and sit still. It was challenging, and then ultimately that led to making other choices. I really learned that art has, in a way, we were saying earlier, someone was saying earlier that just kind of dismantles the status quo of things, right? Gramsci did that to many terms. For example, common sense and civil society. Like after him, now we really need to think hard what we mean by those terms. And in a way, Gramsci Monument dismantled for me what it means to make an exhibition and to bring art to the public, to you.
Yeah, someone asked me what sort of the lasting consequence of the monument was. How has it persisted or not? And one of the things I mentioned was, the exhilaration of being there was inevitably for me accompanied by a sense of melancholy at the sense that it was going to end, right? That seeing how, that from the start, Hirshhorn had employed people there, but also involved them in an affective sense, in a physical sense, that they were invested in it as stakeholders and as learners, and having a cafe, a radio, a newspaper, in some way set into relief the absence of those things in a tenement in the Bronx, right? The lack of community centers that nourish people in a spiritual and aesthetic way, in addition to just a practical way. And so, that might have been a kind of a consequence that Thomas didn't even necessarily have in mind. I mean, when you look at that lawn now in the absence of the monument, there is inevitably a kind of melancholy. But I was going to ask you also, as someone who admittedly, as you said, you're not an expert expert on Gramsci, and yet having engaged with this project in a very sustained way, are there things that stand out in your memory about individuals' relationship to the monument or its events that, particularly with relationship to Gramsci's legacy and thinking Gramsci today, as Thomas and others put it, that stick out, that stay with you?
Yeah, of course I could go down memory hole and find moments. I think for me personally, the relationship to writing and to having a discipline, even in these moments, difficult moments we're facing, this peculiar moment, as Gramsci called it, in his time, to fascism, the peculiar political system. And it's to build up reading structure, a reading menu to bring into practice a routine of what we need to read every day to keep clear, keep on target, right? I think that discipline, the word discipline has been mentioned a couple times. I keep going back to that. I remember that Thomas had a big discipline. He's Swiss-born, so he's quite disciplined, and he helped me with my Puerto Rican culture background, and to sit for a period of time and read and organize for the day, to debrief. We had briefings in the morning and debriefings in the afternoon. I mean, just practical things that you can do in your own home every day with your partner, with your family. Before you go out and when you come back, to be able to process what's going on in this moment of rising fascism. I think that's what I would like to highlight. I think also there were moments of, Thomas calls them moments of grace, right? And those are moments that, like people looking in Gramsci's exhibition space, at his possessions, and drawing connections to their own family history of members being in prison or themselves having been to prison, and acknowledging that and wondering. And I was just mentioning to David when we met this morning that I'm staying with in a home that has a 6-year-old, and she's heard about Gramsci now multiple times. And she asked me last night, but why did he go to prison? Why did he was sent to prison? And we all froze, the parents and me and my husband. And I said, well, because of what he wrote and what he said. And she just was perplexed and her eyes open. And it made me realize that what I was saying to her is how he thought, what he thought. The act of thinking made him be in prison. And this is a very serious moment, and I think tonight we will have a debrief about it, I'm sure, in the family dinner, because she will bring it up. She's very clever. I'm wearing her bracelet for good luck. And but I think, giving that message, to bring that message around to our younger colleagues and your students and people in your family, that thinking is a dangerous, as Hannah Arendt said, a dangerous business, and but we need to keep thinking, and that's what I noticed in the Bronx. Everybody got that, and they sat at the seminars and they asked questions, and it was around the topic of what we think and how we think it in America.
Yeah. My favorite memory was there was an older gentleman who was there almost every day, who's I think was sort of a dilettante, sort of Gramsci, and was so obsessed with him that his grandkids had dubbed him Gramsci. I don't know if you remember that, but that just stuck with me. I think maybe it's time to open it up to the audience for questions. I mean, I will say that Yasmil has written an essay called Desegregating the Experience of Art on the Gramsci Monument, which is a truly outstanding piece of writing. So for any curious in particularly its relationship to art historical and critical practices, and also just sort of the ideology of the work itself, it's wonderful. But maybe there are some questions from the audience. I see a couple hands. Do we have a mic that's going around? Oh, here we go.
Speak into the mic because they won't hear it on the
Okay.
on YouTube.
Hi. Thank you for this. I can't look at the Gramsci Monument now without thinking of the encampments as an inheritor in some way, different kind of institutional critique, you might say, and a different relation to the state because they weren't given the privilege of 77 days. So I wanted to ask about that, the kind of mirroring and separate relation of these, both of these beleaguered institutions, NYCHA and CUNY, where these monuments were made.
Yeah, I mean, great question and in a daring one because, like I said, when we got the permission from NYCHA, you know, in order to get the appointment, we had to attend the open meetings of NYCHA. You know, they have to do it publicly, like their annual meetings and board meetings. We were there, we broke into one, right? We just arrived. And our goal was very clear. Thomas and I decided we just need to get the business card of someone, right? We had already navigated certain bureaucracies. They had indicated that they were not interested in doing anything with art or with an artist. So we did. And when the president finished his meeting, his board meeting, we approached him to ask for his business card. And his PR person interrupted us and obviously and gave us the business card. That's how we got an appointment. It was quite a maneuver. The city of New York was not happy about this. I don't want to name names. But I was told that why would I want to do a monument to a Marxist? Was I planning to create a riot, a race riot? And why in the Bronx, etc. But we persevered. You know, we were very determined that we wanted the invitation from a local. This is why it was so important that Thomas went alone to the visits, the 46 visits of the field work were alone, not with me as the institution, as curator, but by himself with his map. He made a map of Gramsci explaining the project, this huge thing that he put under his arm. And until he got the permission to do from inside, he did not dare to go to the NYCHA. So what I would say to the young activists today is, please read my book. Read Thomas' book. Weak Detail is a guidebook, it's a manual on how to do community work. I did community work in Chicago when I was 20, 18 to 20, before I had my first experience in Italy and changed my life in 1998. But before that, I was trying to do community work activism in Chicago in Humboldt Park, which is the Puerto Rican neighborhood, and Rogers Park, which is where the Black Panthers were united with the Jewish community, and during the civil rights movement. And so I failed in those moments. I was reading Paulo Freire, the great pedagogue from Brazil, and I lack that understanding that you have to ask permission. You have to build it from the ground to the top. There's no other way. The Deleuze monument taught Thomas that when it's planted on a ground that doesn't belong to you, they will burn it. The Gramsci monument was not burned or touched or hurt in any way because it was built by the people for them, with them. And this was a big lesson that revealed to me what the big failures of my early activism in Chicago were about, which had to do with thinking the whole thing from the wrong end. Yeah, we were going to neighborhoods with a lot of gang activities, people, gardens that could not, we wanted to make gardens and do art activities, and they were disasters, they were always vandalized. And vandalism is the same that happened to the incumbent, because vandalism happens when someone has more muscle than you and doesn't want something there.
Well, on that note, I have to add, in the spirit of the question too, that the encampments, at least on this campus, which were against the genocide in Gaza, were vandalized. They were vandalized by our own institution, actually. They were raided. They were raided in the middle of the night, belongings taken. And I think your question is a beautiful one, because now that you mention it, those encampments, in many ways, now that I think about it, they were in some ways the closest thing to something like the Gramsci Monument in my recent memory, to the extent that they were places of mutual aid, they were places of exchange of ideas, photocopies of essays that were left, books, people sleeping in tents temporarily, and so, and a certain kind of festival-like atmosphere. So, yeah, I mean, what do you do when, I mean, in the case of NYCHA, they said, okay, we're not going to stop you. In this instance, the university very much
That's the key.
Did say, we're going to stop you. So for all the goodwill in the world, you know,
have to find another location then.
It's yeah. And unfortunately, spaces have been since rebuilt to prevent finding other locations. But in any case.
Field work is important.
Thank you so much, Yasmil, for being here, and also for all of your curatorial work. And thank you, Ada, for coordinating this conversation. I just wanted to share a very brief recollection of my own visit, which was happened to be the day where Frank Wilderson spoke and delivered his withering criticisms of Gramsci. Speaking to Yasmil's point that it was a space of encounter and surprising encounter, on that day, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but before he spoke, when he was being introduced, I believe by a resident of Forest Houses, a very tall gentleman in an Oxford shirt walked up to the stage and was introduced as the Democratic nominee for mayor, Bill de Blasio.
That's right.
He and his son had come to listen to Wilderson speak, he said, and he, as an Italian-American and as a progressive, was, quote, very happy to be there. So I remember watching de Blasio and his son listen to Wilderson's criticisms of Gramsci, but also descriptions of armed struggle in South Africa and the anti-apartheid movement, and thinking, you know, this is just really a phenomenal, you know, set of not just coincidences, but convergences. But anyway, it seems to me that, you know, if the Gramsci monument sort of maybe occupied a stepping stone between, for example, the Occupy movements of the squares moment and our more recent set of Gaza solidarity encampments, I wonder if today, you know, in the kind of perhaps ebbing of some of the political possibility or energy that we saw last year and in the past 2 years, if today, you know, there are other sites, you know, 2, 3, many Gramsci monuments, it seems like we need today to bridge us to the next, you know, phase in political activity. So I was wondering if anyone could speak to maybe you two on the stage or anyone else, the kinds of artistic, political, public encounters that Thomas was staging with the Gramsci monument, where we might find those today.
Well, I don't know how much you follow the news on art exhibitions around the world, but there's a wave of censorship, great censorship. It's been going on now aggressively for the past decade. So I would say that this is a challenge for artists, how to secure their autonomy, how to secure what they want to do. You know, it may seem like, oh no, she may be exaggerating. No, it's not. It's could be very minor things. There's a system of consensus that has tamed a lot of artists in advance to producing work, actually. So I think we need to caution, to be aware and adamant about insisting on that importance of the freedom of expression of artists. So I would say that in that sense, we cannot have 5 monuments going at the same time. One, because Thomas stopped the monument series with Gramsci. That's the last one. So for him, it's done. But I mean, you can go now to Los Angeles, for example, to see Kara Walker and Hamza Walker's exhibition of monuments at LA MoCA, which is where they transported dozens of monuments that were dismantled, civil rights monuments, and they're reinstalled in different ways, in a critical way, in a critical thinking way, at LA MoCA. So if you're in LA, go. It just opened last Friday.
thank you so much. About an example of a monument I have that just got to me, the Heidelberg Project in Detroit by Tyree Garton. It's marked as ongoing, which I think, as much as it's, you talked about the short term versus the long term, I think this act of ongoing is actually also pertinent to what Gramsci calls lo spirito creativo popolare. And the idea also of a monument being from monere, which is Latin meaning to remind. So I also think there's this long term, but it's hard because, again, you have to find like a conjunctural moment, and I guess, as an artist, to decide when to start that conversation, when is the consensus most easily allowed, because at the end of the day, unfortunately, administration seeps. But yeah, that was just a thought I had from that. And yeah, go to Detroit to see. It's like
go to Detroit.
It's huge. Now there's like yeah, the residents participate too, and drawing polka dots around homes. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Ara had to leave because he has to get to JFK. He's flying to, I think he's going to Rome, yeah. So he has a flight at 7:30, so he thought he better leave now. So I'm just his body double. I'm not really, I'm just moderating the debate. Any more questions?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Can you bring a mic around, please?
She has
Mine is.
Oh, you have the mic.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so thank you, first of all. Something I really liked about this was that you were saying you asked permission to do this installment and you involved a community, which is something that I find troubling about academia because it can be so inaccessible sometimes, and also art. I just wanted to know, how did you work with the partnerships like NYCHA and also with CUNY to make the work of Gramsci like more accessible and explaining them through your programming, if you have any recollection or anything?
CUNY was fantastic. Tamburi, I don't know if he's still dean. Okay, he's great. He was one of the first people we went to see and to talk about this idea, and also to inform ourselves a little bit better about when Gramsci was first translated in the United States, and to ask him ideas of who to invite. We had some names, like big names, and then he made recommendations. But what was most amazing about him was when he showed us the library. And he said, you can have it. And without a hesitation, we'll just pack the books and bring them to the Bronx to make them available. This was a true sign of trust and a Gramscian grace, because it was about insisting that we have to read him and to understand his thinking. So that was the best. Thank you.
Hi.
Yes, another question?
I just have a quick comment. Hi. Thank you so much. I don't know if you've been to forest houses since that time.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you've seen it, but I used to work for an organization called Green City Force that built the farm that's now at Forest Houses, and I just wanted to comment on Eric's involvement in that. He was so instrumental. Yeah, he was just huge in that, and I know the community is feeling his loss, but this is a tangible and permanent way. I think that he brought the spirit of Gramsci to Forest Houses, and that will be there hopefully for forever. And that's also that also had to be, with NYCHA, with the residents, and it's one of the most incredible spaces I've been to, and it's really productive. Like, the residents are very involved with it, so I just wanted to shout out his memory in that way as well.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Eric Farmer was the true epitome of what true politics is in action, in praxis. He's like, for me, even though he was not a mayor of Forest Houses, he was a president, but for me, he's what would be like a sindaco, right? Like an alcalde, a person with a lot of dignity and care for the citizens of the place that he is responsible for. So I'm glad to hear that you're involved in that. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes. Can you pass the mic, please? And Paolo.
Hi. Earlier, or I guess Thomas in his video mentioned the 10-year anniversary, and I was curious if you were able to attend, or if anybody here was able to attend.
My husband and I, we were there. Yeah.
Can you just kind of give us a sense of what that was?
Yeah. Okay. So when Eric called Thomas to celebrate, we're into birthday parties, it's a very American thing, anniversaries, etc. Thomas was not familiar with this concept, but I explained it to him then later. So we set in motion a whole event, and he made a model, because he had to bring an artwork. He cannot be in events that don't involve his art, right, basically. So for him, it's important to use the opportunity to make more art. So he made a model of the Gramsci monument, and he shipped it from Paris to the Bronx. And obviously he engaged in fundraising. He had a great gallerist who passed away last year, Barbara Gladstone. She was very generous. And she obviously loved this project, and she went up there for the anniversary. She was there during the project as well, but it was thanks to her that this happened, because she paid for it. And then we had a buffet. We had food and music, and we met in the cultural center, in the community center, which is the basketball court in Forest Houses, and indoors. And we all connected again, and the kids now are adults. The ones who were teenagers are now mothers, and it was very touching and moving to see everybody. Some people have passed away, others have survived great illnesses and big illnesses, but they're there. So it was a reunion. It was like a high school reunion in the classical way, and that's what the anniversary was about. Yeah, there's documentation in Thomas Hirschen's website if you want to see. He documents everything.
Yeah. I think, this will take a...
There's time.
I think, yes, we can have maybe one last...
One more
We need to get into the next panel in a minute. Yeah.
I came all the way from Frankfurt, please.
Thanks.
Use me.
This was very fascinating. Could you talk about the dismantlement of the monument? How did it happen? What did it entail?
Yeah.
Why did you choose to dismantle it at that specific time? Very curious about that.
Okay, the dismantling of the monument, and all of this is on the website. If you go to DIA, our foundation, and put Gramsci Monument or Thomas Hirschen, then you see the old website. It's all there. But I want to mention how it was. It was the same people who built it were then dismantling it. And we tried to keep all the hardware, so air conditionings, computers, equipment, and put it aside. And then the material that was recycled to trash, and the pallets, we returned them because the whole monument was built on wooden pallets. That was another story. But the things that are technological or worth money, right? Like our beds, because we had apartments that we were living in the Bronx, so we had a whole kitchen and things. So all of that, we brought them in, and then we made a tombola, a raffle, and everybody got a ticket, multiple tickets. If your family was big, you had multiple tickets, and then that night we raffle. Yeah, after we finished dismantling, and everybody got away with something. Yeah, and when we ran out of things to give, Thomas gave away cash from his Taschengeld. I don't know how to call it now in English. His pocket money. Yeah. Anybody else? Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, I can give you mine.
I want to ask you something about the relationship between people and monuments, because it seemed to me that there is a great need coming from people to destroy old monuments and build new monuments, or better, a new kind of monuments. And so it was very strong when you spoke about this. And the artist said that he didn't want to build a monument for Gramsci as a philosopher, but just because he was inspired by him. So what will happen? What does it mean? People need to be artists or to have a new vision of the city, of the town, of the public space?
I think so. I think it needs to come from love. I think Thomas will say it has to come from the love of the maker. So, you know this, in Italy there are many streets named after Antonio Gramsci and piazza. I was just recently in Cesena, there's a piazza in front of the ferrovia, the stazione of Gramsci, but it has no monument for him. And it's every time I see his name, I think about, of course, it requires love. It requires the love of someone to really think of a new monument model. Like she mentioned, the remembering, the honoring, the memorializing someone has to come from love. Maybe I need to research, but I have a feeling that in earlier times it came from love, and then it got corrupted or appropriated or institutionalized by politics. But politics in a little p, I would say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You want to be the last asking a question?
No.
Yes, please.
Thank you for this fascinating memory. I wonder if you could tell us something more about the reactions of common people who didn't know anything about, or even the existence of Gramsci. So also anecdotically, if you have something to say about it.
I have a vivid memory of Eric discussing with Thomas, why not Malcolm X? And it was a genuine question. And Thomas answering, you should build the monument to Malcolm X. You, if you love him so much. But he loved Antonio Gramsci. And I think it's like when you like a football game, a football team, right? You just love your team. And I think you cannot explain love. And this was one anecdote. I also remember people, Italy is very far for the South Bronx, for a community, a certain community, but not all communities, because there's a big Italian community in the Bronx, in the South Bronx, just a few blocks from Forest Houses. But it has been enough time has passed where they're no longer as close to the subalterno, right? To the segregated communities of African Americans, Latinos, and so on. They move up in the chain of discrimination, right? They're no longer the target. So I think that disconnect was real, and it came on multiple occasions of the lack of solidarity that happened in this country over time of class struggle between the immigrant communities and the Italians being one of those communities that sort of move up in the ladder of power. I think that, to be honest, the anecdotes are also very personal. I was working with people who sometimes were arrested and didn't show up to do the newspaper, or something happened at home. I couldn't make it to work to do the DJing. We had real events there and real life events, and so my anecdotes are really about people's life more than the implementation or the understanding of Gramsci. But I can share one. When Nadia Urbanati came to speak about Gramsci, she was fantastic, and she teaches at Columbia University. Democracy, I think, is the field.
We invited her, but she's got another commitment today.
Too bad. Yeah. She's fantastic. But Nadia was talking, and among the people from the neighborhood came all the time to everything, to the poetry, to the Gramsci seminars. And there was a moment where there was a question asked to her about, well, what would Gramsci say to us here? Or some sort of, in some other framing, a better framing than that. But it was something like asking for practical Gramscian advice, almost like a horoscope, I don't know. And then Nadia explained how they can organize by holding meetings in her living room on a fixed day during the week at a certain time and beginning organization, how to organize. And I remember this was a woman who had been a school teacher, so she was retired already, who was our librarian, who took care of the Gramsci books. And it was like a light bulb going up, turning on, and because I could see that she understood exactly what Nadia was explaining on how to start organizing a group of women and neighbors to address practical issues in the neighborhood. So the political organization, she was trying to explain how to do that, how to begin that. And so these were real anecdotes, yeah, of people who have not been shared that. So let's take the university out.
We have to end this, but I want to thank Yasmin so much. It was actually very moving seeing these photos of you and me 12 years ago, looking 12 years younger, and Thomas looking younger. You know, age is a kind of inevitable process, unfortunately. But yeah, that's very moving. I mean, what you were saying, what Ada was saying about melancholy, you know, which of course Freud just says is that's the kind of what you don't work through. It kind of remains within you. It gets stuck. And I'm not surprised that you felt melancholy going back to a kind of indoor gallery. I'm not surprised that they felt that kind of depression, really, after losing that community, which they had for 77 days. I can perfectly understand that. The morning, just to come back to Eric, I mean, Eric died on October 8th. I'd invited him to this. He was willing to come. It was going to be a 3-person panel. I was trying to email him and send him WhatsApp messages, and he didn't reply. So I actually said to Thomas, who was in Switzerland now, I think, or I said, you know, I can't get in touch with Eric. Do you, you know? And he said, oh, I've heard Eric's in hospital. Now, I hope he gets out in time to come to the conference. And then on the morning of October 9th, I think he said Eric had died the day before, and he wrote that incredibly moving tribute. And I mean, we're living in a state of, that's real mourning, I think, for this friend. So we're going to have no break because we're going straight into the next panel. That's Alessandro Brizzi and Lea Durante. Paolo Capuzzo is going to chair it, so stay here. And then after that, we're going to go into the film panel. Thank you so much, Yasmin.
Yes, we are moving to the fourth panel, and the first speaker will be Alessandro Brizzi from University of Paris-Nanterre and University of Pisa, and the title is The Social Role of the State in Gramsci Between Fordism, Corporatism, and Passive Revolution. I'll leave you the floor.
Good evening, and first of all, I wanted to thank I wanted to thank all the organizers and especially Professor Forgacs and Dr. Grimaldi. I'm honored to be here speaking today, and to be honest, a bit nervous, but that's normal, I think. In this paper, I aim to examine how Gramsci addresses the issue of the social role of the state, as the title says. And the path I am trying to examine runs from his political experience as a socialist and then communist organizer to the analysis of global capitalism developed in the notebooks, and especially in notebook 22 on Americanism and Fordism. I use the term social role of the expression social role of the state rather than welfare state because my focus is not one of political economy. In that field of studies, of course, two Gramscian categories are often used to frame a post-World War II welfare states, hegemony and passive revolution. Hegemony, by definition, entails attention to group interests in the construction of a certain balance of compromise, but managed by ruling groups. In this sense, scholars speak of a post-war welfare state compromise as a form of hegemony, of course. Others instead read the welfare state as a passive revolution, incorporating the working classes into so-called Keynesian capitalism. Welfare, but thereby becomes a necessary element of a specific accumulation regime. I try to move beyond these readings to connect Gramsci's political theory and practice with the issues of his time in the interwar years. The focus then is on how he addressed issue in a non-linear history of welfare. So, to say the expansion of social insurance, the corporative organization of professional interests, the revival of industrial paternalism in Europe, and the rise of welfare capitalism in the United States. I want to show that Gramsci first addresses the problem of incorporation, that is, the integration of the upper strata of the working class through social legislation. Next, analyzing fascist corporatism, he stresses its ability to organize what he calls interessi costituiti, organized interests, extending thus the state's function as economic police. Finally, with Fordism, he locates the strongest potential for social regulations in the very course of welfare capitalism, in both the United States and in Europe. I argue that in all these analyses, Gramsci observes a dual process of integration and segmentation, of incorporation and stratification, that is typical of social welfare regimes and maybe can help us better understand the rationale and their variety. So to begin with the issue of incorporation, closely linked to Gramsci, I begin with this issue that is closely linked to Gramsci's critique of reformism during the Biennio Rosso and then in the early Italian Communist Party. For him, reformism was particularly tied to economic organizations of the workers' movement. He knew, writing in L'Ordine Nuovo in 1922, that reformists in the party exerted great influence, I quote, as representative of organized interests, that is, of cooperatives, employment offices, collective tenancies, municipalities, and welfare funds. He argued that all these institutions had proliferated partly thanks to the interest, to quote again, of certain governing groups in incorporating into the ruling class leading figures of the workers' organizations. These referred explicitly to Giolittismo, the system associated with the liberal statesman Giovanni Giolitti, who had tried by various means to secure the support of working class organizations. In no other country, Gramsci wrote, had governments so actively encouraged the rise and consolidation of trade union and cooperative organizations. Giolitti knew that the system of cooperatives, along with all other forms of resistance, welfare, and production organized by the Italian working class, had not arisen from any original or revolutionary creative impulse, but rested on a long series of compromises in which the power of the state played the dominant role. The link between Giolitismo and reformism, of course, echoes Lenin's thesis on the limits of trade unionism and of economism. Gramsci insisted on the distinction between the economic institutions of the labor movement, especially cooperatives, and its political organization, that is the party, of course, with the former tending to be absorbed by the state's drive to incorporate them. This polemic also targeted the leadership of the General Confederation of Labor, the main trade union in Italy at this time. Writing in 1919, in L'Ordine Nuovo again, Gramsci criticized the limitations of the union's post-war program, which had I quote, the immediate aim of improving the living condition of the proletariat by demanding higher wages, shorter working hours, and a body of social legislation. Essential gains for him, yet ones that did not resolve the problem of power. That is also the title of these articles. And he writes, I quote, the 8-hour day, higher wages, and the benefits of social legislation do not touch profit. The disequilibrium that trade union action immediately produces in the rate of profit are soon absorbed and find a new balance. Capitalism, in short, shifts the increased general cost of industrial production onto the amorphous national masses or the colonial ones. In more backward economies like Italy's, he argued, it was protectionism that absorbed these alterations. Two clarifications must be added concerning this kind of protectionism. First, for Gramsci, the pivot of Giolitismo, this form of government, was the integration into the hegemonic system of a labor aristocracy, that is the upper stratum of the working class. This stratum had provided trade union leadership, had animated cooperatives and mutual aid societies for years. And they were the backbone, too, of post-war struggles for self-management, for workers' control at Fiat around the group of the Ordine Nuovo. However, after the defeat of the workers' movement, industrialists such as Giovanni Agnelli were able to partly secure the consent of these skilled workers to skillful paternalistic policies. In 1923, for example, Agnelli created a mutual aid society fund which was reserved exclusively for Fiat employees, already the best paid workers in the region. And the second clarification about the issue of protectionism, this labor aristocracy was concentrated in northern Italy, of course. There, the Giolitian system sought its social alliances, whereas the Mezzogiorno was treated as an internal colony for the industrial development of the north. Both these themes, labor aristocracy and the southern questions, reappear in Gramsci's writing since 1925, now in dialogue with the theories of the Third International on uneven development and imperialism, and with Lenin's own theories on labor aristocracy. Now I turn on the notebooks and Gramsci's analysis of fascist corporatism. For him, the corporative regime arises first as a form of economic police, in a broad Hegelian sense. First, it suppresses the autonomous organization of the working class. Gramsci notices the drive to concentrate social interests within the single party. And I quote, to destroy all other organizations or incorporate them into a system of which the party is the sole regulator. Again, the process of incorporation mostly involves trade unions, associations, and cooperatives. But under fascism, it takes a qualitative leap. That in Notebook 25 is qualified definitely as a totalitarian one. A second function of economic police is, I'd say, a constructive one, the stabilization of middle classes. As is well known, Gramsci places the middle classes at the center of his interpretation of fascism, considering them as the social base of the corporative regime. Although the real direction there remained with capitalists, landowners, and traditional elites, the regime must safeguard part of middle-class interests. And it did so by creating, according to Gramsci, ruoli chiusi, closed ranks, closed groups that uphold, I quote, the precarious positions of the middle classes, functioning as a machine for the preservation of the existing order and for the protection of organized interests. Gramsci added, the corporative regime depended on unemployment. It guaranteed for the employed a certain minimum standard of living, which, if competition were entirely free, would also collapse, provoking serious social upheavals. And it created new kinds of employment, organizational rather than productive, for the unemployed members of the middle classes. According to Gramsci, maintaining this certain minimum standard of living was a function of the modern state, which had to rise, I quote, to raise the material standard of living of the people above a certain level. If instead poor exploitation reduced popular masses to mere biological vegetativity, he argued, there can be no talk of state's power, but only of a masquerade of power. And here he referred to fascism explicitly. Anyway, the tools of economic police of fascism are not simply those inherited from the modern state. They define a new form of mass governance based on organized interests. The emphasis therefore falls on fascism's capability for both integration and segmentation through occupational politics for the middle classes, the granting of group privileges, and more generally, the interventions needed to preserve this certain minimum standard of living and thereby social order overall. Oddly enough, Gramsci doesn't show any particular interest in a new fascist social policy, that is the absorption of recreational and cultural life of the working and middle classes into the dopolavoro, the regime's mass leisure organization. I cannot explore this issue in depth now, but we could deal with it in the discussion later. But to come to the last part, there was actually a possible transformative character of the corporative regime as a form, we could say, of authoritarian modernization of the social and economic structure, that is, of passive revolution, as it is defined. However, for Gramsci, corporatives did not have the same transformational features that he attributes to Fordism and Americanism, which he sees as a possible development of capitalism through the rationalization of production and society. The difference laid in the social structures of Italy, Europe, and the United States, and above all in the weight of the parasitic strata, a broad grouping referring mainly to the middle classes. Different conditions, conversely, underlaid what Gramsci defined as the, quote, more perfected American type, the industry of Enrico Ford for Gramsci, of course. In his analysis of Fordism, a large part is dedicated to American industrialists' ability to enforce their Puritan initiatives. They had, I quote, the sole aim of preserving, outside of work, a certain psychophysical equilibrium for workers by imposing a rational pattern of consumption. Ford was infamously able to control workers' social, moral, and family lives through specific institutions, such as the sociological department. Gramsci also focuses on prohibition in the US as an example of a Puritan initiative that can become, I quote, state ideology, a function of the state. The same could happen for other private or latent tendencies. And I think this relation between state power and industrial interests is summed up in a famous formula, hegemony, I quote, hegemony arises from the factory and requires only a minimal number of professional intermediaries in politics and ideology. State aside, however, this form of social regulation originated primarily in what Gramsci called a private initiative of industrialists in their ability to combine force and persuasion. Persuasion took the form, I quote, of high wages, various social benefits, ideological propaganda, and skillful policies. Gramsci identifies here a precise historical phenomenon, the rise of welfare capitalism in the United States. As is known, large firms use welfare programs, pensions, family allowances, income supplements, health insurance, to bind employees to the firm and retain a skilled, stable workforce. In Notebook 22, Gramsci argues that Ford's economic goal was not the creation of a virtuous mass production, mass consumption cycle, but rather the solution to a pressing problem, labor turnover. Ford needed to form and stabilize a new mass workforce apt for a totally new kind of work. Gramsci famously described this American phenomenon as the greatest collective effort thus far to create, with unprecedented rapidity and awareness of purpose, a new type of worker and of man. This was a process of mass apprenticeship, which Gramsci calls apprentissaggio, from the French apprentissage rather than the Italian word. So apprentissaggio in a broad sense. Gramsci knew it at Fiat, where Agnelli, the head of that small capitalist state of which Bruno told us, established a new relationship between industry and agriculture, big and small businesses, as is noted more than once in the notebooks. And these processes were not specific to the so-called Fordized sectors. Gramsci mentions, for example, ports and seasonal industries, where it was necessary to and I quote, to form ruoli chiusi, closed ranks, closed groups, again, with high wages and other privileges, in opposition to the mass of seasonal laborers. And I quote from another passage from the notebook, even in the United States, high wages, and I quote from now, high wages are necessarily linked to a labor aristocracy and are not granted to all American workers. Here lies an interesting ambivalence, I think, between the mass character of this process of apprentissaggio, oriented toward the rationalization of society as a whole, and the segmentation imposed by the organization of labor and industrial interests. These ruoli chiusi, or closed ranks, reappear in Fordism with their privileges, but now shaped by industrial imperatives rather than by the protected interests of the corporative system. I would now move to the conclusion briefly. As we saw, Gramsci never develops a systematic theory of social welfare or state social policy, and I had maybe to underline this at the beginning of the intervention. But anyway, I think that when he isolates essential aspects of this history, non-linear history, he reads them through what he sees as urgent problems: the polemic against reformist trade unionism, the economic and social functions of the corporative regime, and the investigation of the tendencies of capitalist development in the US and in Europe. That is the passive revolution as a response to the post-war organic crisis. And across this analysis of different kinds of social policies in a broad sense, a recurring dialectic emerges between integration and segmentation, as I said. Gramsci identifies, as we saw, distinct logics, different rationales of governance in fascism and in Fordism. I think that seen over the long term, these different logics of social regulation may help us explain the diversity of welfare regimes. For instance, the enduring weight of private and firm-based welfare in the United States, and the persistence of a corporative category-based based framework in Italy. This way, Gramsci's reading may help us grasp the contradictory aspects of the history of welfare without treating it as a mere social pact or a simple byproduct of capitalist accumulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. And now we have the second talk by Lea Durante, the University of Bari, and she will talk on the sexual question and female subjectivity in Gramsci's Americanism.
I want to thank the organization for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here, and I also have to say, as Roberto Dainotto already did, that my intervention is strictly linked to the others, the previous ones, and so I think I will spend a part of my 20 minutes repeating some things that have been already said and better than I can, but I hope the remaining part will be interesting. And in fact, I begin by recalling and reminding that for Nancy Fraser, the starting point for rethinking Marxism in a contemporary key, in order to arrive at a new Marxism that can truly effective that can be truly effective in reading contemporary reality, is to make it be traversed by the questions of feminism. Nancy Fraser, moreover, who is especially interested in research in the themes of labor and in the structuring of the mechanism of domination through the unequal distribution of labor during the 20th century, finds in Gramsci, and in particular in the notions of hegemony, Southern question, and the subalterns, some of the useful elements for enlarging the Habermas concept of the public sphere as an institution that is necessary to the capitalist society of the 20th century in order to use it in a counter-hegemonic function. These are certainly two important considerations which motivate us in soliciting the texts of Americanism and Fordism, the special notebook 22, written between 1929 and 1934. With respect to the female question, that is the very cancelled and removed question from the process of industrialization of Western society between the beginning of the 20th century and the 40s that Gramsci didn't see. And more generally, with respect to the worsening of inequalities between the sexes in the mechanism of definition of roles that process entailed, always observed by Gramsci through the primary lens of class difference. And I say primary because this morning we listened to the presentation given by Kate. Both Americanism and Fordism, as we know, were born in the United States from the need of capitalism to reach, after the pioneering and spontaneous era, a programmed economy capable of involving the great urbanized masses. It is therefore a question not only of creating a new organization of labor, not by chance precisely in the automobile sector, which more than others alludes to transformation in the sense of speed and rapidity, but also of redefining social relations. A programmed economy must correspond to a programmed society. endowed with rhythms, models, schemes of functioning, and above all, an ethic conforming to those of the factory. The importance that the rationalization of the family holds in this project is perfectly understood by Gramsci, who in fact in the register he compiles at the beginning of the notebook lists the sexual question in second place out of 9 points, even before the fundamental theme of high wages. The sexual question is addressed especially in 3 paragraphs. Some aspects of the sexual question, animality and industrialism, and the rationalization of production and labor. But the whole thematic area is crossed by this problem, starting from the question of demographic composition up to the examination of the figure of the male breadwinner and the administration of household economy. Not only this, but throughout the entire argument, there appear elements and reflections that are scattered elsewhere in the notebooks and even more in the letter from prison. The historian Bruno Toscano observes that the role of women in the evolution of the American industrial model, and in particular of Fordism, became a specific object of research only starting from the 70s. That is precisely when that model was declining. I would add that at the same time, feminist scholars in America and in Europe were coming onto the public scene, devoting their primary attention precisely to research on labor, understood as the principal factor of emancipation for women. And certainly, an important point of reference and a forerunner in this sense was John Scott, who between the 70s and the 80s related the theme of labor to the question of gender, offering an innovative perspective to the Marxist view of class composition. Still regarding the delay and partiality with which the question of women entered into interpretation of the transformation of labor in the 20th century, Livio Boni notes that not even Italian workists understood the irreducibility and autonomy assumed by the issue in Americanism and Fordism, limiting itself to considering it only as one of the elements, in a neutral way. Despite this limitation, however, Nancy Fraser considers the work-list reading of Gramsci one of the most similar to her own. And I also want to remind Silvia Federici, the philosopher who speaks about this question as the hidden factory, the participation of women of this process. She calls it the hidden factory. Gramsci, therefore, was a forerunner from this point of view. That is in proposing a social and economic analysis that today we could define as endowed with gender implication. That doesn't mean the same thing we intend today. This expression is obviously not referable to that context. This does not mean, however, that the vision Gramsci had of women and their role in society and in history diverges from the common opinion of his time, of philosophers and intellectuals of his time. There are many testimonies of solidarity, attention, and profound consideration toward women and comrades that have emerged over time, one above all being that of Camilla Ravera, and on which Noemi Ghetti had dwelt in her book Gramsci e le donne. However, the written restitution of Gramsci thought doesn't go in the same direction. For Gramsci in the notebooks, in fact, women are an unorganizable part of public opinion, and even one of the restraining subjects of the historical process, because of their tendency to bigotry. They are inclined to romanticism and closer to nature and animality, while men are, as tradition, the active subject of history. This is also noted by Renate Olub in 1992, following, for example, the interpretative proposal of Adele Cambria in Amore e Rivoluzione, who in the early 70s puts feminism and Marxism into friction precisely through the cross-reading of biography and writing in Gramsci. And I want also to say that we have just listened to our friend that Gramsci has not been read only as an intellectual, but also, and in many cases, as an inspiring figure, an inspiring person. These stereotypes, which include the fragility, instability, incapacity to conceive of the world in its greatness and complexity, are reproduced by Gramsci in many places in the letters addressed both to Giulia and to Tania, in some pre-prison writings and in the notebooks. It is enough to think to a letter to Tania in 1927. I quote, "Women imagine the life of other persons, even of their children, only from the point of view of animal pain, but they do not know how to recreate with imagination a whole other life of others in its entirely, in all its aspects." Despite this, even Jane Slaughter, in her Gramsci's place in women's history, in this work, refers to the testimonies and biographical reconstructions, at least as much as to Gramsci's actual writings, to argue that he is an important author in women's history. Alongside Gramsci, the thinker and author, as can often be observed, there is Gramsci the man, whose emblematic existence as a prisoner and hero of freedom determines a part of the readings of his legacy. In Animality and Industrialism, industrial production is placed by Gramsci within the continuous and harsh struggle that humanity conducts to overcome the animal condition, that is, the purely biological one. The closeness to the marks of the economic and philosophical manuscript of 1844, as well as to a good part of positivist culture, is clear. I quote Marx, "The human essence of nature exists only for social men. Only here has the natural existence of man become human existence." The factory, therefore, the place of production, is the space that allows men to realize human nature, to construct themselves as humanity and as class, in a virtuous circle of structural and cultural elements. Franco De Felice has already noted in the introduction to Notebook 22 that Gramsci's awareness that the economy is not only the production of goods but also the social relations represents a crucial point for his overcoming of the Second International and deeply links factory reflection to the reflection on Americanism. In the Fordist mode of production, it is necessary that women remain at home, take care of the family, administer the husband's high wage without aspiring to factory work, both to guarantee a fundamental social nucleus to which the worker can refer in order to contain his natural inclination toward vice and excess, and also to avoid overcrowding to supply of labor. And at this point, there emerges a very complex reflection on evolution and coercion as continuous vigilance and control over behavior and instincts. That is precisely over animality. In a class dialectic long accepted, coercion has been exercised by the upper classes upon the working classes. But in modern times, Gramsci hopes that such coercion, which in any case is a necessary process, may occur within the working classes as self-control, becoming second nature and thus being accepted as a necessary and active form of social and productive life. To social coercion, moreover, is connected the great diffusion that psychoanalysis was having in the post-war period in places where the process of forced industrialization was more accelerated, and this point particularly affected Gramsci because his wife, Julia, was undergoing psychoanalysis in the URSS with effects that Gramsci considered morbid. In fact, it is women who resort more to psychoanalysis precisely because they are more uncontrollable. In Italy, Carla Lonzi in the 70s has clarified how Freud betrayed women, precisely because of the normative and disciplinary use that was made of psychoanalysis toward women, a tool useful for social adaptation. On this aspect, Gramsci's writing becomes at times ambivalent, alongside a critique of the capitalist mode of production embodied by Ford, and of its modes of coercion and reorientation of the social structure. There is also admiration and fascination for the idea of rationalization that it implies, and also a clear curiosity toward this American modernization, which also has something to teach to old Europe, which is incapable of freeing itself from its own old tradition that is from an element of passivity that for Gramsci must necessarily be overcome. One cannot fail to observe, moreover, as Giuseppe Vacca does in his book Modernità Alternative, that modernization in its three main 20th century variants, namely the Soviet, the Fascist, and the Americanists, as a common trait the objective of constructing a new and rationalized society, regardless of the outcomes which we know. In Gramsci's idea, such self-education and self-discipline should take place through a process of intellectual and moral reform. That is a molecular microprocessuality that, starting from the primary place of the factory, irradiates throughout society, modifying it deeply in a collective sense. Gramsci also knows that there exists an individuality that cannot be residual with respect to the social fact and that resists coercion, even if in the form of self-education. And this drives him to question himself deeply, without, however, arriving at a definitive conclusion. If man confirms his nature, as Marx tells us, in relations, in productive sociality, in the sharing of an idea of society, and this necessarily requires an order, a shared system of laws and rules, which, incorporated into customs, become second nature, then the space for the individual is difficult to define and yet very important. In the American example, the formation of personality must reside entirely in the practice of adaptation, of adjustment to productive necessities. And this adaptation repairs in terms of security, identity, definition, guarantee of sociality, offering men the possibility to live their true nature, as I said. Personality, therefore, is formed against every innatism. The whole of man is an historical formation. There exists no original self. And this is the continuous polemic with Julia regarding the education of children. But if the formation of male personality is a political fact, the formation of the new female personality is instead only ethical, civil, an expression that Gramsci coins for this unique circumstance. I quote, "The most important ethical civil question linked to the sexual question is that of the formation of a new female personality. As long as women will not have achieved not only a real independence in relation to men, but also a new wave of conceiving her part in sexual relations, the sexual question will remain full of morbid characteristics, and it will be necessary to be cautious in every legislative innovation. And the consequence of this is a risk of crisis of libertinism. Women are those found for Gramsci in a pre-political condition, only ethical, civil, and at the same time, they are responsible for the morality of the family and the entire society. If we compare the position of Gramsci, for example, the monogamous family as the conscious basis of a regulated society, though not from above as in the Ford's model, but through internal awareness within the working class, women as the pivot of morality and conservation of order, with the position of Alexandra Kollontai, expressed only 10 years earlier in the booklet make way for the winged eros, we find ourselves precisely at the opposite side. In the context of the Russian Revolution, in fact, Kollontai had also reflected in this letter to the comrades on the necessity of overcoming all morbid aspects of sex in order to achieve a society of equals and therefore a new society based on the centrality of the factory as the propulsive place of modern culture. But her proposal is to overcome the concept of possession of women, just as one wants to overcome private property. If it is not right to be bound to the possession of things, how can it be right to be bound to that of persons, that is, of women, through the monogamous family, asks Kollontai. Sex can be thought of in a different way, eliminating the proprietary elements that have characterized it for millennia and that condition only women. And this could indeed be a true passage of civilization. In this way, says Kollontai, the factory and the civilization connected to it would be a place of harmony and not of competition and conflict within the working class. In this vision, women are thought of as workers in their own right, like men, with the same duties and rights. But Kollontai's utopia is destined for a very little fortune. In a few years, 10 years, a wave of conservative thought will unclose the 20th century in another destiny, chosen by the ruling classes, while women's struggle for their rights will continue with 1,000 difficulties. In Notebook 25, at the margin of history, Gramsci is hesitant to affirm that women can be considered on the same level as other subaltern groups, just as male chauvinism, he says, can only in certain sense be assimilated to class domination, and therefore has importance more for the history of customs than for political and social history. Even if the passage refers to Roman history, it seems to me that the problematization of the theme retraces precisely what was written in Americanism and Fordism. There is no doubt that Gramsci poses the problem and that this problem remains open, unsolved, above all in the difficulty of recognizing the question of women as a political fact. I'm going to close. The subalterns, Gramsci tells us, are those who have no voice because they have no instruments to tell their own history. And those certainly women have been a subaltern group. And in fact, the key of subalternity, of hegemony, and of the relationship between one and the other has been Gramsci's most important legacy to the history and struggles of women. This is also taught to us, among others, by Margaret Ledwith, who with the experiential approach to pedagogy used these Gramscian categories between the 70s and the 80s, also methodologically retracing the Gramscian vision of the close and inseparable relationship between theory and praxis, which overcome a certain abstractness of a previous political theory. A vision of politics that was particularly feminine throughout the 20th century and that makes Gramsci dear to the achievement of feminism. Today's society has changed greatly. The great difficulties it encounters is that of no longer having a recognizable productive model as a space of negotiation and hegemonic contention among classes and social groups, as was, for better or for worse, the myth of the factory. Social opposition and dialectics are fragmented into different areas of interest and partially corporately tribalized. Even in the new context, Gramsci has found, as is known in the last 40 years, an important audience, made also of inevitable, partially distorted uses due to lightened readings, as Kate Crehan rightly wrote. I want to quote a last phrase by Gramsci from Americanism and Fordism. The attempts made by Ford to intervene with a body of inspectors in the private life of his employees and to control how they spent their wages and how they lived is an indication of these still private or latent tendencies, which may become at a certain point state ideology, grafting themselves into traditional Puritanism, presenting themselves, that is, as a renaissance of the morality of the pioneers, of the true Americanism. It seems like a prophecy. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry we don't have time now to discuss, but I have maybe a couple of short questions if you want to stay here. In any case, we have the reception at the end, so then we can continue also informally to discuss the papers. But yes, just a couple of very short questions. The first one to Alessandro about the relationship between trade unions and, yes, you presented very well the discussion, Gramsci, of the institutional dimension of social reformism, and then how it entered into the political sphere also within the fascism. And so where we can wonder if this was, so if they became a sort of tool of the passive revolution, or they expanded working class ascendancy. This is a dilemma that. But I wanted to ask you if you can say something more about the function of the American trade unions in relation to the Fordist project.
Thank you. That's an interesting question. As for the success of trade unions, fascist trade unions, in the political integration of working classes, I think that when Gramsci thinks of it, he mostly focuses on the possible organization of labor interests in a superior state form. So I think of Ugo Spirito, for example, and the integrate corporatist state, and the answer is negative on that level, because not only that project to subsume every social interest in the new integral corporation has failed, but also Ugo Spirito does a new doesn't know anything about the factory, for example, about concrete problems of work, and Gramsci states that very clearly. And as for the American trade unions, I think that it's interesting the ambivalence of judgment in Gramsci, because in a passage of the notebooks he says, I don't understand why, I'm paraphrasing obviously, I don't understand why it's common sense that there is no class struggle in the United States, and then when he analyzes the role not of the industrial workers of the world, which are really industrial trade union and the new kind of a trade union, but of the American Federation of Labor, the idea is, I think that they are still at the corporative economic level. They are something from the past, and the American Federation of Labor is linked, for example, also to old organizational forms. For example, the territorial organization of trade unions, not only the craft-based organization, but also the territorial organization of trade unions is something that Gramsci sees as a backward element, and I think that that's particularly interesting because in this view, for example, well, it's something we don't think today, of course, but well, there is this ambivalence, I think, in the role of trade unions in the US.
Yes, and one question also for you. I wonder to what extent the Tanya's letters were ignored for a long time. So we only read Gramsci's letter, and although Gramsci took seriously the dialogue with a pedagogical attitude, if you want, but notwithstanding with an interest in what Tanya was writing. And for instance, you mentioned the letter on Julia's disease, 32, it was, if I right remember. And then there was a very strong reply by Tanya to what Gramsci wrote. And so I wonder if you think that our reception of Gramsci was also influenced by this putting aside of Tanya's contribute to the dialogue.
Thank you. As you said, letters were published for the first time only in 1997, and so it is very important this aspect. Yes, I think sure we read Gramsci without the real dialogue between he and the women of his life in a certain sense, but we also can notice that nowadays we have all the letters and we can read Gramsci in another way, and this is what feminist theorists try to do. I also want to remind a novel which has been written recently by an Italian writer. Is a novel. I want to be precise because it's not an historical reconstruction. This novelist is Lucia Tancredi, who wrote a novel about Giulia, the main character of this novel is Giulia, and she tries to define the personality of this woman as Gramsci's wife and as a woman in a general sense. So I want to repeat, it is a novel, and so there are many parts of this novel which don't correspond exactly to the historical reconstruction, but the interest after Adele Cambria, who I named before, is pointed out on these women figures.
So it was already there, although we didn't have the letters. Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm sorry that I cannot give, but I think we had to stop here because we have the program going on and more is coming. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we do have to move this on just also because we have this 1 hour film program now, which is an exciting program, which I want to introduce. And after that, there's the reception. There's going to be food and drink at the end of this. This is 1 hour. And I want to introduce Luca Peretti, who is going to present this compilation of films, of short or clips of films. Luca is now at the University of Cambridge in the UK. He was actually in the US when we set up this program. Now we're hoping he's going to be here in person, but he can't get away from Cambridge. But thank you very much, Luca, for joining us. Luca, I think I can describe, he's described in his bio, but he's really an expert on non-entertainment cinema, on what you might, some people call useful cinema, industrial films. So he's really the best person to introduce this compilation, which actually I put together, but you know, Luca and I have been coordinating on this. I think I'll leave it to you, Luca, to start this, and then we're going to see the clips. So we're going to have to light the lights down in the auditorium now.
Hi, you should be able to hear me? Yes, okay. Yeah, so thank you for the invitation. I'm extremely sad I cannot be here with, I could be there with several friends and colleagues and to enjoy the drinks after the screenings. So I'll be very brief because I understand you've been in the room for a long time. So you're about to see, as David mentioned, three different very short programs. The first one, it's only 19 minutes, and you'll see three short industrial films and an extract from Modern Times by Charlie Chaplin, which, as you might know, sort of parodies or attacks, rather, the Fordist model and, in a sense, even Fordist films that we will be watching. So as David was mentioning, the films that we will watch in this first part are useful films or utility films, industrial films, corporate films, many different names. What they do, their purpose is ultimately not to entertain, but rather to educate, to explain, to persuade, to train, but also to organize internal work of a company. We learned, for example, from the article that Lee Grieveson wrote on Ford movies that the first films that were used by Ford were moving images that were used to monitor productivity. So these kind of films are not a small fraction of the cinema that has been produced in the history of cinema, but on the contrary, I would say for sure the majority of films, non-theatrical films that were used in different areas in the 20th century, at least until the 1970s. These films were also, especially the three films that you are about to watch, short films, were widely watched. Again, Lee Grifson mentioned that the films made by the Ford's motion picture department were among the most widely seen films of the silent era, because they would circulate in a number of different non-theatrical spaces and in some cases even in cinemas. To fast forward a little bit, just to give you a sense of what happens to industrial cinema, to non-theatrical cinema in post-war, some important American films of the time, like Louisiana Story by Flaherty from 1948, are indeed sponsored by companies, in this case, the Standard Oil Company. In Italy, and we only see one film by Fiat not from post-war, but what happens in post-war industrial cinema in Italy is that these films sort of contribute to creating an Italian way of life, to explaining how Italians should live at the time of the economic boom. Of course, an Italian way of life that had huge point in common with the American way of life and with consumerism. So I conclude this part by saying that, as you might know, there is not much. So the Gramsci didn't write that much on cinema. He actually wrote very little for reasons that have not, I believe, been investigated enough, because saying that he was in cinema, I could not watch films is definitely not enough, because in the 1910s and 20s there were already films, of course. But we can, of course, use Gramsci to think about cinema. In this case, however, we should ask, in the case of these four films, short films, we should ask a different theoretical and hopefully sometimes even practical question than Stuart Hall urged us to think about back in the 1980s, that is, as you know, to think as Gramscians. The small selection that you're about to watch, in fact, illustrate and represent and highlight Gramsci's thoughts and writings at the time of their writings. There is a sort of invisible dialogue, I would say, between the Ford films, the two Ford short films you're about to watch, and Gramsci's writing. So in a sense, they explain, or they help us understand even better Gramsci by looking at these short films. So I leave you with that, and you'll see me on the screen again in 19 minutes.
Ti dico che con una delle sue macchine non posso andare alla radunia.
Domani avrai la nuova macchina, fatta sotto i tuoi occhi.
Come?
Vedrai.
Che non si ferma mai, vedrai rapidamente lo chassis trasformarsi sotto i tuoi occhi nella più moderna delle vetture. Questo è il modello della prima vettura Fiat costruita nel 1898. Quanta differenza con la nuova...
No, voglio guidare io. La vettura che sognavo. Grazie. Che meraviglia.
Section 5, give her the limit.
Hi, so the second part is a shorter selection of films. They're all clips from longer films. The first one is Europa 51 by Rossellini. The second is another Fiat film, La velocità del lavoro. And finally, more known, Essere donne by Cecilia Mancini from 1965. They are all sequences that show factory workers, which is really not a topic that Italian cinema tackled with at the time. There are actually factories in Italian cinema are always been rare, but particularly at that time. Besides these three films, if you are interested in the topic, I would suggest to look at Mafioso by Lattuada with Alberto Sordi, whose first sequence shows Sordi as a timekeeper in a factory in Milan at the time of the economic boom. But other than that, these are really among the few films, Italian films that show factory sequences. So we'll look at this and then we'll come back for the last bit. This is only 9 minutes long.
Lo scopo di queste lezioni è quello di uniformare il giudizio soggettivo dei cronometristi per l'assegnazione delle velocità di lavoro. Non occorre dire che l'argomento è del massimo interesse, in quanto dalla velocità di lavoro assegnata dipende la giusta valutazione dei tempi delle operazioni manuali. Questo problema, pertanto, ha dei riflessi nel campo sociale ed è di capitale importanza ai fini dell'organizzazione industriale. Se noi facciamo compiere un determinato identico lavoro a più operai, osserveremo che non tutti lo portano a compimento nello stesso tempo. Questo vuol dire che gli operai non hanno lavorato con la stessa velocità di lavoro. Ma fra le velocità, una è quella che corrisponde al ritmo produttivo normale con cui un operaio di comune capacità e abilità può compiere quel determinato lavoro. Questa velocità viene denominata velocità normale di lavoro, che si è convenuto di rappresentare col valore 100. Pertanto due sono i campi di variazione della suddetta velocità. Il primo comprende le velocità inferiori al valore 100 dette sottonormali ed il secondo quelle superiori dette sopranormali. Numerosi studi ed esperienze sulla fatica umana hanno permesso di stabilire con sufficiente esattezza che un operaio non possa lavorare continuativamente senza che siano menomate le sue risorse fisiche ad una velocità superiore all'indice 133, la quale è di 1/3 superiore alla velocità normale. Resta perciò assodato che, salvo casi eccezionali, la velocità massima di lavoro continuativo è 133. Nel complesso dei movimenti necessari per compiere un qualsiasi lavoro manuale, noi ritroviamo frequentemente alcuni movimenti elementari e fondamentali che è bene conoscere e analizzare. Essi sono 6. Primo, movimento delle dita. Secondo, movimento del polso. Terzo, movimento dell'avambraccio. Quarto, movimento del braccio. Quinto, flessione del busto. Sesto, camminare. Esaminiamo il primo movimento. È stato stabilito che la velocità di 100 per questo movimento corrisponde a 90 prese al minuto primo ed è questa che ora vedrete.
Ho 15 anni e non ti posso dire il mio nome. Lavoro in questo pastificio e prendo 850 lire al giorno. L'anno scorso prendevi 500 lire al giorno.
Lavoriamo 10 ore di lavoro al giorno. C'è la caporale che ci grida sempre.
Milano. Tempi stretti per chi lavora alla catena di montaggio. Vista, nervi, tensione continua.
Qui alla catena, per ogni gestello, abbiamo 1 minuto di tempo. Su 1 minuto faccio 18 saldature. Sono più di 1000 saldature all'ora. Sono 8700 saldature al giorno in 8 ore. Ma quando arriva il tempista, ci prende la paura che ci tagliano ancora i tempi o che ci vogliono licenziare. Siamo al limite, non c'è più margine. Sono sempre gli stessi gesti, calcolati al decimo di secondo. Dopo 8 ore andiamo a casa rotti. Le ossa non ce le sentiamo più e non ci rendiamo conto che crepiamo 20 anni prima.
Hi, hello. So for the last part, the part 3 of this short screening program, we look at part of a film, extract of 14 minutes of a film that is originally 40 minutes long. It's a film called Deadline for Action by Carl Marzani, produced by a company called Union Films, a self-explanatory name. Carl Marzani is an incredible figure, if I understand well. David Forgacs will talk about him tomorrow. For now, I will only say that among several other things, he was a film producer and a filmmaker, a director, who between 43 and 53, he made at least 20 documentary films. Some of them were campaign films for different candidates, and was also nominated at the time for an Academy Award. The film, or rather the extracts of a film, but I think those 40 minutes really like sort of rendered the idea of the entire film, was made in support, thanks to the one of the unions at the time, the United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers. They sort of endorsed the film, used the film in one of their conventions, and even hosted a premiere in New York, and distribute widely the film in a number of non-theatrical venues. You'll see why they thought that this film was particularly important. The film became so important at the time that the General Electric, which is one of the main sort of antagonists, if you wish, in the film, bought several copies of the film and used it in events as a sort of to show what was bad, to show that this was a communist film. And they even made, so the General Electric even made a sort of counter-documentary, a rival documentary called Crossroad for America. From a sort of stylistic point of view, there's something very interesting, which is the use of animation that they will come back in a number of industrial and non-theatrical films in the 1950s and 60s and 70s, including in Italy. And Marzani himself, in the only interview that he gave to talk about cinema in the 1970s, said that they used animation in this film, and I'm quoting, to try to explain what the hell imperialism is. For this film, he went on trial. He spent some time in jail. But again, this is something that I assume David will talk about it tomorrow. For now, I think we should really enjoy these 14 minutes Union films that perhaps sounds more familiar, even more familiar in connection to Gramsci and his work. And with this, I also say bye and enjoy the drinks after the last screening.
Republicans and Southern Democrats, by wartime tax bills, guaranteed profits to all corporations through 1946, even if they were not producing. President Roosevelt called the bill relief for the greedy, not for the needy. In effect, an anti-labor Congress gave a huge strike fund to big business. No wonder UE President Fitzgerald had to report no progress on his wage negotiations.
The electrical manufacturers have refused to bargain in good faith. In other basic industries, too, such as auto and steel, the employers are tough and unreasonable. As Phil Murray says, there is a conspiracy by big business against American democracy. To understand this conspiracy, we must remember what happened after World War I in 1919. At that time, to meet the high cost of living, labor unions asked for wage increases. The answer was a lesson. Employers mobilized the full power of the government against the unions. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer said he was after communists. Under cover of red baiting, he and the employers crippled the trade unions. In 2 years, 1/3 of the membership was lost. Big business was in control. It ran the government. It brought us to 1929. To this, and this, and this.
They want no get-rich-quick era of bogus prosperity, which will end for them in selling apples on a street corner.
Roosevelt is dead and a reactionary Congress has taken over. Big business thinks it can repeat 1919. We in the CIO want industrial peace. But if big business wants to take America for a ride again, we intend to fight.
Bill Turner voted to strike. One of the ballots that rolled up a majority of 83% in favor of action. The locals voted to fight for food and clothing and rent against the company's drive for undue profits and fatter dividends. The company's greed can only be realized by knowing all the facts about them. Here's what Bill and the UE were up against. The plant where Bill worked employed 15,000 people. It was only one of the General Electric network, employing 125,000 workers. Westinghouse employed 75,000. General Motors Electrical Division, 25,000. Together, they control 50% of the industry. And in December 1942, the Department of Justice brought General Electric and Westinghouse into court on charges of monopolizing fluorescent lamps. Also in 1942, a grand jury slapped General Electric with a criminal indictment, charging that General Electric, along with other companies,
did unlawfully, willfully, and feloniously conspire, combine, confederate, and agree together to defraud the United States by making collusive, fraudulent, identical, and non-competitive bids at unreasonably high prices.
But this is not all. In spite of war, these companies operate internationally through subsidiaries, stock participation, and cartel agreements with various other companies. IG Farben Industrie, Allgemeine Elektrizität Gesellschaft, Siemens Schuckenwerke, Siemens Halske, Opel, Fried Group Antigesellschaft, Tokyo Shibaura, Mitsubishi Electrical Engineering Company, Westinghouse Electric Company of Japan, Compagnia Generale di Elettricità, Magrini Società Anonima, and many more all over the world. Internationally, as well as nationally, profit, big profit, is the battle cry. A General Electric Krupp agreement sent the price of tungsten carbide from $50 a pound to $453 a pound. This monopoly price kept production low. The United States government cracked down with a criminal indictment. But the damage had been done. Tungsten carbide was one of the great bottlenecks in war production. On the other side of the world, Kwanzo Tanaka, chairman of Mitsubishi, announced that part of their profits had been set aside for Westinghouse. Where did this money come from? This is but a part of what Bill and the UE had to face. These companies have powerful connections in other industries which were also fighting the labor movement. The nature and power of these connections staggers the imagination. Take General Electric, for example. Its total assets are $543 million, over $500 million. That's a lot of money. Yes, General Electric is a big company. Yet here it is in scale as one of 13 industrial companies, including U.S. Steel, which are controlled by the J.P. Morgan interests. Plus 12 utility companies, including American Telephone and Telegraph. Plus 8 railroads. Plus 3 major banks. Morgan interests control a total of $31 billion through these companies alone. $31 billion. It's so much money, it's impossible to think of it. Suppose it was laid out in $100 bills. By the end of a block of, say, 400 feet, you could pick up $78,000 in about 15 minutes. But to pick up the rest of the $31 billion, you'd have to walk clear around the Earth 1¼ times, and it would take you 400 years on a 40-hour week. Yes, the Morgan Group is powerful. It took the power of the United States government even to find out these facts. And since our taxes paid for this investigation, let's get our money's worth. Morgan is the largest group. Then there is the strong Kuhn-Loeb group. The Mellon interests, which have Westinghouse. DuPont with General Motors. And then there is Rockefeller. And 3 other groups, making up a grand total of some $82 billion assets in 1945, exclusive of government-owned plants, which they are now busy buying up cheap. These assets represent control over plants, railways, banks, and most important of all, jobs. 8 groups dispose of over 30% of all the assets in the United States. These 8 groups operate through a screen of 106 corporations, and some idea of their power can be had by seeing in scale how many firms own the rest. These 250,000 corporations exclude the million-odd small businesses in America. 8 groups control the American economy not only because of their concentration of wealth, but through their strategic ownership of basic industries. Every consumer and every businessman in America hands over a percentage of their earnings to these 8 groups, often without knowing it. This is what is meant by big business. This is what is meant by their control of American economy. Big business is international. There were similar groups in Germany, Japan, Italy, England, France, Holland, Belgium, Spain, and smaller countries. Through colonial rule or subservient governments, they controlled raw materials and markets in most of the world. This is the big league in world business. Its name is imperialism. It leads to war, as Hitler's story shows. For Hitler had a dream that his big business should dominate the world. He called his dream the New Order. Foreign big business was weakened during the war, and today American big business is the strongest. And they have a dream to dominate the world. They call their dream the American century. The American century means the century of big business instead of the century of the common people.